we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. We look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking Victory Road, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things off, we are about to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy.
Here
thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokémon. Thank you so much.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP. While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band. I mean, come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend, and you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we? It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
ポケモントレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップ2024、そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人とともにポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から、日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿は、いつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり、希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers who dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが、次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って、最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. Take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here now, finally at Worlds. So exciting, finally at the end of the season. My name is Simon van der Burgt, also known as Schmon, and I'm here joined with Costa. Costa, how are we feeling?
Hello, absolutely ecstatic. We are here and featuring the side stream matches through 2027 World Championship right now. It has been such a beautiful build up to this culmination of the entire season, and now we are going to be featuring the very best throughout the past year.
Yeah, that is the goal here, the plan, and even what we are here for. Because let's be honest, we've been waiting for this. We've been anxiously at the end of the summer. There is that big title of World Champion. We've been to from LAIC to EYC to NAIC, and now finally here at Worlds and seeing the culmination of all these players come up. And we're doing it in a new jacket as well because it is Pokémon Champions time. It is Red MB, and we're here bringing the MB plot as well.
Yes, it is champion time, baby, of which we're going to be going ahead and going through all of the fascinating matches that are going to be coming through. And we will be having one of those very amazing matchups to kick us off between two very veteran-like trainers, both of the older generation as well as the newer one, going up against each other. This is a sort of set, Shmon, that you would think surely has to be on the mainstream.
Absolutely.
When I got
it's stunning. It's showcasing what kind of crazy matches we already have. But without further ado, let's just see it. We have our former world champion Sejun Park versus Juan Salermo, who are two very capable players that we finally get to see bout it out here at Worlds. And honestly, I'm at a loss for words as well to be able to see these two players duke it out.
Yeah, exactly that. But before then, we need to go ahead and make a bit of a breakdown over what is at stake. And the prize pool in of itself is higher than it ever has been before. This is across all age divisions. First place gets $30,000 US. That is not an incorrection or an error on screen. That is legit the amount right now that we're dishing out essentially for all of our trainers that get the most coveted of placements. 20,000 for second place as well. Like, I mean, just imagine the battle in the finals, Shmon, where it's literally not only for like up for grabs and accolades and such, it's also $10,000 that are on the line.
Yeah, that is just that little bit of extra motivation that you need to try and finish it off. If you're there in finals, you certainly want to go that extra 10 miles for that extra 10,000 as well.
Oh yeah.
Seeing these prizes as well, we've come a long way, and I'm so excited to see these players being able to perform here to try and get to that coveted top 16 where they get these prizes, and even more prizes as well, because they also get a playmat, I believe, for top 8. You get a special trophy as well for first place. Like, the list goes on and on. You get so many cool rewards with the World Championship as well. Very exciting for that.
Oh, 100%. And aside from the prize pool, we have got the players, of course. The main focal point of this stream is just going to be about showcasing the very best and those that we have got a keen eye to watch, I would say quite vigorously, their travel and their journey within this weekend. And of course, you know, we've already got standout trainers that I'm sure a lot of people recognize on our screens. Wolf Glick, ever so prevalent, one of the best trainers who have ever touched this game, multi-international champion. He is, of course, the 2016 world champion, which, if I'm not mistaken, Shmon, back in 2016, the last time we visited San Francisco for Worlds, he was crowned the champion at that very event.
exactly 10 years ago. Something exciting to behold. Other players that we have to watch out for is also players like Marco Silva and Ko Tsukide, our European representative and our Japanese representative, for players to watch out for, because these players have so many accolades, having won international challenges or even just Japan. Being a Japanese player gives you the automatic buff as well, because it is tough to be a player out there, because all of these players are so high level. And if you're able to define yourself even above that common level of Japanese players, you are an truly exceptional player.
Oh yeah, and Ko Tsukide as well was able to get 5th spot at NAIC earlier, a couple of months ago actually, with, at the time, a Mega Charizard Y as well as a Mega Floette. So who would have thought, you know, like one of the most strongest of pairings to synergize so well. But of course that was Regulation Set MA, and now it's going to be all about MB.
Yeah, all about Reg MB. We can see some differences, some introductions of the Megas, and we do have a few predictions here from all of our casters here at this end, at the side stream, of course, as well, where, you know, we have a few picks that we are quite certain that these Pokemon will pop up. For me, myself, I hope to see some Pokemon as well. That is just, you know, I might be wearing him. I might be a big fan, you know.
It's a bit of a spoiler, sure.
A bit of a spoiler there, but as we see, we have here our cast predictions. And one Pokemon that's standing out the most between these cast predictions is Mega Gengar.
Yeah, I know. I was actually quite surprised to see the turnout there. 4 out of 6. So we clearly have the majority over here. Hopefully, you know, it's with good reason. We shall find out. But Mega Gengar, one of those Pokemon, you know, just being able to have the Shadow Tag ability, have an overwhelming amount of base special attack at 170, which is skyrocketing, is impressive. But it's not the only Mega worth calling out here. We got the classic Mega Charizard Y, which it's just got to be there, right? It's there.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's the most prominent Mega Evolution Pokemon to have ever touched champions at the current point, right? With the previous regulation rule set as well as the current one. But we've also got a couple of interesting entries. Now, Mega Tita, talk to me a bit about it, Shmon.
Okay. Listen, Mega Tyranitar is the absolute antithesis against Charizard, because Charizard loves having, of course, his son, but Tyranitar is the literal thorn in its eye as it can be, because it instead sets up the sand, and sand not really great for Charizard to boost its fire type moves, not great to charge your solar beam with, and of course it counters it quite nicely with something like a rock slide. I'm a really big fan myself of Tyranitar. I think it encapsulates a beautiful, good Pokemon, and I'm not alone. Other players have agreed with me as well. In Rec MA, Wolf Glick bringing to the first Champions Tournament, bringing Mega Tyranitar and Mega Steelix out there to that finals and being a finalist there. So there are Mega Tyranitar believers out there, and I know that they can perform again today.
Yeah, and clearly, you know, I thought you were about to say, because you followed the conversation around saying Rock Slide, and then you're like, I like to use, and I thought you were going to say, I like to use Rock Slide rather than Mega Tita, but, you know, it's fair. It's fair, and so if that's the case, then surely you would have included Mega Tita on the 6th Pokemon you would have brought to Worlds if you were attending, right?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I did. Mega Tyranitar is my guy. Look at him. He's standing there proudly. And in combination with Staraptor as well, a new addition to this Rec MB, where you have Excadrill with some speed with the sand there. Golugo also a new addition, as Milotic tries to make sure that you don't get intimidated that often, and then you have Sinistcha trying to cover with healing and redirection. So I'm a big fan of this team. I've been playing this team quite a bit, but we've seen this team fall off near the end of this month, I feel. We've seen a lot of new things. Something new, for example, that we saw pop up is that Staraptor and Delphox that Matt has chosen there.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of a bit of a play on trying to have Mega Delphox work with different cores as well, and not necessarily, let's say, a team similar to the Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox that we've seen become very, very prominent because you're able to capitalize off of not necessarily having protect the sort of sweeper setup mode. You can be a bit more interchangeable in terms of the flexibility that you've got. Especially when you've got like a mouse hold that can tie up quite nicely with Megasraptor. You can even have access to Charm for side charm shenanigans. You've got the Friend Guard as an ability, and Feint even if you want to go ahead and break through any sort of protects or wide guards on the other side of the field. So yeah, it's a great sort of way to be able to take advantage of a couple of cores that you don't commonly see paired up with one another. But we've got an absolute accolade of all of the team picks from all of our lovely casters, and I think most of them, in all honesty, are quite popular, and I would even argue one of the favorites to go ahead and essentially pick this all up, or at least counter the quote-unquote big six core and composition that we've seen come to prominence.
Yep, that is the biggest target to go up against. We've seen it do well in Reg MA. Reg MB gave a few new items to it, a few new sets, a few adaptations as well. And we're seeing these players evolve the Big Six. The Big Six has been evolving time and time again. The Charizards no longer fully offensive. Suddenly, they're running a lot of bulk to survive Life Orb Rock Slides from Garchomps as well. Garchomps running Jolly again because, of course, you have that Life Orb to give you that additional damage. You have Life Orb on perhaps Basculegion to even make sure that even the most defensive of Pokemons will chunk quite a bit because of a adaptability boosted Wave Crash as well. So a lot of adaptations happening, but I think there have been more adaptations happening recently with it as well, right?
Yeah, and for good reason too, because we are at a point where the meta has developed quite a bit in between the past couple of months or so, ever since we started it. And it's quite interesting, the fact that we didn't have any official events to the build-up of it. So this is a true sort of official event that will have the best of which has flourished in the past couple of months with the meta. We've got Mega Raichu Y, for example, that has actually blown out in terms of meta usage, I'd say 3 to 4 weeks ago, and all of a sudden that's petered out a bit. So we've got so many micro meta developments between then and now, so it'll be quite interesting to see how our trainers think the meta has shaped up and what counters they can find to, or at least answers.
Yep. It's also just considering the thing, because Big Six is the thing you have to counter. What is something that you can counter Big Six with? I went the Tyranitar approach. People have gone Glimora, for example. But you can also approach it completely differently. What if you just make your team, your Big Six specifically to counter Big Six?
You know what? I never thought about that, Shmon. Yeah. That is an amazing thought process that you have there, my friend.
You are having a meta that is quite centered around Big Six. Big Six is very strong.
Yes.
So if you are sure that you're going to go up against a lot of teams with the same composition, why not try and put in a tech or two to try and adapt? And some techs that we have seen, for example, Charizard Y, no longer running Solar Beam, not being afraid of those rock types anymore, not being afraid of those water types because you have plenty of other Pokemon to cover it. Instead, Ancient Power.
Ancient Power is, I'd say, one of those techs, like you said, if it makes sense in order to be able to have enough damage to deal with certain pieces that do end up being quite a bit of an obstruction for your team, for your matchup, then 100%. And like we said, and we've been praising our Charizard Lord Y, it is ×4 super weak to rock types. So, like you mentioned, you can counter it with your own Charizard, which does have Ancient Power, and because of the Mega Evolution boost, you've got a lot more special attack to be able to dip into in terms of the bucket available for yourself. So, and it may well be something that we will actually be featuring very shortly. We're going to have to figure it out, potentially, but regardless, I think the match between Seijun and Juan, I don't know what I would put on the line in terms of being able to be right there physically to see them battle it out. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Burst out, seeing everything.
It'll be so
that's
good.
the amazing thing about Worlds. You get to see
Yeah.
these players, and now that we have side stream and we have spectating as well
Yes.
in Pokemon, which is really helpful because that way we are able to feature more players, even players that haven't been featured neither on mainstream nor even here that we are able to view with certain codes and like backups. Like that's the nice thing. And I'm a big fan, of course, of Pokemon Champions. Pokemon Champions has been giving a lot of good things, you know.
100%.
I am just waiting for one thing. When is Baxcalibur? I want Baxcalibur. I just
They
like
can't
him.
bring Schmott, they can't bring back Excalibur yet because it's going to absolutely rip the meta open
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of its
yeah,
overwhelming, you know, just typing, its damage,
Flash fire.
Wait, what? Can you imagine? No, I mean, the thermal exchange ability is amazing. It's so unique and it works out so nicely having that natural immunity to being burnt, essentially, right? But yeah, we'll have to see when, obviously, they do bring our good old friend Baxcalibur in. Maybe the next regulation set C. Hopefully, you know, they don't bring Mega Salamence at the same time as it, because that'll be quite awkward.
I do feel like that's gonna be a little bit awkward, right?
Yeah.
But okay. So that's like future predictions, of course.
Yes.
That we have. But right now, Charizard is, as you said, our Lord and Savior of this meta right now because it has been having the meta in a control, and we've had a lot of versions of Charizard teams where the Mega has sometimes shifted as well to have sometimes even not the Florges, I wanted to say the Floette there, or even just only on the Zard or even Aerodactyl. But we even have some more players to shout out as well. So Ko Tsukide, who of course got 5th place, we mentioned it earlier at NAIC this year with Charizard and the Floette team, so the big 6 there. Absolutely amazing player to watch out for that we have to watch. And then next up we got Yuma Kinugawa, who also had quite a few accolades as well to his name.
Yeah, exactly. And also we got to mention it too, Kotsukide, 2019 Seniors World Champion.
Yes, absolutely.
So, you know, an
the
amazing
run back.
player that had the run back, exactly. And what a way to go about it when you're up against so many of the best players across multiple generations, all gathered at the same place. But like we're saying now as well, Yuma just being one of those fantastic trainers. We saw them go ahead and pick up Japan Nationals, win that title, only to, in the previous season, only to then go on and become the LAIC 2026 champion, held earlier this season in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and against Juan Salerno, who was and has been one of the most prolific trainers this entire season, always at the top of the championship board. So Yuma Kinugawa tends to be a trainer as well that brings a lot of spice to his team. So I'm expecting a fire type, no doubt, somewhere.
Yeah. Last but not least, quick mention as well, Hiroshi Onishi, who, of course, won the Japanese national championship with their team as well. Charizard, Big 6 again. But what an amazing performance as well. I was able to watch it as well and seeing him absolutely elated with like the emotion, honestly, was amazing to see because these players love this game, and that's also what brings us here as well. These players love this game. We have this World Championship because of the love for Pokemon that we have, and money.
Hey, that is one thing. Yes, no doubt. But I think, like you said, I remember seeing it as well. It was at the same weekend as was it Turin? No,
I do believe it was
Turin, Milan. Yeah. It was Turin, right? Yeah. So it was the exact same weekend. I remember tuning in. Like you said, there was just so much emotion and passion throughout the entirety of that weekend. But especially with Hiroshi just going ahead and picking up that title meant so much to them. And like you mentioned, they did have a Mega Charizard Y, but they pretty much had like Big 6, essentially the composition. And once again, another reason why we're saying, even though that was the previous regulation and it wasn't the current one, it's still there. It's still prominent. You've got a couple of more tools to be able to play around with, like the Life Orb, for example, or you've got even, ways to be able to circumnavigate around other Pokemon that have become prominent threats. Like we said, these Charizard Ys have become a lot more bulky now in order to be able to handle opposing Garchomp, Rock Slide, Life Orb, like you previously mentioned just before.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen the evolution of Big 6 time and time again. And I do think we are ready to showcase the team sheets of these players as well, because we are in for a doozy as well, because as we've been talking a lot about Big Six, and that is exactly what we are presenting here.
Hello.
Sejun Park having, of course, been playing the Dull Folks mainly, but now not completely Big Six. We're going with the Charizard still, but instead we have Toxapex, Venusaur, and Incineroar on the team.
Okay, so this is a team that has definitely grown in popularity. We did see Toxapex do quite well at the first ever event of Champions held in NA, and I think there's a good reason why it's been able to translate into this current regulation format, because it's just an absolute beast. It's so difficult to take down unless you have a dedicated ground type Pokemon. And then it also has Regenerator, so it could play around with switching out, regaining HP, and also giving really good wide guard tool support for, let's say, for example, the Charizard Y. If it's right next to it and there's a Rock Slide, you're able to slow down the offensive pressure from the other side of the field. And of course, the Infestation Toxic. You're able to trap your opponent in with Infestation, get some residual damage at the end of each turn, accompanied by a Toxic that cannot miss due to the poison typing.
Yep, exactly. It is, as you said, Toxapex being an absolute defensive behemoth, being able to just stand in front of everything. And now, an adaptation that I just noticed as well, this Incineroar not running something like Throat Chop, not even Helping Hand, it is Lash Out, a move that we haven't seen quite a bit, but this move increases its base power if a stat has been dropped, like, say, for example, Intimidate.
Yeah, it doubles it, if I'm not mistaken. So it's able to essentially go ahead and try to neutralize a bit of the Intimidate in that current turn. So yeah, like you said, it's a very cool adaptation to what Sejun is probably expecting to be a meta playground filled with Intimidates, or even, let's say, speed drops via Icy Winds and such. So it's a great way to be able to counter that when your team, for example, doesn't have speed control. It's got a Venusaur that does get its speed doubled when in the sun, thanks to the chlorophyll ability. But aside from that, the team sort of trained in a way where it's there to hit certain speed tiers and then have as much bulk as possible and wear things down to the point where the Toxapex could come in late game and start sweeping up the battlefield.
Absolutely. So we've seen this is a bit more of a bulkier variant, a bit more balancy kind of version of these Charizard teams. And we do have Juan's team as well, who's not only rocking as well Charizard, but he's also playing with Ancient Power as well. The Ancient Ways. But a bit more of the classic sets that we've seen with Floette, Basculegion, Kingambit, Whimsicott, Garchomp. The Life Orb being put on the Basculegion, and with that speed control from Whimsicott with Tailwind as well, to provide good offensive pressure with Basculegion, with Floette, even Kingambit and Garchomp. Like, all of these Pokemon, very offensive and are able to dish out so much damage as well.
Yeah, exactly. And Okaberry on Kingambit is an item that's been sort of doing twists and turns in terms of the usage. You know, a couple of people have been trying to make sure that they can fit either a Focus Sash or a Life Orb or even Black Glasses on the Kingambit. But then at some point, you start running out of items that are already utilized. So the Basculegion Life Orb is specifically there in order to have, let's say, for example, the Whimsicott by its side. It's got Tailwind immediate support. And then, for example, up against a Mega Charizard Y and, let's say, a Farigiraf or some other Pokemon, it's able to be trained to, most of the time, pick up a one-shot in the sun on certain Mega Charizard Ys. So because you've got that additional 10% multiplier aside from, let's say, Mystic Water usage in order to be able to push the thresholds and get those appropriate damage counts that you require.
Yep, no, that's exactly right. That is what we are pushing towards. You need to give your Basculegion some kind of oomph, and that oomph is that Life Orb being added into this format. Another Mega Pokemon that we do have to discuss is Floette. Floette, Mega. Floette has been really good in Rec MA as well. We've seen sets with Calm Mind trying to have a little bit of a slower game, and then Incineroar plus Sinisha for redirection, for Fake Out, and even a little bit of healing in that regard. This Floette is throwing all of that out of the window. It is absolutely making sure that whatever's coming your way, it is going to hurt, because not only is it having Moonblast, the most standard of fairy types attacks. Dazzling Gleam for special attack. But then you have that Light of Ruin, a 90% accurate 140 base power move, absolutely able to devastate anything that's in front of it that is not resisted.
Yeah, as long as it can connect. There is that 10% chance of missing, which we've seen has absolutely upset and turned battles completely on their head. But like you said, it is such a cataclysmically powerful move with that 140 base power. It just absolutely wallops with the compounding effect of the Fairy Aura present. And it's a great way to be able to utilize the synergy between itself and Whimsicott, because you've got the modest stat alignment preference from the Floette side of things. You're able to capitalize off of a bit more special attack rather than commit to the speed, because you've already got Whimsicott in order to assist you with the speed control aspect of that. But at the same time, you're also further bolstering the damage output of the Moonblast coming from the Whimsicott. So it's a really good way to be able to capitalize off of synergy between two fairies, which at this point isn't very common outside of this duo in particular.
Yeah, you do have Pokemon like, for example, Sylveon that's been played as a fairy type. And a lot of the times the Floettes do need to watch out, for example, if they want to Mega, if they are in a different kind of speed tiering. Like, for example, if you have Trick Room up, and you bring out your Floette, the Sylveon tends to be the slowest thing, but it also gets boosted by this Fairy Aura, which in turn, not having, Light of Ruin, but a Hyper Voice and even a Hyper Beam can hurt very much as well. So, with this kind of team, with this kind of setup, we have Toxapex for the defensive aspect of the Rock Slide, Charizard having Ancient Power for each other as well. I'm seeing the one key tool that Sejun might still have as well against this is Venusaur. Having the sun up, no way to remove it, and it getting a speed boost as well, it can put things to sleep with Sleep Powder as well. And not a lot of Pokemon are able to ignore that, because Sleep Powder, it's everything but grass types right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a really good shout as well. I could most definitely see that being a viable option for Sejun to be able to bring to the field if he doesn't feel as confident in terms of lead matchups, and to really anticipate Juan's playstyle as well, because I'm not sure if Sejun's done his homework on Juan in the past, as a lot of World's trainers do want to sort of search the pool and get a couple of keynotes made around all the various trainers that will also be in attendance. But Juan, like we said, we've seen him so many times across not only the season, but the previous one. So I'm sure he may have some good info on him versus Juan that may not have as much info on Sejun, aside from obviously the Pachirisu triumph back in 2013, but also recently the Mega Delphox team that he definitely did go ahead and start laying out in terms of popularity, which, if I'm not mistaken as well, we saw being brought to Turin back in Regulation Set MA. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's also searched a bit, but maybe not have as much info.
Yeah, this is also, you are playing towards that information game as well. These players now having a bit of information and having a lot of prep time during the summer, making sure that, okay, what are my lines, what do I have to do? And you also have that player aspect, because a lot of the time these players have a different kind of play style as well, because where the one player loves to have Whimsicott with Tailwind setting up, there's a lot of Whimsicotts that do love, for example, not even setting the Tailwind up yet, but just going for the Moonblast plus that Floette as well to try and remove a Pokemon completely before they even have a chance to. The Whimsicott is one of those Pokemon that is able to stay on the field for at least one turn thanks to that Focus Sash, whereas in turn, something might absolutely get deleted.
Yeah, it's true. And like we said, it sort of depends on the progression of the board state and what you need to be able to get to your win conditions per se for that match, right? So Whimsicott usually is utilized at early game phases. You get speed control set up, or you go with the combo with the Floette and go absolute full fairy damage potential bolstered by Fairy Aura, which can be quite devastating if you are unprepared against that. But then again, we've seen it be swapped out turn 1, or even not be brought in leads and brought in the back for the mid to end game. And all of a sudden, if you can identify an encore pin that you can lock your opponent into, or have the devastating speed control set up then versus a bit more of a passive early game lead from your opponent's side, you're able to just run through their team.
Yeah, it's always devastating to me personally. Every time I'm playing against a team, no Whimsicott in lead, I'm assuming, no Whimsicott to be seen. And then, but then suddenly, in the end, I went for a protect, and suddenly a Whimsicott switches in, and I'm standing there looking at it. Oh no, is that happening? And you know, it's not fun, because the Whimsicott feels like it is a prankster. It is a prankster Pokemon, so giving of course, a priority to its non-attacking moves, which helps it in this regard. And Encore just making sure, oh, you went for protect. That's so nice. Let's do that again. And it feels a little insulting to me. Yes, exactly. It's like, oh, I made the wrong move. Do it again, though.
More, please.
More. I want more.
This is true, and that is exactly what it gets, unless, you know, you've got any sort of priority blocking on the other side of the field, you've got any sort of abilities or items like a mental herb, for example, that can deter at least that 1 time's worth of an encore disruption status move coming your way. But yeah, going into this set a bit more then, because understandably we appreciate, where is the match? It's on its way, don't worry, we're trying to get things worked out, but we're building up tension. That's the beauty of this, right? Between both of our trainers, what do you visualize as leads, Shmon? Like, what sort of win cons are we precisely looking for from either side?
Sejun doesn't have a lot of speed control. Like, the main thing is that Venusaur. We have noticed that this Venusaur is modest, however. Now, modest Venusaur is a bit slower than timid, of course, and Venusaur still has decent speed stat at the very least. But Sun gives a boost 2 times as well to the chlorophyll user that is Venusaur, and then on the opposing end with Tailwind, that also gives you 2 times speed. So things like, for example, what if you go for, let's say, the Garchomp? The Garchomp is faster. The Venusaur still has its Sash, where it is able to use that, but something like the Garchomp going, for example, for a Rock Slide. We've seen it, we've done it. Rock Slide sometimes controls the game, where you're able to make sure, you know what, I'm not quite sure, I'm gonna click Rock Slide. If I get a flinch, we can see what happens next turn.
It's a win con. So, you know, like, if you need to go for it, depending on the situation, then that's your out. It's as simple as that. And, you know, you still have to trade the potential eventuality of you missing said Rock Slide move, because thankfully it's not a 100% accurate move. But yeah, I think going into it, generally speaking, it's dependent. So, all right, we're saying then that Juan from
I do think the Whimsicott. I'm thinking the Whimsicott from Juan is coming immediately, because it gives so much leeway towards doing something else, like even something like the Floette. Floette has a higher speed stat with the Mega than the Venusaur. You're not able to KO the Venusaur. You're not even able to completely delete it. But at the same time, you have that Tailwind up, and now the Venusaur is able to put something sleep, but it's only that Floette, for example. With that speed control, then, if you're able to make sure that you're able to punish something, I could see options like that. Like, even, for example, Sleep Powder is inaccurate. And I don't quite know what Sejun's real answer is, except for that Venusaur Charizard lead, then for a possible Whimsicott lead in that end. What do you think?
I think those are really good points that you've already covered, right? Whimsicott does make a lot of sense in terms of not only the speed control, it's got that disruption available via the Encore, but then there's also the case where Basculegion surely feels a bit awkward in terms of whether it can be brought or not, because, like we said, the Adamant Basculegion, if it is max speed invest without the stat alignment boost from said Adamant choice, it's not going to be able to outspeed a modest max speed invested Venusaur if the Sun is up versus the Tailwind, because it's gonna Venusaur's being able to outpace it by 2 points, essentially 2 stat points, and it directly threatens that Leaf Storm one shot as long as it connects, of course. I don't think Juan will be willing to play that risky game, because if you're going to be setting up Tailwind straight away, you're going to be susceptible to getting KO'd by Sejun's Charizard, and then you're going to be one Pokemon slot down if there's a double up into that slot, especially because there's Incineroar on Sejun's side, which, depending on if the Kingambit really wants the gum, it might feel a bit more confident, given the fact that Kingambit on Juan's side does not have Protect. It does have Occa Berry. It will be able to half the Fire-type move, whichever one connects into it.
At least one,
but, yeah, at least one, but it does not have Protect. It's got Kowtow Cleave, Low Kick, Iron Head, and Sucker Punch.
What if, for example, let's say we lead to Kingambit. We do have something like, for example, the Occa Berry, like the Venusaur plus Charizard lead.
Right.
If you go for Sucker Punch, you can break the sash on the Venusaur. So Venusaur is already not quite irked to try and click an attacking move in that regard. But maybe going for Sleep Powder can miss in that regard. So if you go for something like a Sucker Punch into the Charizard slot, you at least get some damage on the Charizard slot, whereas it might get to put to sleep, and Occa Berry still remaining. So you still have a Pokemon on the right who's able to try and deal some damage here. But the main thing for me, maybe, because we were talking earlier about Whimsicott being a late bring, I think maybe Whimsicott as a late bring together with that Basculegion could prove to be quite useful as well.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Especially because of the fact that Sejun and Juan, obviously they both share a Mega Charizard Y each from either side, but there is a difference in terms of the training. Sejun has Timid Charizard Y, Juan has Modest Charizard Y, and that is an indication, of course, from Juan's side that you got speed control. Why do you need to commit with Timid? Just go for max damage output, get a lot of bulk onto it. You've got that support with the speed control via the Whimsicott. You're good. Yeah, it's fine.
You're fine.
Versus Sejun having to commit to the Timid due to the lack of speed control. And that could be a very serious indication of Sejun feeling confident to bring the Charizard Y next to the Venusaur, Juan feeling forced to bring that Whimsicott as a lead in order to allow his Charizard Y mid-game towards end to be able to wrap things up. Like you said, as long as you get that sash broken on the Venusaur.
The options here are plentiful.
There's loads.
Because I'm
for sure.
looking at the okay. I'm gonna talk another Pokemon because we still have something. We have Toxapex. Toxapex being one of those Pokemon defensively very strong. Garchomp is your main Pokemon to really deal damage to it because it has the ground type moves. But this specifically Garchomp from Juan is of course Citrus Berry, not even Life Orb, so it's not getting an extra boost to its attack stat. And it only has Earthquake. So, being with that, you can just, if you have a end game where you can have Toxapex versus Garchomp, you know, like, Wide Guard mind games.
It's true. Yeah, this is absolutely true.
Okay, how many Wide Guards would you do? How many Wide Guards? Like,
you gotta commit. You gotta commit with at least 3 or 4.
Yeah, he's toxic already. How many Wide Guards?
Pretty much. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a great way to be able to wall out those options, right? And aside from, let's say, the Basculegion and maybe the Kingambit, depending on if, let's say, the Kingambit has got a Defiant boost going or the Basculegion has Last Respects bolstered up due to previous KOs on that side of the field. Those are main ways to be able to deal a strong enough punch towards the said Toxapex, but then it's got lefties. It's got the regenerate ability if it wants to try to like get some rotations going in the back, which could, you know, go so well in terms of synergy with Incineroar as a bring. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of nuance in terms of the leads and the picks, but it does feel like from Sejun's side, Venusaur, Charizard have to be a guarantee in this matchup. Toxapex, I think it probably will be as well. That fourth slot is the interesting one where it could easily be Incineroar, or depending on if you want to go more offensive disruption, so like burst damage, you go for that Basculegion, anticipating a passive lead perhaps from Juan's side.
I'm like Basculegion, very scary Pokemon, and we've seen like a lot of evolution with it. In the beginning of Rec MA, we saw especially a lot of Scarf, and now we're seeing Scarf again on Sejun's team. Nowadays we're seeing Citrus Berry, Life Orb, Mystic Water, Focus Sash. We've seen it's a little bit of Pokemon that loves its item bazaar, really, where he was able to utilize it And in this instance, I feel like the Scarf isn't really helping you that much because there's a lot of tools against it. Scarf boosting your speed by like only by an extra half, like 50% extra, while Tailwind doubles it naturally. But these players, honestly, if we have to mention as well, like, if we haven't mentioned it enough, I do have to tell this. I went to a local last week where I was playing TCG. And I had some players that hadn't heard the Pachirisu, the world champion Pachirisu. So I was able to share that story as well to them and like look at the video, like we were watching it as well. And the players were absolutely losing their mind, and I might have converted a few.
That's the spirit. Good on you, Shmon. I mean, how could they not? It was such an amazing tale of, you know, that's permanently going to be sealed in the history halls of VGC, no doubt about it. Sejun is the absolute GOAT. He's a 3-time Korean national champion. The first one was when he was still a senior, and Korea did not yet have separate age divisions, where, you know, that's exactly
I didn't know that. That's
too.
actually new info to me.
I know. No, exactly. And that year, he was a finalist at Worlds, of course, in the seniors 2011. Went on to Top Cut 2012. He got a top 8 there. 2013, top 8. And the following season, the 2014, that's where we went ahead and nabbed up the World Championship title. So it was just a moment of like, just a build-up, really. Just a seasonal progression until the World Championship title.
That is actually makes the story a little bit cooler as well to me.
Oh yeah.
I like the Pachirisu to me itself also was like an indication of like, oh, you know what? VGC, maybe it looks kind of cool actually, because I was mainly playing casually more the games. But yeah, not only Sejun was starting as a senior, Juan also started as a senior. Where he top cut 5 different ICs as well, winning OCIC 2019 and getting second at LAIC 2019. That is astonishing, first off. All before aging up.
Yeah, and that was the exact same tournament and placement that he got this year as a Masters. So it really sort of like, there was so much build up at LAIC, and it meant so much to him and his brother. I had a bit of a chat with them earlier this season at that event, and they were just talking to me about how much it meant to them, and, you know, just being able to hit that championship Sunday, of course, was just an amazing accomplishment in of itself. And he was, of course, the final Latin American competitor left in the tournament at the moment. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to bring it home for the first ever time in VGC across the years of LAIC, but you know, he was right there, and I wouldn't put it past him to be able to capitalize off of that progression and experience that he built up and he has over the past couple of seasons to this world, to be able to get into that phase 2, go all the way through to the title. But of course, he's going to be up against some absolute titans of this game, and in particular Sejun, which isn't only a titan of this game. He's qualified 4 times in different games at Worlds. So this isn't just the only game he's qualified a world.
That is like the guy. If you want to point to someone and say, who's the Pokemon guy? You can point to Sejun Park, because he's done it all.
Literally.
Can you, like, I dabble in TCG. I like playing TCG. I love it even. I like to play Go even. I'm not able to play Unite. I'm really bad at it. I'm just gonna say it. I tried. I'm not good at it. I'm sorry. It happens. But
I can sympathize, don't worry.
Yeah, but it's astonishing to me that you can qualify for so many different things. That is the ultimate Pokemon fan. He just loves Pokemon.
Literally, yeah. I mean, he was TCG national champion, and then Go Worlds qualifier, and then Unite Worlds top 8. By the way. There's not much to say in terms of building up this absolute veteran of Pokemon across all games, Sejun Park, against the newer generation, Juan Salerno, which, you know, representative of Argentina, doing an incredible job, both in LATAM, as well as coming over to EU during some of our own regionals during the season. So, yeah, you know, like to the build-up of LAIC, I think I saw him at Gdansk. I was like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm doing
coincidence.
well with championship points. So
I just happened to be here. Whoa. What
he's like,
Oh,
I'm
that's
here on
weird.
holiday. I'm like, oh, who would have thought? Fancy seeing
what a
you
weird
here.
coincidence. No, because we both went to LAIC and like it was a great experience for both of us. For me, it was astonishing to see the energy. It felt like a football stadium. While people play TCG, having that much noise as well, and the people so hyped and excited for the players representing LATAM as well, which was very fun for me to watch as well. Like as a viewer at that time, I really just enjoyed it, and the people were amazing. Despite me absolutely not speaking a word of Portuguese. Like,
Same here, mate. Don't worry.
I was constantly trying. It did not go well. I had like a little book and tried to have like a few phrases, but the people were so friendly, so willing, and to explain me things, and the food was, oh man, I just want to go back. Honestly.
I know, I was gonna say, like, this is San Francisco turned to LAIC.
No. I'm just saying, we've seen these players absolutely come to a lot of these events worldwide, and these players have met so many people. Whereas for me, like, for example, I've met so many players and amazing players that they all stayed with me in this Pokemon journey, and as well for these players as well. As you mentioned, seeing Juan for you in Gdansk suddenly, that must have been quite exciting for him as well to talk to you again. Like, that is just a very fun feeling to have in that regard.
Oh, 100%. I mean, yeah, we always enjoy a good chin wag when we see each other. I'm like, oh, hey! I was like, oh, hey! Yeah, because we've gone up against each other. Yeah, no, literally. But yeah, I think I've had the pleasure as well of being able to go up against him in an official tournament. I think it was EUIC last season, if I'm not mistaken. And he's such a phenomenal trainer. He's able to be so many steps ahead of the game, but also not be willing to make a risk if it doesn't make sense in terms of like percentages and odds. It's like, oh, okay, well, if there is, let's say, a 30% chance for me to win if I get the read correct in turn 2 of a game, he's probably not going to commit to it. He wants to make sure that it's at least past that 50% threshold in order to say, right, okay, yeah, now I could do it. Because he's also a big fan of being able to try to condition his opponents into sort of understanding his playstyle, saying, oh, okay, he's a bit of, a passive, board, position-focused trainer until the point he absolutely turns the throttle on and he's like, no.
I absolutely love seeing plays like that, where you suddenly realize, like, oh, this is the gear shift. This is where it's happening.
That's it.
Like, it's the slow build-up, like the small ladders, on like climbing the ladder, where you then see the platform and have an overview of the whole match, and you're like, now I got you. And that feels like such a big brain move as well, where these players are, because that's the cool thing with VGC as well. There's a lot of, I mentioned it earlier, where you have to go player to player base. Like, players approach it differently, have different ideas how to approach certain matches, because different experiences. And that is also the fun part, where you're kind of like decoding the way that your opponent plays. You have that first game, the first information exchange, where you're like, okay, trying to get information. Which Pokemon did they bring? How did they lead? What do they believe is the best option to do? Something like that.
Yeah, exactly that. So, we know that it's been a bit of a wait. Apologies, folks. What we're going to do is we're going to cut to a very short break until we get back with the match, which is going to be very soon. We're getting confirmation saying that there will be some team sheet issues that are essentially getting resolved right now. So, we're going to give you lovely folks an opportunity to get your refreshments and come back in a few moments in order for us to get things kicked off here at the side stream of 2026 World Championships held in San Francisco.
See you in a bit.
And we are back, everybody! Here, of course, for the 2026 World Championships side stream. At the moment, the stream is not held in San Francisco, but the tournament is. And we are absolutely excited and ecstatic to be able to give you, lovely folks at home or wherever you are, some more action outside of the mainstream. I am Costa. This is Simon. Oh, wait, this way, sorry. It's Simon van der Voort. And
It's me.
we have. It's you. And we are so excited to be able to bring you the action. We are back, and we are soon going to be going ahead and showing off our first set, which, if you were tuning in just before the break, we were hyping it up, and it's not going to be featured on our stream. That previous one was Seijun Park versus Juan Salerno, so if you do want to go ahead and check that out, it is going to be featured on the main stream. But in the meantime, from outside, we're going to be shifting gears to showcase yet another amazing set. It's going to be Sebastian Escalante versus Flavio Del Pidio. And it's going to be Argentina versus Italy in what is going to be such an amazing bout between both of our trainers.
Exactly. Looking forward to seeing these players perform. Sebastian himself, for results, was the Campinas regional champion this year, 2026.
Yep.
It was still in Scarlet and Violet, all the previous, but also being fourth as well in Curitiba regional championships as well, and then also multiple top 32s, Lima special, the Buenos Aires special, the Belo Horizonte regional. That was all last year. What?
Oh, yeah. Sebastian's been on an absolute riot, and he's one of our notable trainers which used to play and get some very high achievements as well in previous seasons. I remember him playing back in 2015 and 2016, so he's made a really strong comeback over the past couple of seasons. And let's not forget that two-time regional slash special championship titles that he's got.
Oh, yes.
That's just to go to show the absolute caliber of trainer that he is. He's going to be such an amazing representative of Argentina and LATAM. He's going to be going up against a very common name within our EU regional streams, Flavio Del Pidio. And not only that, EUIC 2019 champ as well.
Yeah, we have to talk about it. The player is absolutely both these players crazy, because that's the thing about these regionals. You get to see so many cool players, and I love it.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And I just want a small shout out to the Turin Special Championships team that he brought Mega Lopunny. I'm just saying I can't get much
impressive.
Cooler than that. I can't get really much cooler than that, really, in my opinion. Bringing a Mega that's not been featured that much, and I just wanted to shout it out because it's still something that I feel, gotta get recognized. Real recognizes real.
Yeah. This is true, especially when it's a rain dance Mega Lopunny, in order to be able to combine that with a rain core with Bastia Legion, Scarf, Pelipper Citrus Berry, and that Chaludon lefties, as well as a Sableye, which has a lot of disruption to it. So it's a cool way to be able to capitalize off an immediate burst potential of either you go for fake out or you go for setup or even just full on damage. But yeah, Flavio is a trainer, like we said, an amazing one that is going to be going up against another one. We got a bit of a team sheet preview from Sebastian's side of the field. I would say a couple of familial Pokemon, but not necessarily in the same core. We have got a pairish setup potential with that Mega Gengar and that Alolan Ninetales, ever so trusty, next to it in order to get some potential Encore Disable shenanigans going.
Yeah, Encore Disable, and then of course being stuck on the field thanks to that Mega ability from Gengar, which is that Shadow Tag. No Pokemon can escape except for those Ghost types who are immune to being trapped in that regard. You still have the option for pivoting moves, like for example the Incineroar has, Parting Shot, lowering the attack and the special attack, and then switching out. Premier Pokemon to have on your Parasong team, as it gives you as well Fake Out together with that Sneasler, who's able to lock in Pokemon as well that Mega Gengar isn't quite fond of. Like, exactly, also on the team sheet, King Gambit. You see what I'm doing?
And I'm absolutely picking up what you're letting down, my friend. It is a really good point, because it's a great way to be able to answer King Gambit being such a problem for those Mega Gengars. They do tend to get sort of super bulky training. This is a timid variant Gengar, so that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the speed investment is there, because they commonly just want to hit a certain threshold of being able to outpace max speed Garchomps, for example, in order to get those Perish Sons going. But this is a very common composition in terms of having double fake out potential. You've got that Encore disable availability for disruption between the Gengar and that Ninetales, and then you got the sort of matchup check Pokemon, that Kingambit, like we just spoke about, having the Choppleberry, Adamant, just the classic stuff for pure damage potential, but also the Dragonite. And what I really like about this Dragonite, aside from obviously it being inner focus, you know, you're immune to fake outs, as well as intimidates, you've got superpower, which isn't as common to see in terms of the fighting type coverage when it comes to it, which you typically see is low kick, which of course the Kingambit does have. So you've got triple fighting type potential in terms of your attacks from 3 of your Pokemon on the right hand side of the field, but superpower clearly there to be able to have additional base power that you can utilize to go ahead and break a couple of those very sort of well and established damage calcs. So let's say opposing Kingambits, maybe there's a chance that you can now pick up a KO with a Choppleberry or max bulk Kingambits on the other side of the field.
Yeah, so having played this team, that is exactly what superpower is for, actually. Like,
oh, right.
Being able to KO the Kingambits with those Choppleberries, it's also just the Life Orb boost helps it enormously. You don't have an item like the Choice Band boosting its attack, so instead it is going to be that Life Orb, making sure that the Dragon Claw and the E-Speed are doing so much damage, and having a Pokemon that's immune to Intimidate, immune to Fake Out, the 2 premier ways to really control the field, is an amazing addition to it as well. Ninetales being Sash, having then of course as well a little bit of weather control where you're able to trap in your Charizard, switch in Ninetales if you really want to, or maybe protect the Gengar, Parting Shot into that Charizard to bring in the Ninetales, where you're then having suddenly the option of Encore Disable. But now, what is Sebastian going up against? It is, of course, Charizard! Charizard this time.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, we've seen a variation of this earlier when we were talking about the T's, but this time no Sleep Powder on the Venusaur. This is full offense Venusaur. We're talking 3 moves, 3 strong moves, might I add, Sludge Bomb, Blaze Storm, Earth Power, and that all of it boosted with that Life Orb as well.
Yeah, and like we said, there's so much going for Venusaur in the current meta as well, whether you want to go for the disruption route or not. I can totally see the adaptation of going for Earth Power on it, given the fact that the Sylveon does have Yawn available to itself, in order for you to try to get that board position manipulation, get those statuses going, if you want to start slowing down the pace of your opponent. Obviously, the Toxapex is there, and maybe there could be a bit of anti-synergy between the status infliction from the Yawn as well as the Toxic, but then also, you don't necessarily have to go for Toxic. You could easily go for Sylveon Yawn into Infestation from the Toxapex and start locking down your opponent into mandatorily going to sleep whilst you sort of circumnavigate the board and try to place it more in your favor. But then Garchomp, it's Scarf variant. You've got Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Stomping Tantrum, and Rock Slide. So you've got the full plethora of the most useful moves on this Pokemon in order to be able to establish a lot of offensive pressure for it, especially given the fact that Adamant, max speed, for example, and doesn't even need to be max speed, can actually outpace Basculegions, which are Choice Scarf as well. So I do really like the way that you're able to manipulate, taking advantage of certain speed benchmarks.
Yep, that is exactly right. Something that I noticed as well, the team, like, you have the perfect balance of like the sheer offense and then the slow Pokemon being that Sylveon and a Toxapex. So in case of something like a Trick Room. So honestly, these teams are looking mighty fine. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this in action. We've seen Sylveon instead being with a Snorlax, where you had Yawn as well, having some thick fat to sponge the moves really a bit easier from the Charizard. But now with a Sylveon, you know, you have a little bit more of offensive presence as well in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. You got priority, you've got options, Hyper Voice with Pixelate Boost is just such a powerful move, especially when you got the additional bolstering effect of the Fairy Wing that is available to itself as an item slot. But with that being said, The game is ready. We're going to go ahead and get some action going here at the Worlds 2026 side stream. Sebastian Escalante versus Flavio Del Pidio. This is going to be an amazing set between both of our trainers. We've already covered a couple of different key points in terms of the win conditions from either side. You've got the Perish and Disruption mode from Sebastian's side, whilst you've got Disruption, but most importantly, the advantage of being able to outpace certain Pokemon with Flavio's team. That Venusaur looking at you, my friend, as we're going to be going in and figuring out what the leads are going to be very shortly. And that seems to be the Incineroar from Flavio's side, accompanied by the Charizard versus an Incineroar of Sebastian's, as well as the Gengar.
Yeah, we saw both Intimidates, of course, activate, giving us maybe an idea of what Incineroar might be faster. The side of Flavio seems to be faster. It is also, of course, because of that relaxed nature on Sebastian's side, wanting that slow parting shot to make sure that you're able to get something else in to punish whatever is coming out. Now, with this lead, the most likely thing that you think that's going to happen is something like Protect with the Mega Gengar, Fake Out with the Incineroar, and then see what you can do further than that, because you're trying to make sure you're able to disable or even make sure you're able to encore something in this kind of endgame.
Yeah, as we are going to have the Mega Evolution come out from the Gengar. It's going to be able to get that Shadow Tag ability enabled on the field. So the subsequent turn, outside of any parting shot capabilities from Flavio's Incineroar, the Charizard is most definitely locked in, and it has actually committed for a Mega Evolution. They tend to want to do this in order to be able to go ahead and get some raw damage output straight on from the get-go, especially because the Incineroar is faster from Flavio's side, second time in a row.
Yeah, no Protect coming out as well. Perish song coming out, making sure that all of these Pokemon will hear this beautiful song where they will faint in 3 turns. Charizard going for that Weather Ball. We know that this Gengar tends to be defensively built, and that is exactly what's happening as the Incineroar did flinch. But the most important thing has been done. The Charizard has been trapped, the song has been sung, and now we need to get to an endgame where Sebastian is able to make sure that both of the opposing Pokemon from Flavio aren't able to remove this Gengar.
Yeah, and this is the awkward thing. The Modest has a chance to be able to pick up the K on the Gengar, that being the Charizard, but Flavio's is timid nature. Now, Throat Chop Incineroar from Flavio's side is definitely a possibility, since we've seen it move first twice now versus Sebastian's Incineroar. So if Sebastian wants to try to go for a cheeky 1-2 switch out, he's going to have to be very cautious if he wants to try to utilize the parting shot. But this could very well be a double Protect from his side if you want to be able to further progress an additional turn of Perish. But then you're going to start running out of options. But seems to be the hard switch of the Incineroar in for the Sneasler.
Yeah, Sneasel on the field. It is that white herbs that they tend to be a little bit bulkier. You then give, of course, your Gengar the option to fake something out to make sure you're able to move in again. As the Ancient Power is coming out from that Charizard onto the Sneasler. And it's getting the boost! We got our first boost! That is exactly what I've been waiting for, because Ancient Power is now making sure that this Charizard is extra threatening, as it outspeeds the Gengar right now because of that speed boost as well. And possibly even the Sneasler. Well, potentially.
Yeah. Potentially. That is insanity right there. And it definitely depends on the training of the Charizard. But we're going to have to see. Sneasler will have Fake Out available to itself right now. But unfortunately for the Gengar, it is essentially a sitting duck. It has to switch out or go on the offensive. And if you're going to be willing to stay in, you're going to have to compromise with losing your Shadow Tag capability for the remainder of this game, as it's so vital to be able to make sure that you start picking up the double KO in front of you with that Perish mode, and then you no longer need to specifically rely on the Gengar towards the mid and end game, as you got your eventual sweepers, and that seems to be the case as Incineroar is now switching in favor of.
Yeah, Incineroar giving another Intimidate there. Charizard going for the Ancient Power again. This is still no staff, and it is Incineroar, but that is still some big damage coming out there. No second boost, luckily, as the Incineroar takes its healthy break. Close combat from the Sneasler into that Incineroar slot. Not enough to KO it just yet. Let's see if the Incineroar goes on the offensive to try and KO something like the Sneasler, as it is also taking its small break, sharing each other's berries. It's lunchtime. White Herb being consumed, boosting the speed of the Sneasler thanks to its Unburden. Incineroar going for that Flare Blitz into that Incineroar slot itself. Not doing enough damage to kill it. As to why now the parry, the shadow attack is broken, and now both Pokemon are able to switch out.
Yeah, and this is a spot where, since Flavio does have moves that he can take in terms of switching out, it sort of opens up obvious plays that can potentially be punished depending on which Pokemon he wants to switch in. So there could be a case that he might actually want one of them to be able to essentially get sacrificed in this point to allow a readjustment, and doesn't seem to be the case. Charizard's definitely going to be switching out. We know that the Sneasler is going to be the fastest thing on the field right now, thanks to the proc of the Unburden. It is going to be the double switch, and the Venusaur, as well as the Garchomp, are now back on the field for the first time.
Yeah, we have a strong close combat coming out into that Venusaur slot, of course resisting it thanks to that poison typing. The Sneasler defenses are dropping again, but you are just going for that offensive parting shot, trying to re-establish some kind of control here with that Gengar, with that maybe another Pokemon that's still in the back as well. That could prove to be useful, because now the Garchomp and the Venusaur are both quite fast just as well. I do believe that speed tiering wise, it should be Sneasler first, Venusaur second, and then the Garchomp.
Yeah, especially because this Sneasler is the Jolly variant, which does mean it's definitely going to be able to outpace everything on the side of the field. And that might actually be the reason why we saw the Incineroar survive that close combat from neutral, because we've got multi-layer situation going on there. We've got a Jolly Sneasler, which isn't adamant, so it's not going to have the additional damage boost, but also the Incineroar is impish. That means it's going to have additional physical defense, which allows it to be able to take those hits. So it's a great way to be able to showcase why the natures are so important between every individual Pokemon. But in this case, we've got the Gengar back on the field. It's not going to allow Garchomp or Venusaur to switch out. It's probably going to be a passive protect from itself, meaning that the Sneasler needs to either commit with a gunshot or a close combat gunshot on the Venusaur, close combat on the Garchomp in order to put it within range and allow itself to go down for the free switch.
Yeah, so this is a lot of options to consider. We have the Gunk Shot and the Protect from the Gengar. Gunk Shot is enough to KO the Venusaur, luckily, there, as now Garchomp is still yet to move. Could very well go for something like an Earthquake, but actually opting to go for Rock Slide. Rock Slide, of course, able to miss, and that is exactly what's happening. So we had our first Rock Slide miss and our first Ancient Power boost. Honestly, it's already looking out to be a great Worlds here.
Yeah, truly, it's sort of what we're saying. The odds are ever so not in your favor, trainers, sometimes, and that's just the trade that you have to live with, essentially, sometimes. So we've got a scenario that the Venusaur has been down. I was quite surprised to not see Flavio protected there. Maybe anticipating Sebastian to go passive in terms of his targeting, anticipate a very obvious protect from the Venusaur, go on the offensive, but it seems like Sebastian was able to get the best of that decision there. Charizard's now on the field, now being able to bring the harsh sunlight for the remainder of probably game one, in the point where the Sneasler, it's still in an awkward spot, especially the Gengar. This is going to force Sebastian to have to allow his Pokemon to get knocked out, because the fourth Pokemon isn't revealed. I could very well anticipate it being a Ninetales, and from Sebastian's side, he really needs to get rid of the Charizard in order to be able to allow room for the Ninetales, but also lower the damage output of the Garchomp in anticipation of this Rock Slide that, as we've seen, has been locked in.
Yeah, Rock Slide been locked in, not stabbed, so it's not getting very much boosted. Gunk Shot coming out, but unfortunately missing on the Charizard. I was totally expecting a Protect here from the Charizard, but a Rock Slide missed again. What happens once can happen twice. But Rock Slide not killing the Sneasler, even despite it -2 defenses right now. Charizard still yet able to move, and it is going for that Heat Wave, and it is saying, yeah, you know what, Garchomp, I got this. I'll connect for us, for both of us here. The Incineroar able to survive here, but giving option for a potential fake out at the very least onto the fast target that is that Garchomp.
Yeah, and this is tough for Sebastian. He wanted to be able to at least get some damage there, force a 2-shot onto the Charizard, and sure, allow the Sneasler to go down, but that's the risk of running Gunshot. And we saw it in the previous turns as well, that he could have committed with it, but was a bit scared of the accuracy, and there's a good reason to, right? But the Gengar, it's just in such an awkward spot where it's probably going to be able to get KO'd by the Rock Slide. It depends. It might be quite close due to the Intimidate drops onto it, but you need to be able to clear the board in order for
Yeah.
your final and fourth Pokemon to be able to sweep up. And I'm not sure if there's enough resources available for Sebastian to be able to do that, as Flavio, even though his Garchomp has its damage output lowered, and technically there's a Gengar that could be faster on the field, you are in a spot where you have so many healthy Pokemon left, and all you need to do is commit and connect with the moves. Oh, wow.
Okay, fake out onto the Charizard, Rock Slide, not KOing either of the Pokemon. Gengar able to go for the disable, going onto that Charizard. Now a fake out and disable into that Garchomp could have as well worked out quite well, but now the Garchomp is still able to go for yet another Rock Slide in this instance. So maybe there's still an option here in the back for Sebastian, where protecting with the Gengar, making sure that the Incineroar goes down, but something to switch in. I'm not really a double protect maybe, and then with the Alolan Ninetales, I suppose, to Blizzard to KO the Garchomp in the end. But the Charizard has so much health. The Incineroar is still in the back there. It is feeling like Sebastian is right now scraping a little bit for information right now, trying to see, okay, so we're trying to see what does Flavio like to click, what are their preferred ways of approaching this game. And we are seeing now that the Pokemon in play in the fourth one was that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, getting confirmation from a couple of the signs that we called out in terms of the priority on that Charizard, and not really caring as much about the Garchomp. Makes sense to having that Alolan Ninetales, and due to the snow, being able to bolster the physical defensive side of Ice-type Pokemon is going to be able to take that handily, but the Ancient Power double up there just goes to show that, you know, Flavio feels like outside of any Rock Slide misses, he's pretty much got this game one locked in.
Yeah, this is... gaming-wise, this feels like a hard approach now still for Sebastian to end it on his terms here. Now, we are getting a lot of information how much damage something does after an Intimidate drop with the Snow Boost, for example, from the Rock Slide from the Garchomp. We have info that the Gengar even at -2 and that low is able to survive a Rock Slide, the spread Rock Slide as well. It's also good information. So now with this, Gengar does finally go down. We do still have the option of Blizzard, which, you know, has a little chance of doing some crazy shenanigans. Of course, Charizard is going to be able to survive this quite handily, as the Garchomp is 4 times weak to it and will finally go down, as Charizard Ancient Power will pick up the KO on the Alolan Ninetales. And now only with the Incineroar left, it is looking like we're going to a game 2.
Yeah, and we see the forfeit now being locked in from Sebastian's side. Flavio being able to handle that quite nicely from his side. That game 1, it felt like even though the Perish mode was activated and you had it set up, that you weren't able to get that much mileage because of the fact that your Incineroar, as we saw a couple of times there, we haven't confirmed it yet, but it seems to be slower versus Flavio. So your fake out is always going to be superseded by your opponent's one, which means you open up the slot of Charizard going for the full frontal assault onto that Mega Gengar, taking it down to 18% of its HP remaining, and essentially not allowing it to be able to get any sort of flexibility in terms of switch in, switch outs anymore to sponge up damage. So it doesn't feel like Perish is the right kind of play in terms of your strategy going into this set. I would probably feel a bit more comfortable bringing that Dragonite in, depending on which situation you find yourself in. If you can get rid of the Venusaur, you've got the Inner Focus, which is allows Dragonite to be immune to Intimidates as well as Fake Outs, and you've got the Life Orb Dragon Claw that, outside of there being, let's say, a Sylveon on the other side of the field, it pretty much goes through a lot of Flavio's team, who didn't even opt in to bring either Sylveon or Toxapex in that game 1.
Yeah, so more so going on the offense and the speed especially, because that is something that seems to be a little bit key as well, as you are able to outspeed with your Pokemon onto the Gengar despite it being timid in that regard. Now, for game 2 adaptations, I do agree, maybe not the Perish way is the way to go there. Instead, let's try something else. And we are seeing that Dragonite.
Hello.
Exactly as you said there.
Well, I mean, I've played a bit with this core. I think I understand a bit of it, but obviously Sebastian is such a master at it. He has brought the Gengar by its side, so he's still got the option of having that single Mega available in this game, but going for the Perish Trap. or at least a Shadow Tag to lock both of Flavio's Pokemon in, which it is going to be the classic Charizard Y and the Venusaur. So you've got the immediate option to go on the offensive with both of your Pokemon, but you're going to have to really respect this Dragonite, which you can't truly hit as powerfully unless you do a double commit with, let's say, a Sludge Bomb into the Dragonite if it doesn't go for Protect, and then an Ancient Power. But even then, I don't think it's enough to be able to pick up the KO.
Yeah, and you're also in this game where now maybe you don't want to instantly Mega your Charizard as well. You'd like to take a step back and go for a double Protect here to try and see if Sebastian is going for that Protect, and that might be exactly what's happening. Charizard going for that Protect here right now first. Venusaur going for that Protect here, as now you're making sure that even if the Gengar and Dragonite went for a Protect here, the Ninetales that could have switched in at least gets a little bit punished still. But the Gengar going for the Pair Song once again. The song of our people has been played, and now in 3 turns these Pokemon will go down. So let's see if this time the lock might be effective.
Yeah, and let's be completely real. That was a gutsy play from Sebastian.
Yes, absolutely.
He absolutely left the Gengar open to a raw KO there. That could have just been an Earth Power and a Heat Wave commit, or even a Weather Ball, and that's it. The Mega's gone completely from game 2, and probably leading Sebastian to losing this set. But his nerves were made of steel in that scenario, and this is going to allow him to make a couple of moves in order to further progress his win cons at this point, get those switches going. He's got the Incineroar in right now, so this very well has to be Sleep Powder, a disruption from Flavio's side, and needs to be able to target correctly.
Yeah, Flavio, of course, with the Venusaur, bringing that offensive set with the Life Orb. Now, Earth Power can devastate this Gengar still. The sun is now up. The Gengar is now free to go for Protect. So it is looking like this kind of setup right now is really good. Venusaur going for that Sludge Bomb, making sure that that Incineroar has been chipped down. Massive amount of damage there, of course. And now the Charizard is still to move. And it is going to be that Ancient Power once again onto that Incineroar right now. We are not seeing a boost, thankfully, for this Incineroar, because now you're able to at least go for something like a Fake Out and making sure that one of these Pokemon are not able to move, while your Gengar provides some kind of offense, like maybe a Shadow Ball or even a Disable in that regard.
Yeah, and, you know, the Ancient Power not proccing was actually really huge for Sebastian there, because then the Charizard Y would have been able to outspeed the Mega Gengar and probably pick up that one-shot via a Weather Ball into the Gengar if it so wanted to stay on the field. But this does allow options of going for Fake Out onto the Venusaur if you want to maintain picking up a double KO via Perish at the end of the next couple of turns, and surviving the Weather Ball from the Charizard. We saw it do it in Game 1. It's probably going to be able to do it in Game 2 due to that Charizard, like we mentioned before, it is timid. It is not oriented in terms of its training to be modest, but seems like Sebastian does not want to risk it, switches the Dragonite instead.
Yeah, Dragonite switch again, trying to make sure it wouldn't get hit by an Earth Power, but instead it is the Incineroar going down right now. Charizard still able to move, going for a potential Weather Ball. What was the Gengar shot earlier, or maybe try to get another cheeky damage with some Ancient Power, but it is the Weather Ball, so good switch on that end, as the Dragonite is normally resisted to this. Then we have, of course, the lock being back on. Incineroar going down means Gengar gets to come in, and neither of Flavio's Pokemon get to switch out, meaning that both of these will more than likely go down in the following turn. So resource-wise, Sebastian is in the lead.
Oh, 100%. And that's the beauty of being able to have the Perish mode enabled, but also have the options of, let's say, even if you can't necessarily force an immediate switch out there, having the free sack of the Incineroar works out substantially well. And Dragonite being able to essentially take all that damage is so key. So this is just going to be a straight, good old-fashioned double Protect here from Sebastian, since he doesn't have a lot to lose. His Pokemon are not susceptible to the Perish Son a couple of turns ago due to all of the multiple switch outs, and Flavio's Pokemon are still locked in. So this allows Sebastian so much more room to be able to essentially do what he wasn't able to do in that Game 1, even though Venusaur is trying its best.
That is the classic Venusaur doing his best every time. The parry song now finally bringing down the Venusaur. We know what was brought last time from Flavio, which was the Incineroar and the Garchomp. Garchomp is able to deal good damage with a ground type move onto something like that, like the Gengar. But on the other end, you are kind of choosing what to lock in, because that is the restriction of Choice Scarf. You get an amazing speed boost. Unfortunately, you only get to click one move, and you will have to click that, and it will be locked in for the remainder of the game. So you need to find an option that covers the Dragonite, the Gengar, and whatever is still in the back. Might be something like the Sneasel, might be something like the Ninetales. We don't know.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be the... I don't know, you're right, it's tough, because I would have said surely it's the Ninetales, because then you could get late game Encore Disable shenanigans going, but we don't know. We're going to have to find out soon. Regardless, the Garchomp is in a spot where it can openly go for the Gengar in terms of locking in a ground type move there. I don't think it's enough to be able to pick up the KO on it though, as this Gengar's going to be quite defensively bulky, and we don't even see the commit of the ground type in order to not fall into an awkward situation where you can't even hit the Dragonite, and because of that, it's been punished by the Disable into that slot. Even though the Throat Chop has gone into that Gengar, this Garchomp is just going to be stuck struggling for the rest of this game too.
Yeah, that is a beautiful play there. Beautiful scene by Sebastian. Truly realizing earlier, you know what? I have Nerves of Steel. I will Parry Song turn 1. You know what? I will protect my Gengar. Will protect my Dragonite. My Gengar, you can try and have him, but I will try to disable you. And that was the perfect way to approach it as well. So now we have that game 3. Both of these players now having a lot of information about each other. We know that Flavio loves bringing the 4 and could very well bring an adaptation into that game 3. But at the same time, Sebastian is there with the adaptation on his own, but not having revealed the 4 Pokemon in the adaptation yet, which is also information that Flavio would have loved to have.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think it is quite interesting to see the adaptation to Game 3, given the fact that Sneasler came in Game 1 in terms from Sebastian's side in order to be able to cover the Sylveon anticipation. Flavio did not proceed to bring Sylveon. And then we saw Game 2 switch up. Dragonite was brought thinking, okay, Flavio's not going to bring Sylveon again. I should be fine in order to be able to handle this, because he's going to want to play safe or maybe go offensive with that Sun mode straight away, which he did. And Sebastian was able to win a lot of, I would say, land or ground in terms of the lead matchups. But then Game 3 is the question of, do you bring Sneasler anticipating Sylveon again, or do you commit with the Dragonite that worked so well for you in Game 2? And Flavio, it feels like he's got his back against the wall. Surely he will feel a bit forced to bring the Sylveon. But Sebastian might even just lock in for the adaptation of the adaptation and go back to his Game 1 lead. We shall see.
All right. If it were me, if I were Flavio, I would stick to my guns. I have a game plan that worked Game 1. I'm sure I can get it to work in Game 3 as well. So that is what I would do. But of course, I'm not playing. Let's see what is happening. And it is an adaptation! Flavio bringing the Sylveon and the Charizard in the lead, as Incineroar and the Gengar are the lead on the opposing end on Sebastian's side.
Yeah, this is giving me vibes of Sebastian locking in with the Sneasler in the back. He's led with that Incineroar in order to be able to have that fake out disruption, which is going to be undeterred going against the Sylveon and Charizard. You can now get that Perish mode going straight away and have room to be able to negotiate around any sort of Garchomp switch-ins from Flavio's side. But that means that he's going to be restricted. Either the Incineroar is not going to be in the back, or potentially even the Venusaur.
Yeah, and the options here are quite interesting, because you can either go for the fake out onto the Charizard, you can party shot one of these 2 targets. If either target protects, then something like a switch in to the Ninetales could be devastating, but it is going to be the switch to the Charizard, not knowing really what the options are, but being able to switch with something like a party shot is always good. So that is why the switch probably is happening with that Incineroar. Sylveon staying in, because despite it not being able to threaten a lot of damage, it is able to provide Yawn, which can break the Shadow Tag log as well. But correctly reading into that. Sebastian going for that fake out into that Sylveon as Gengar sings its song of its people once again. And 3 more turns after you've seen these tapes, you will faint.
Yes, that will be the case because Sylveon, unfortunately, has been locked in via the Shadow Tag. It has no way to get around it, although its partner Pokemon Incineroar over there does. It's got that parting shot. We've seen it be faster than Sebastian's side, so it will be able to get that off. But now, commonly we see Sludge Bomb being an option for Gengar. It doesn't have a direct way to be able to get rid of the Sylveon outside of Perish, but it's just so good and well placed against the Sylveon, being able to make sure that it resists the Fairy-type moves, but it needs to make sure it respects the Yawn. So Incineroar is going to go ahead and get that pivot action going, and it seems to be the Alola Ninetales now being brought in, maybe for some Encore Disable shenanigans.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. If the Incineroar is opting for Fake Out or Throat Chop, to make sure that the Incineroar from Sebastian's side is staying in, and that is exactly what's happening. So this is looking like a perfect angle right now for a very good Encore Disable, making sure that that Incineroar is no longer able to switch out.
Yeah, that's rough. That is such a good turn. I completely agree with you. It is the literal perfect turn that Sebastian could have liked in that scenario. Now you prevent the Incineroar from switching out. The Sylveon cannot do much at all against your team. It can't pick up a KO on either of the Gengar or the Alola Ninetales. It can go for Yawn, but it might be one turn too late in terms of where we are at with the Perish Son progression.
Yep.
Incineroar, in this scenario, it's going to go down as well, leaving the Charizard in the bat with either of the Venusaur or the Garchomp, maybe even the Toxapex, but I wouldn't anticipate that being the adaptation here, given the disruption available on Sebastian's side. Encore's locked in, and we're going to see the Disable surely follow suit.
Yeah, Encore Disable, the combination that just does everything for you. You're no longer able to click any moves. You need to continue clicking Throat Chop, but you can't click Throat Chop, so that means you're struggling. Hyper Voice coming out, doing decent damage to that Ninetales, but of course, thanks to that Poison typing, not doing all that much damage to that Gengar. Now, last turn, that means you can go for something like a Double Protect or just a reposition. Something like, for example, you know what? Let's bring back the Incineroar. Let's keep our weather control, because then we can try and do this again. Because once you're able to set up the Perish Song again with the last 2 Pokemon, and every one of your Pokemon has Protect, there's not a lot of ways to circumvent that.
Yeah, exactly. And this does feel, in all honesty, a bit locked in terms of such a huge advantage for Sebastian, because you need to switch the Gengar out, given that it was still susceptible to that Perish Song. It would have been taken down at the end of this turn if it did not switch in. Incineroar is a great way for you to be able to ensure the subsequent turn you have got Fake Out available, given the fact that you got Citrus Berry as a recovery. Incineroar over on Flavio's side trying to struggle and not even doing a good job about it, because it tackles or attempts to the Alola Ninetales, only met with that Protect, and Hyper Voice rather than a Yawn lock-in has been the move of option from the Sylveon. We are now down to a 2 versus 4 disadvantage on Flavio's side. Not what you want to see, as the Mega Charizard, sure, it's available in the back, but I don't know if Flavio has enough resources available to be able to claw this one back, no matter how peckish this Charizard is. The Venusaur really needs to put in the work now.
All right, I'm suddenly seeing the vision that Sebastian had with not switching out the Ninetales, but instead the Incineroar, because despite the Charizard being able to have weather control, you still have something like Freeze Dry if the last target was something like Garchomp, where you were able to fake it out and then go for a Freeze Dry, guaranteeing that would at least come down, and then you have 3 Pokemon to 1v1 against the Charizard. But now, because of this position, it's a little bit more awkward. Neither of these Pokemon can really go for something like... They can easily go for a Mega plus Protect, for example, to outspeed the Ninetales, whereas it's no longer able to Encore the Venusaur in that regard. At the same time, the Charizard has very much a lot of offensive pressure right now.
Yeah, and we actually see a Protect from the Venusaur, wanting to make sure it essentially scouts out the scenario, ensures that it's not susceptible to having its Focus Sash broken due to that Fake Out. Sorry, not Focus Sash, but still any sort of damage, as this is the Life Orb variant on the Venusaur. But the Charizard does not Protect. It stays in un-Mega Evolved, goes for the Heat Wave, does pick up a KO onto the Ninetales. The most important thing there was for it to be able to connect. And maybe Flavio is trying to think of the end game here, preserving as many turns of the sun as possible, but also trying to safeguard against the Ninetales, potentially switching out there in order to have it available in the future turns if the Ninetales comes back onto the field.
Yeah, Dragonite now coming out, being able to provide somewhat good offense. We said earlier maybe a double up can bring this down, but a Soul Ancient Power, a Soul Sludge Bomb will not be enough to bring it down. The Incineroar, interestingly enough, with that Heat Wave, has been put very low where it has not used its Citrus Berry yet. So, potentially a Earth Power of super effective nature can be enough for this Incineroar to bring it down. At the same time, there's still a Life Orb Dragonite, which is mighty scary because it does a lot of damage.
This is true, and it is a modest, natured Venusaur as well, right? So the point that you made with the Earth Power, it is so viable, but we see the Charizard not Mega Evolve. It goes for the Protect. Earth Power doesn't need to get the Chlorophyll boost because it's able to outpace that Dragonite as well and pick up the KO onto the Incineroar. Now the Dragonite's going to really have to commit here and put in a lot of work and hope to try to pick up a KO onto the Venusaur because, the tables are potentially turning here. Dragon Claw going into that Charizard's Protect, and this may well be an absolute reverse sweep scenario going on. The Mega Gengar is now back onto the field. We are in a 2 versus 2 scenario for what seems to be an absolute huge throttle for that first set win here at the World Championships for both of our trainers.
I am flabbergasted. Honestly, finding a way, even despite the lock seeming be done, like I even said it earlier, still finding a way and now having to adapt it to it. And now this is still anyone's game. Being in this position right now, Charizard can go for the Mega Evolution, wisely stalling it out. The sun, the full power of the sun now being on this Charizard. The Venusaur being faster than any of these Pokemon right here, right now. As an Earth Power could very well KO the Gengar, as the Gengar protects itself, trying to see what the targeting is. Is this a double up onto the Dragon? It is not.
It's not, and that's going to be so huge. It's not even a sleep. Try to focus in order to be able to make sure that you can pick up the KO. I don't know if that would have been enough at all. 56 HP remaining for the Dragonite. Dragon Claw is not enough to pick up the Charizard. 4% survival there. Where is all of this damage going to go right now? We know that the Venusaur, it's at a point where it is the fastest thing on the field. Is Earth Power, though, enough to be able to get rid of this Gengar super effectively at 78%, even with Modest and Life Orb? I'm not sure, Shmon.
This is very interesting because we don't know. We saw the Gengar earlier survive a Weather Ball. We saw it happen. It might be Timid's Charizard, but it's still in the sun, and it is Mega Charizard. Life Orb, of course, being a very good boost as well, but that is non-stop extreme speed into the Charizard, knocking it out. So now, Venusaur, do you have what it takes? Are you ready to make sure with this Earth Power that you're able to KO? It is the Earth Power into that Gengar slot, and it is not enough!
2% survival! Insane! And that surely will mean that Sebastian will be able to run away with this first set win at the World Championships. Sure, the Shadow Ball doesn't pick up the KO, but the Dragonite and the Gengar are both available. And that was the key thing there. The Chlorophyll would have been able to swipe up the Dragonite with enough HP to be able to allow itself to survive against the extreme speed and get the Sludge Bomb. Pick up KO, which it does on the Dragonite, but Gengar, this is your moment, my friend. You are now going to be able to allow your trainer that first set win against our EUIC 2019 champion, Sebastian Escalante. What a set.
What a set. This was incredible to see how it survived. That's the beauty as well of these teams. We have more information coming into champions in Reg MB where we know the natures. We know that the Gengar is timid. But
Yep.
the investment, the hidden information, still being so critical and showcasing again why these players are here. Honestly, that was like, do you think he knew? Do you think he know? Modest
cow.
Venusaur with Live Orb. Do you? That's. Oh,
It
I'm
felt,
at a
it
loss
felt
of words. I'm speechless.
That-
I'm without speech.
I agree. Me too. Because I think those are one of the damage calcs where it truly feels marginal or sort of like a roll in terms of does it pick up the KO or not. And it
Yeah.
very well may have been a roll
Yeah.
as well. We don't know who it was in favor of, but modest Life Orb. You got the compounding damage multipliers there in effect in terms of the special attack offensive prowess of that Venusaur. But then the investment into
Yeah.
the Mega Gengar, it is one of those sets that it wants to hit a certain speed benchmark, but then dump everything into its bulk. Its HP, special defense as well, and that 2% survival, absolute madness. It was able to just allow Sebastian to get through and pick up that set, which it genuinely felt like it was gonna go either way. Like Flavio was making a comeback, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Like towards that mid to end game scenario. So
I
he did a
generally-
really good job.
It was such a back and forth, pulling the rope into the control of the one and the other player. I thought the game was sealed long before, but having the necessary resources still in the back with something like the bulk onto that Gengar, it is astounding. It is such a Pokemon that you're looking at and you're thinking, okay, it's fast, it has good special attack. Like I can probably KO this. A lot of Pokemon are able to KO it because it's not that Gengar friendly. And I gotta commend my co-casters here, all of them on here on the side scene, because a lot of them voted for Mega Gengar here. So
Yeah, we
did. Well played, well played.
We shall take that. But I mean, Mega Gengar is one of the Pokemon where I feel like with the whole build-up to Worlds, a lot of people have been slating it, saying, oh, you know what? It used to be really good in Regulation Set MA, but it's petered off a bit, right?
Yeah.
In terms of this new one, MB. But I remember the haters, even back then during MA, they were like, Gengar, Mega Gengar? It's not going anywhere. Like, there's Mega Charizard everywhere and all that stuff, but then Marco Silva went ahead and picked up a regional win, didn't he, with it?
did,
People
sure
started
did.
changing their minds. So I feel like a similar thing might be going on here with Sebastian.
Yeah, no one was looking at Mega Gengar. Mega Gengar seeming to be, in the beginning of Reg MA, we were definitely saying like, okay, there's the power, the triangle of power, which is Charizard, Floette, and Gengar. Gengar, mainly because it is able to lock in the Charizard, so you bring in another Weather Setter, and on the other end, you have Floette, which you're able to hit super effectively, resist all its Fairy-type moves as well. And that was the trifecta, that was the idea. And then in Reg MB, suddenly the Gengar sauce got lost. It was forgotten. The people forgot the ways of the Shadow Tag. The Song of Perish has returned, and it's showcasing why it's so powerful, because the amount of options that it has. You don't even need to run two-step moves. You just have Shadow Ball, you just have Disable, and you just have the Song of Our People.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Shadow Ball hits insanely powerfully with the Pokemon that it needs to. With no investment, you could pick up a one-shot onto Bastia Legions if they're not careful and they don't have enough investment. So that's why it's such a powerful Pokemon. Its raw base stat of 170, it's scary for a reason, and that's not because it's a ghost type. That is because Mega Gengar is that freakishly powerful, and when trained correctly, can get enough bulk going in terms of having the appropriate tools for support. The Incineroar. We got that disruption option with the Encore Disable alongside the Alola Ninetales. And then you've got key players in terms of being brought to certain matchups, and Dragonite, as we identified, was the starting point for Sebastian to be able to start bringing the set back in that game 2, catching Flavio out, not bringing the Sylveon with that adaptation, and just feeling comfortable with going for the Venusaur Charizard mode. Perish absolutely wiped that away, and game 3, we saw Sylveon was brought straight away in complete fear of the Dragonite, but Sebastian still brought Dragonite, but it brought it in the back, and was able to get the Perish punish going early game 3.
Buddy Dragonite in the back, making sure that whatever was in front there was able to be chipped down. I was honestly surprised to see as well how a the Charizard was able to survive the live or boosted Dragon Claw as well.
Dude,
From
yeah.
that, like we had 2% survival on the Charizard, 2% survival on the Gengar. These Megas won't quit, honestly. As we're not quitting either, because we're taking a short break. So get some refreshments, get some food, get some yummies, and me and Costa, will be right back after this little break. Oh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Simon, and we're here back again at the VGC side stream, and I'm joined here with Costa right now. We just saw an amazing match. We saw a little bit of the mainstream as well, and honestly, we're doing already quite great matchup-wise, and I'm looking forward to seeing more matches pan out as well. Are there any players that you're looking forward to see, Costa?
A lot of them. If I could choose to have a time machine, I would be looking at every single set because they are bound to be of the best we have seen throughout the season. So far seems to be the case. With the first side stream match we've been able to feature, it was such a moist, spicy match between Sebastian Escalante and, of course, Flavio Del Pidio, where it came down to a tantalizing Game 3 set. Just in case you've just tuned in and you do want to go ahead and check it out, I shall not reveal the results, so please go ahead and do that maybe later. But regardless, we have got a new match that we're going to be featuring for you lovely folks, and it is going to be between none other than Alex Gomez versus Yuki Zaninovic, one of the very best of the EU versus one of the very best of the US.
Yep, exactly. Before we get into these players, we do have a little bit of information that we've gathered as well about the tournament itself, because we know our usage stats, and these are your 12 most used Pokemon. At number 1, it is the King. It is King Gambit. And of course, undisputed, one of the better megas to use and most used is that Charizard. So honestly, seeing these two at the top, I am not even surprised.
Yeah, it checks out for so many reasons. We said sort of quote-unquote Big Six is the team to beat going into this set. It just has so many answers to so many various matchups. You just need to make sure that you're best optimized with your dependent sets, and that seems to be the case, at least when it comes to the preference of going for these Pokemon. Incineroar, our previous VGC of King, has been knocked down to number 3 spot ever since Champions generally has been introduced. It's not quite number 1, but it's still up there.
Yeah,
still trying.
Yeah,
and it's doing a good job. Garchomp is followed suit as the most popular ground-type Pokemon, as well as Dragon, for a good reason. It deals so much damage, especially with common sets that we've seen with Life Orb going a bit more offensive, but also a rise of the Citrus Berry bulk Garchomps in order to be able to better complement the remainder of that Big Six composition.
Yeah, exactly. It is, as you said, Garchomp being one of the premier types, being really fast, being able to be built really bulky as well. It's one of those Pokemon that has it all, and we're seeing that a lot with all these Pokemon, that while they have a lot of offensive power or really good defensively, that they do like to switch up their roles a little bit, because the next Pokemon is no slouch either, because it is Basculegion, who we have seen time and time again. We've seen the Scarf version, we've seen Life Orb, we've seen Mystic Water. Basculegion being the number 1 water type is honestly no surprise at all. But then again, it is also one of the premier ghost types as well to be used because of that last respect. Despite it being a move that you can't immediately utilize, it is one of the most dangerous finishers in this format. But speaking of dangerous finishers, we have things like Floette. Floette with the Calm Mindset has been quite popular next to things like Incineroar and the Sinistcha, trying to keep it healthy, have a little bit protect the main Pokemon kind of deal in that regard. And now then the following Pokemon being Sneasler, being able to deal with that Floette as well, and just offensively good against King Gambit, and Venusaur being able to profit from that Charizard, because Mega Venusaur can be used, but most of the time we tend to see the regular Venusaur.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. We've got an accolade of damage sweepers. We've got the support tools, for example, for redirection or speed control set up in the last 3 slots. But of course, we have also got our trainers now set up in order for us to be able to dive down into what is going to be such an exciting set between them. We briefly discussed them before. It's going to be Alex Gomez from the Spanish region versus Yuki Zaninovic, a US representative on home soil. And it's a battle between 2 trainers that aren't new to the game. They've been playing for quite a lot of time. They've been able to get some very powerful and high accolades in terms of their VGC presence, but also have a lot of influence when it comes to the impact their accomplishments and achievements have been able to essentially naturally enforce onto the meta. Alex, one of the 2 prominent Spanish players alongside a lot more of them, alongside Eric Rios most commonly, running from what seems to be a same team as to what Eric pretty much brought back in NAIC earlier this end of the season.
Yep, exactly. Running the similar 6 there. But, you know, we talked about this already quite a few times, but Rec MB has provided with some adaptations that you are able to bring, like the most important item, so it seems, is that Life Orb item. Now, Alex Gomez, as you said, is such a good representative of the Spanish community as well. And we have the team here seen on screen with the Charizard and the Mega Aerodactyl, the same kind of team that won NAIC as well, where you just have so many good options, where you have the tail room, as you have Tailwind, and even the Trick Room being set up. You have so much good support with that Farigiraf on its own already, because it is able to block out priority like the Fake Out, like a Sucker Punch, or even something like a Whimsicott with Encore.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking a bit at the changes to his top 16 NAIC team, which is, like we said, the same exact 6 that he brought. It was a different format, which did not have Life Orb available. So that is why the Soft Sand item that he brought at NAIC has been replaced with the Life Orb. Like you mentioned as well, Rock Tomb has been the move of choice to replace, I believe it was Stomping Tantrum.
Yes.
Over on the Sylveon side, instead of Hyper Beam, he's now opted to go for Yawn as an option in order to have a bit more disruption, flexibility when it comes to certain matchups too. And no longer has Roar on the Farigiraf, which has now been replaced with Protect, alongside what it seems to be a couple of Pokemon that he doesn't even have Protect available on. Looking at the Mega Aerodactyl, the King Gambit, it goes to show that when you have the Armor Tail support, thanks to that Farigiraf, it allows you more flexibility to go for coverage sometimes rather than passive play, which clearly that Mega Aerodactyl and King Gambit opt in for when it comes to this way that this team composition plays.
No, exactly. You don't really need Protect if you're able to move first, and that is exactly what this team tries to have as well, with that Tailwind, with the Trick Room, having both ends of the spectrum in that regard. Now, what is Alex Gomez up against? It is, of course, Yuki Zaninovic, who is playing Charizard Floette. We have seen this time and time again, because it is our big 6 that we have to respect oh so much. So we are seeing a little bit of, you know, the Goliaths fight against each other right now, because Mega Aerodactyl has been used less, but still seeing the power in it, because, you know, Rock Slide kind of good. But at the same time, now this has been the adaptation, what people have been bringing more and more with Ancient Power Charizard.
Yeah, and like we said, it pays to be able to take advantage of certain coverage that commonly you would find is a need in terms of, let's say, the solar beam that might not have as much of a use compared to ancient power for the mirrors, like we mentioned, for the opposing Charizards, but also for Incineroars, as we saw in just the previous set, actually put in a lot of work, especially if it's able to get that Omni boost with the 10% chance secondary effect that it has. But Yuki has made quite a bit of a change up in terms of what he brought at NAIC a couple of months ago, which he wasn't able to get as good of a result as he had previously. It's a top 128, but he did reach phase 2. He brought a very different team at the time. It was a Mamoswine, Toxapex, Hydreigon, Sneasler, Incineroar, Mega Charizard. It seems like the only thing that has stayed going into Worlds is that Mega Charizard Y. But the good stuff are there, and for good reason. The Octoberion Kingambit allows you to be able to survive that Heat Wave one-shot, essentially, from Modest Charizard Ys, as well as opposing Incineroars, depending on if they're brought awkwardly in certain matchups, and your low kick isn't able to essentially do the job. But yeah, it's going to be one of the most prominent teams at this tournament. We've already seen the usage stats sort of being a bit of an indication, right, Shmon? And yeah, and for good reason, because it's just got such good matchup against most of the meta. Exactly. You just need to be able to work against that. So Alex, though, I would personally say his team matches up a lot more in favor versus what Yuki's team does into Alex's. So he definitely has the matchup because you want to be able to capitalize off of having the Armor Tail priority block. You've got that Rock Slide as well as the Ice Fang potential from the Mega Aerodactyl, which goes so nicely into that Garchomp. And the fact that Yuki doesn't have Incineroar may be a key player here. But let's see, we've got the leads.
Yeah, the leads. Aerodactyl Kingambit. This is the lead you see a lot of times. As well, on the other end, we have the Basculegion and Whimsicott lead. Now, this is interesting, so to speak, because Whimsicott is able to set up Tailwind as well as the Aerodactyl, but the Whimsicott, despite being slower than the Aerodactyl, has that prankster ability, making it so that it will move first, meaning that if the Basculegion is trained into enough speed, it could very well outspeed the Aerodactyl as well. But that is why the Aerodactyl is a jolly variant, trying to be as fast as possible, being able to set up that tailwind, having those first rock slides, having those potential flinches to come out. And the Basculegion needs to respect the Kingambit as well.
Oh, but here we go. Tailwind's been set up. The Kingambit has been brought for a reason for the lead, but it seems to not be the case of utilizing a Sucker Punch as the Wave Crash goes absolutely undeterred, picks up that one shot onto the Aerodactyl that did not commit with the Mega Evolution, giving a bit of an indication that it's most likely going to be that Charizard in the back. But the Kingambit going for the Iron Head instead, for bringing the Whimsicott down to its focus sash. It seems like Alex was sort of trying to make a read there, anticipating the Basculegion not going on the offensive, but Yuki said, no, I'm just going to strike true and hit what's in front of me right now, get that advantage of the speed control, and Alex just wasn't able to keep up with that pace.
Yep, exactly. Whimsicott and Basculegion have been chipped down. Basculegion very much in range of a potential Sucker Punch to come out, of course. Basculegion is able to circumvent that with something like a Aqua Jet to try and not get hit, or even a Protect, while the Charizard is still having that offensive pressure now as well. Not a lot of things can switch into a Heat Wave boosted by the sun from the Charizard, but it is still having to risk a little bit of things where you have this mind game between Basculegion and Kingambit. Is always like, are they gonna Aqua Jet? Are they gonna predict the Sucker Punch? Because Sucker Punch is a mind game, and that is what we'll probably see quite soon. Whimsicott switching out to that Garchomp right now. One of the few key Pokemon being able to survive the power that is Mega Charizard Y, Heat Wave, Weather Ball, or even Solar Beam.
Yeah, especially because it's going to be able to subsequently threaten with the Rock Slide the following turn. Ooh, and the Charizard going on the defensive means the Garchomp is probably going to be left undeterred the following turn in order to be able to threaten it directly. Aqua Jet, maybe in anticipation of the Sucker Punch, like you mentioned, Shmon. It seems to be the case, and Yuki was that one step ahead for the second turn in a row.
Yep, Yuki, of course, also having access to Rock Slide, something that Charizards don't love to see. It is, of course, the Citrus Berry variant, and depending on how the Charizard is trained, it is able to take this Rock Slide, despite it being quite weak to it. Basculegion circumventing the Kingambit, chipping it as well. Very important because, of course, this Kingambit is Focus Sash. It is not Orca Berry, it is not Shuka Berry. It now is potentially able to get KO twice a move as well. Something that we need to consider in this instance. What do you feel the Basculegion will do? Raw attack or go for Aqua Jet?
Yeah, that's a really good question. As we've seen Yuki go on the offensive in that turn 1 earlier this game, I wouldn't put it past them to do the exact same thing once more, but seems to be Aquajet maybe trying to make the read of the read, anticipating yet another Sucker Punch in order to be able to catch out that Basculegion, which it seems to be the case!
That
Yuki!
is such a good
Yuki!
play!
That was savage! Absolutely savage with the raw KO into the Kingambit, taking a bit of the toll with 2 Aqua Jets, even with the sun set up. Not enough to be able to survive, even from a guard chomp that is Citrus Berry and not a Life Orb.
Yeah, that is devastating to see. Yuki is at every corner that Alex is trying to turn around with. Yuki is there, absolutely knowing that where to go and blocking the path of least resistance right now for Alex right now. Now, still, Tailwind is still up. Yuki still in the driver's seat. There's no Sucker Punch to threaten this Basculegion. Basculegion with a Wave Crash can do serious damage on either of these Pokemon, as well as the opposing Pokemon from Alex have to play on the defensive. And there's still a Whimsicott in the back that could very well switch in for this Protect exactly. Stopping Tantrum onto the Garchomp, doing decent damage, not even going for Rock Slide. Is this just another read again? Nah, it is a Wave Crash into that Charizard slot. But now, Earthquake from the Garchomp, trying to do some damage, and finally trying to remove this Basculegion.
Yeah, it just seems like Yuki is reading that book of which Alex has been able to put down on that table quite well from the distance, and he's just got so much momentum in terms of the resources available for himself. And even though the Tailwind has now petered out, the Whimsicott, with that 1 hit point down to the Focus Sash, can easily come back in at this very moment in order to get that set up once more and give the speed advantage yet again in his favor. So, absolute masterclass from Yuki, not holding back in any punches against the Sucker Punches that kept on consecutively failing from Alex's side. So, it does feel like Alex has been sort of taken aback in terms of all of the aggressive plays that have been coming out from Yuki's side, but I guess that's the sort of mind game that you need to be able to get ready and prepared for when it comes to your second set of the day. You both are 1-0 right now. Maybe you went up against a similar matchup in the previous sets, but at this point, Yuki just has Alex's number written down on the side, making the plays that he needs to, and Alex needs to really be able to work out a strategy going into this game too, because it's going to be exceptionally difficult for him to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, Whimsicott going for the Protect here, not opting to get that double Protect from the Charizard, potentially Garchomp going for Protect. We're just seeing a little bit of time. Alex Gomez trying to consider, okay, what are the options to consider? And now with this Rock Slide that is still spread, this is still useful information for either players. We see doing about 70% to that Charizard, so not even a Life Orb being enough. So we know that this Charizard is quite bulky as well. Heat Wave now coming out onto that Garchomp, doing decent damage. So these are calculations that these players need for the following match, for a potential endgame, to know the exact numbers, what do you need to hit at what time, so that you're able to clean up. Now, immediately, Yuki was able to set up Tailwind, was able to just roll with it, as Alex couldn't take the punches really. If Alex went for something like that Farigiraf lead instead, suddenly it wouldn't have seemed all that good for Yuki on the other end. So we are seeing a little bit of adaptation to adaptation right now, as these players have to consider so many options, so many speeds controls, while Alex only has to control one, which is, of course, that Whimsicott, or with the Tailwind, or the sheer offense that team can bring.
Yeah, and the Garchomp not having Dragon Claw over on Yuki's side means he needs to commit with the Rock Slide as the only move that can deal any damage onto Alex's Charizard Y. But being able to get that game one the way that he did, he must be absolutely brimming with confidence, especially up against a previous NAIC champion. Clearly, Yuki being able to have the home turf advantage, at least in terms of being able to just get that aggressive play going from himself early days. It gives him that additional advantage in terms of being able to force Alex with his back against the wall, limited options in terms of what he can actually do to bounce back, and just lock him in with that Whimsicott switched out. You have it in order to guarantee that mid to end game scenario that he did exceptionally well. So, yeah, Alex is going to have to go back to the drawing board. And I feel like Shmon, Trick Room could be an option for him to be able to consider, given the fact that it didn't seem like Yuki ended up bringing that King Gambit either.
Yeah, exactly. So, the position-wise, it is, you are already a game behind. Do you stick to your guns? Do you stick to the same kind of game plan where you're able to try and still set up your tailwind with the Aerodactyl? Of course, if you bring Aerodactyl and Charizard, you only can Mega one of these. And most of the time, you prefer Megaing that Charizard because, of course, Charizard is king. He's number one for a reason. But the Mega on the Aerodactyl could be the key option to outspeed the Basculegion despite it being in Tailwind, because it is a adamant Basculegion just as well. So you could very well be able to outspeed that in that regard, potentially, and then try and reverse the odds there. The unfortunate issue is Whimsicott provides good support with something like Encore as well. So this is truly a mind game between these players that's happening right now. It's like, what are you thinking? What am I thinking? Are you countering the point that I'm countering, and such and so forth? Because that is just the game we play. So let's see what these players have decided.
Yeah, game 2 is upon us, as well as the leads. And it seems to be a bit of a change-up from both of our trainers. Alex now opting in for the Charizard, accompanied by the King Gambit, versus the Charizard and Garchomp over on Yuki's side. So we know the training between both of these Charizards being modest in terms of the speed that needs to be interacted with, but the Garchomp over on Yuki's side, as we mentioned, does not have Dragon Claw, so it's gonna have to try to commit with its jolly nature in order to be able to get any sort of damage onto the Charizard with that Rock Slide. So it's probably gonna be able to outpace, and the King Gambit, it does have Focus Sash, so it's gonna be willing to go on the offensive as it has no other choice, given the fact that it doesn't have Protect.
Yeah, no protect, no defensive options. Just go, roll with the punches, and get as much damage as possible in. The Mega Evolution on the Charizard happening immediately first on Yuki's side. Putting up the Sun, of course, just as well. As Charizard protecting himself for one turn to try and see what the options are. Because Ancient Power is still very much threatening. King Gambit going for the second punch onto the Garchomp, at least making sure that that gets chipped down. The Sash gets broken onto that King Gambit. Rock Slide coming out, and that is not doing all that much damage to the King Gambit. But it would have broken the Sash just as well, as now the Charizard could very well follow with a Heat Wave, which is exactly what's happening, into the protected Charizard, and then into that King Gambit, which unfortunately will go down for Alex Gomez. So again, we're seeing a little bit that Yuki does have Alex's number, because right now, Alex already lost one of his key resources, being that King Gambit.
Yeah, and this is quite an awkward spot for Alex, because I would have said, okay, if you had the Aerodactyl in the back as an option, sure, you will accept the King Gambit going down as a sack, as a trade, right? But the fact that you bring the Garchomp in right now is a bit of an indication that you probably don't have the Aerodactyl in the back, or at least you're not willing to be able to bring it, because that would open up an offensive line for you to go directly for the damage onto Yuki's Garchomp, but also potentially get that Tailwind set up to better position yourself. But like we said, it's a bit awkward. The fact that the Charizard on Alex's side has Solar Beam, it doesn't have Ancient Power, contrary to Yuki's Ancient Power one, just means that Alex is going to have to really commit with hoping to get the speed tie win between the Garchomps, go for the Rock Tomb, and hopefully pick up a KO, but this is going to be close.
Oh, the Garchomp
he
is
got it.
first! Rock Tube coming out, KOing the Charizard, single target, of course. And with that Life Orb boost, being able to KO that just like this. Life Orb, and now suddenly Alex Gomez back in the seat again. Garchomp go for that rock slide onto the Charizard. Charizard will not go down, but it can very well flinch depending on what happens here right now. The Charizard could provide some good damage. Single target Heat Wave into the Garchomp. Not enough for the KO, but it brings the Garchomp quite low, where it also gets the burn.
Filthy. Absolutely filthy. The damage output of the Garchomp has now been halved, as well as having the additional accrued damage at the end of each turn. However, Yuki does have the option of speed control via the Tailwind with the Whimsicott on the field, allowing himself to at least get around the Garchomp on Alex's side. However, you really need to be able to respect that Garchomp now, given the fact that the Rock Tomb put in a lot of work. Most likely go on the offensive unless you're anticipating a protect from it, because Moonblast from this range, it might well pick up the KO, given the fact that Alex's Garchomp seems to be trained more offensively and speedy. So at 81%, it may well actually be within the range of getting felled, but you're gonna have to find out as the Charizard switches out for the Farigiraf. Hello.
Ooh, Farigiraf is an interesting Pokemon to bring here because it is able to absolutely set up that Trick Room because the Whimsicott is going for that Tailwind. That means Encore is not on the table either for this Whimsicott onto the opposing Garchomp as the Rock Slide is coming out, not doing all that much damage. Definitely not when you have that cheeky burn on your side as well. Now, being able to set up the Trick Room and then have control of the field is something really good that Alex Gomez really wants, because at the same time, if the same 4 Pokemon had been brought, being that Basculegion, if you set up Trick Room, suddenly that Solar Beam from Alex's side is looking mighty good.
Yep, 100%. And the fact that you are now probably going to get the Trick Room set up out sort of like conditioning any Rock Slide flinches that Yuki might opt in for, you really need to consider which Pokemon you want by the side of Farigiraf, whether it's going to be the Garchomp or that Charizard, in order to be able to hopefully sweep under Trick Room, given the fact that we've got it set up. But the Moonblast, not enough to pick up! The Garchomp survives on 2% here, but if the Rock Slide does connect, which it doesn't on the Farigiraf, it will be able to get rid of it. And that, I don't know, I feel like the miss on the Farigiraf is probably the most important thing there.
Yeah, because that way you're guaranteeing that this Trick Room is able to go up and that you do have the necessary speed control to win this game back. Both the Charizard and the Farigiraf could very well pick up KO onto the Whimsicott with something like Psychic plus Heat Wave. The important thing is not missing that Heat Wave, of course, because that Garchomp might be low and might be in range, but Heat Wave does have that pesky secondary effect that it can miss.
Yeah, exactly. And there is one more turn of Sun remaining. So this isn't exactly the best spot, should I say, for Alex, even though he does have Trick Room set up, because he needs to find a way to pick up KOs fast and furious, really, as well as position the Farigiraf to the point where it can actually win against whichever 4th Pokemon is in the back for Yuki, which at this point I fear may well be that Kingambit. And I'm not sure if Alex is going to be able to position himself quite nicely against it, unless, of course, we see it not being brought. But to protect from the Whimsicott, making sure no Focus Sash and no KO is forced onto it this turn.
Charizard going for that Heat Wave, of course, onto Protect. Let's see if it connects. It is connecting onto the Garchomp, so we'll bring it down. Now, one more Pokemon remaining could very well be that Basculegion, so it is going to be important. Oh, the sun has dissipated. That means Solar Beam is no longer on the table. That means only Thunderbolt from Farigiraf really an option. Now, it is still good that Farigiraf is quite healthy, as a Wave Crash will not be able to kill it, but 2 Thunderbolts might bring, plus a Heat Wave chip, might bring this Basculegion into range of this. It's still a little bit interesting to see, because I do think maybe a double up from Basculegion and Whimsicott onto the Farigiraf could prove to be effective, but as long as you have that Citrus Berry on that Farigiraf and you're able to just survive something, it gives you the option to just attack again in the following turn.
Yeah, it's something you're going to have to maybe lean in towards, making the read of the double into one slot or into the other as best as possible. Like we said, the Basket Legion, I don't know, I think it will probably run away with this, even though it's in a spot where it's not going to be able to get a KO with an Aqua Jet, but because of the Armor Tail. But the question here is the Heat Wave. Oh, it misses on the Basket Legion, maybe hoping to try to get a burn in order to be able to survive this. There could be a burn very well on the Whimsicott, which I think is Alex's out here in terms of being able to get the board to where he needs it to be. Wave Crash not going for the Charizard, going for the Farigiraf, which survives on 8%, 18% remainder, going to 8 on the Basket Legion due to multi-layered recoil damage. Farigiraf back up to 33% because of the Citrus Berry. Moon Blast from 33%. Is it enough to pick up the KO? It is enough! Farigiraf goes down. The Charizard is in a spot where, sure, the Tailwind has now expired from Yuki's side, but you are still under Trick Room, and depending on your training, you're still done because the Aqua Jet locks up this game, right?
Yeah, the Aqua Jet absolutely locks up this game. There's no Sun to even make sure it would be weaker. The Basket Legion still having that life orb, still having that HP, bringing this game to an end, and Yuki Zelinovic is your winner of this round 2. So we saw the new Big Six versus an older team from Reg MA, like with the new updates as well, but now showcasing, hey, this is my turf here. I'm just gonna show you real quick why Tailwind plus whatever I want to do is really good.
Honestly, that genuinely was a masterclass from Yuki in terms of the aggression, as well as the comprehension around the board state and needing to be able to bring in the correct Pokemon at the right time, safeguarding that Basket Legion in the back, even though, sure, you got Tailwind set up awkwardly when the Farigiraf came onto the field, you couldn't stop the Trick Room, you still had enough resource in the back. Even if it was, let's say, the Basket Legion or the King Gambit, you still had a focus of trying to get rid of the Farigiraf, which opens up the priority checkmate into the Charizard. He just did it in such an amazing way. Even though Alex did go for the Trick Room mode that we were sort of theorizing about as an adaptation in Game 2, I feel like if you're gonna, for me personally, if you're gonna go ahead and bring Trick Room, you probably want either of the King Gambit under the Trick Room or the Sylveon as an option to be able to get that high damage output under the right conditions and not have to rely on the Sucker Punch mind games as well. It was unfortunate because it really felt like if the Farigiraf was not the 4th Pokemon in that Game 2 and it was the Aerodactyl, that could have easily have switched the game up completely on its head.
No, fully agree there, because the thing is as well, that King Gambit going down turn 1, it did get some damage in on the Garchomp, which was necessary, but at the same time, that King Gambit is such a key piece, and that is not only because it is a chess piece, but it is also being able to absolutely devastate whatever the Basket Legion wants to do, because a Sucker Punch or even a Kowtow Cleave absolutely demolishes it. And especially, as you said, you have that Trick Room on your side. You're able to just make sure that your King Gambit is just able to Kowtow, to Low Kick, to even Iron Head, everything left and right for it. And I just want to have a special shout out as well, because Farigiraf, you know, most of the time you're like thinking, oh, I cannot KO this. I hit this with a super effective Dark move, it survives. I hit this with this, it survives. Farigiraf surviving the Wave Crash, Live Orb boosted, Adaptability boosted, Basket Legion, impressive on its own. But then the key piece was that Whimsicott. These Whimsicott with Focus Sash are max speed, max special attack, because you don't need anything else. You don't want longevity. You just go for that damage, and that is the showcase of Moonblast. Such a pivotal, strong move that showcased why it was important to use, because if that Farigiraf was able to survive, we were looking at a completely different game.
Yeah, exactly that. So huge props and congratulations to Yuki for being able to lock up his 2nd set win going into round 3. What we're going to do is leave you lovely folks an amazing gift called a refreshment break. So please make sure to get them, and we shall be back with more action in a few moments. Welcome back. We are here for yet another set. Who would have thought of the Worlds 2026 side stream? And guess what? We did just feature a round 2 set.
Yeah.
But we have also got a second round 2 set that we
Blessings.
will have the absolute pleasure of being able to feature on this stream. I am Costa. This, I don't know which way, is Simon van der Bocht. And we are here again for more action. Now, it's going to be between Shota Hongu versus our current reigning champion, Giovanni Siski.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting match. Let's go into the team sheet already. Shota is playing here yet again. Ancient Power Charizard. It is the ancient ways, and it is also with Toxapex. So we've seen variations of this team already with the Choice Scarf Garchomp, with the Life Orb, the full offense Venusaur, and of course Sylveon for having good fairy type moves as well, and the Incineroar, the glue that is in almost every VGC team that you want. Oh, I need a Fake Cutter. Oh, I need an Intimidate. Oh, guess what I'm taking? It is that Incineroar, of course. But this team we've seen times and time again nowadays, but with the adaptation of the Ancient Power, it is going to be vital to know how these players approach games, because that is a lot of the interesting ways the InRec MB how players play. So again, game 1 is the information game, and I do think with something like a Toxapex, like you are always careful of that. You're careful of every Pokemon on this team.
Yeah, you gotta be. And Shota, one of our lovely Japanese trainers that are amongst the very best once again at Worlds, has also gotten a top 8 back in the national championships of Japan. So no stranger when it comes to those higher level placements, rocking up with one of the most, I would say, disruptive teams in terms of course, the Toxapex, like we've mentioned, we've spoken multiple times about with the Infestation Toxic locks that it can perform, as well as the Yawn interactions too, and then just general Sun good stuff, you know, the Garchomp having amazing synergy with the Charizard makes the most sense, and is a great way to be able to complement the core strategy of a couple of these key pieces, especially with the Toxapex, which has a wide guard potential. So let's say, for example, Garchomp and Toxapex next to each other, you can self-protect the Toxapex from the oncoming Earthquake, as well as maybe protect against, I don't know, something like a Climbing Scales from a Como-O, which apparently only exists in my dreams, as I haven't seen any one of these lovely Pokemon in the field so far.
Yep, let's see. So we are going over to the second team sheet of Giovanni. Now Giovanni Siske, we don't have to mention, that is our reigning world champion, was able to win it all last year and back at it again, trying to win it all maybe a second time. As you're not seeing double, these are quite similar Pokemon that you're seeing.
Yeah, and for good reason. Like we said, it is one of the most disruptive team compositions that are going around, and it's got so much maneuverability in terms of what can and can't be done with certain matchups. But talking a bit about the unique differences between Shota and Giovanni's Pokemon, we have got a bit of a nature stat alignment change up between the Sylveons to kick things off. Shota has Modest, focusing primarily more on the special offensive side of it. We've got the Quiet, technically, kind of given the same special attack boost over on Giovanni's side. And when it comes to the Incineroars, careful one on the Shota side versus Giovanni's Impish. So we got a bit more of an orientation in terms of the physical defensive side from Gio's side.
Yeah, and we have a few moveset changes as well, and even one item difference, which is that Venusaur. Venusaur not opting to run the Live Orb and 3 attacks. This is rather the Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Sleep Powder, so no grass type move, but instead choosing to have that disruptive Sleep Powder, because putting things to sleep together with Yawn and Sleep Powder can really edge up your game, because you have that sheer offense from the Charizard, and your Charizard being uncontested, that's a dream come true, honestly. The other thing that's is pointing out to me is the Incineroar running Protect instead of a second like Dark move that you tend to see, even Helping Hand. It is rather going for that Protect, so trying to maybe have like an end game with that Toxapex as well. But without further ado, these teams are ready to go. The players are ready almost shortly, as well as we're just gonna be seeing like how these players approach a very similar mirror match. What do you do if you suddenly see yourself in front of you? How do you approach yourself? Well, a little bit different.
I would say hello, first of all, and I would be surprised second. But, of course, I think that's a very good question. It's going to have to come down to the individual training as well, and how much prep both of our trainers have had in terms of the mirrors. We've got disruption potential immediately from both sides, leading the exact same two Pokemon. Incineroar from one side, as well as the Toxapex, mirrored antithetically on the other. Although Incineroar over on Shota's side did reveal Intimidate first.
Yeah, Intimidate reveal first could very well be an indication of faster speed. This is still potentially able to circumvent that with something like interesting, the investment, of course, Protect from both these Pokemon. I love that both these players agreed, okay, you know, I think my best way to approach is this, and that is exactly what's happening. We have the party shot from Shota's Incineroar trying to get that off, as well as the infestation from Toxapex here from Shota just as well. So already, we've seen the usage of Protect, trying to scout out, okay, what does my opponent like to do? Not even going for something like a Fake Out, but rather going for something like, okay, I'm going to Parting Shot that slot, and I'm going to Trap it.
Yeah, I think it has to respect the faster Fake Out potential from Shota's side, given the Intimidate being procced first, but we see a bit of a switch up from Giovanni's side. Incineroar now taking, leaving and giving its spot over to Garchomp, which has actually been subjected to that Parting Shot, so it's going to be coming onto the field at -1 of its physical attack, until maybe even potentially subsequently getting that Intimidate off the following turn. But now Shota has a couple of good options in terms of being able to bring the mid-pivot turn adaptation of a new Pokemon, which seems to be the Venusaur. Infestation from Shota's Toxapex goes first and does, of course, target into the Garchomp, now locking it in at -1 of its attack, whilst actually being succumbed to the opposing Toxapex going for its own infestation. So a bit of a battle of trapping from both of our trainers. Obviously, that's kind of why they led with their own Toxapex, but the Venusaur might be in a spot to be able to add a bit more disruption, maybe via the offensive prowess focus onto that Toxapex.
Yeah, Life Orb Earth Power is nothing to sneeze at. You're not able to Toxic either of these targets, either from Giovanni's side there. Garchomp is at -1. It is the fastest Pokemon on the field, but at the unfortunate expense that it is already -1 and has to lock into one move, which could very well be adapted to by Shota with the Pokemon in the back. And it is just going to be Incineroar yet again with the Intimidate right now. Toxapex going for the Painful Bucket, trying to scout out, okay, what's the plan here? Is there an Earth Power coming out? There is not, as the Garchomp just going for that Stomp Tantrum onto the Toxapex, bring it a bit lower, because we are playing a game where you're trying to make sure, okay, we need to remove the Toxapex. How do we do this? You play maybe a slower game, but it is about HP values. How much resources do you have? This Garchomp's HP doesn't need to be the highest at all, because it has the option to just be offensively present, while the Toxapex, its main key feature is being defensively and being able to sponge these hits. It is quite important for it to be able to switch out. But now the Toxapex on Shota's side is already at under half.
Yeah, and I do really like Giovanni's strategy here in order to be able to at least focus on locking down the Toxapex there and just going for the super effective damage, which seems to be the case with now opting in for the Incineroar, trying to bring it down further. Yeah, but it didn't deal as much damage as it would have liked, because sure, it was at -2, but guess what? Now it's at -3, and it's locked in because of the infestation still being on the field. It was quite risky for Shota to actually not opt in for a Baneful Bunker there, but clearly trying to read the obvious play of the retarget from Giovanni's side and sort of respecting it to that extent. So we do have the infestation now locked in over on Giovanni's Toxapex, whilst Giovanni's Toxapex goes for Infestation into the Venusaur. So we've got all 4 Pokemon technically trapped in right now because of the multiple Infestation locks from either side.
Yeah, this is unfortunately not something like Shadow Tag. If you have 2 Pokemon with Shadow Tag in front of each other, they do have an own immunity against Shadow Tag, but Infestation does, unfortunately, having Infestation does not give you an immunity to Infestation. So a lot of HP drops happening, and this is just slowly whittling down, taking the game to a slower kind of side that we've not seen yet on this stream. And that is something that I do find remarkable, that only Toxapex is able to bring the game to a halt like this. Another Stomping Tantrum onto the Venusaur, -3, not doing all that much. Venusaur going for the Earth Power yet again, as the Toxapex on Shota's side still has to go for a move and could very well just go again for something like the Infestation, as we saw.
Yeah, and something to note as well, Shota going on the aggressive, not going for the passive protect turns that they easily could be doing. I feel at this point, given how low of HP the Garchomp has, probably will opt in for just a double protect here, so like a protect and a Baneful Bunker, because you have no real reason not to go for it. You stop, prevent any sort of damage coming out from your side of the field, but also you finally get rid of that Garchomp. Now, you do really want to try to get rid of the Pokemon that has trapped your Pokemon on the field, obviously looking at Toxapex, so that may well actually prompt Shota to actually go on the offensive with the Venusaur, hope to deal enough damage onto the Toxapex that keeps on trying to navigate away from super effective moves, but I don't think it will be quite enough, and that is something that Shota has to be willing to trade in terms of potentially having your Pokemon fall down to potentially a Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp, and then you start losing your main pivot that is possible to be able to just lock down and battle this sort of fight of attrition between both of our trainers.
Yeah, finally, the Baneful Bunker is coming out because, of course, you're not trying to make it. But still, Giovanni realizing, no, it is the Venusaur that I want to target. Earth Power coming out as well. Not KOing the Toxapex just yet, but with a Life Orb chip as well. And now the Infestation. Could this be range for it to faint in this other next turn? Infestation again, bringing it down just to 12%. And I do believe that would just barely be enough, because it's 12%. No, is it 6? I always forget my Infestation numbers. It is not something that I'm a big fan of. But there we have it. Poison finally bringing down the Garchomp. And now Giovanni is finally able to bring something down. Oh, missing it by 1%. Yeah. All right, so I didn't know.
No, I think that does come down to the hit point and averaging as well. So in terms of how much is available still on the Venusaur. So yeah, that was quite a survival, let's say, from Shota's Venusaur. But this does give Giovanni the free switch in, however, while still maintaining a lock on both of Shota's Pokemon. The fact that the Toxapex is still on the field, and this gives way to Charizard now being brought onto the field. But this is the hilarious part. Charizard probably doesn't want to Mega Evolve.
I don't think we Mega in here. I don't really think
no, because then you'd be giving the speed advantage to the Venusaur, which is now locked in. So this is most likely going to be a potential defensive move from Giovanni's side, or try to read into a wide guard from Shota's Toxapex and try to target it down, maybe with a Weather Ball, but I don't even think that would be enough. So surely a double passive protect play here from Giovanni's side. Ensure the Venusaur goes down. Sure, you are going to be giving Shota an additional
goes for the Mega! What?
But he goes for the Mega! Okay, sure. All right, World Champ. Yeah, ignore me, my friend.
He's built.
Clearly.
He's built different. He's built
Unless
different.
it's just a protect play here. It could very well be protect and Mega.
No. If he's doing this, I believe. Baneful Bunker here from Shota. Trying to make sure that at least Toxapex stays on the field for just another turn. Baneful Bunker from the opposing. So that means no protect from the Venusaur or the Charizard. These two starters are duking it out. Sludge Bomb coming onto the Charizard, doing massive amount of damage. That to that Life Orb. And the Poison takes as well. So now that Charizard is on a timer just as well. Venusaur will bring itself down. And now you're kind of regretting it right now that your Charizard took that much damage, because this Solar Beam is going into that Baneful Bunker and not doing all that much at all.
Yeah, that was a hard punish. Unfortunate for Giovanni, he wasn't able to get the turn correct, but I think it's based around potential conditioning from Shota. Shota's been playing so aggressively to the point where Giovanni was sort of willing to call his bluff and say, right, okay, you're totally not gonna focus down on my Charizard.
Yeah, you ain't doing
and
that.
you're gonna maybe anticipate the Earth Power into my Toxapex, so I'm just gonna go on the offensive. Unfortunately for himself, he got punished there. And now Shota brings in their own Charizard, which does have access to Ancient Power. So no relying on Heat Wave. I mean, in a real world, you could just go for a Weather Ball here, but surely you want to try to maybe get a cheeky secondary effect boost, depending on which Pokemon is in the back, which we know from Giovanni's side is that Incineroar, so it's going to be taking super effective damage if there's an Ancient Power focus into that slot, but you're going to be wary of a lock-in due to the infestation over on Giovanni's Toxapex side.
Yeah, the Incineroar is being switched out, just making sure that if there's an infestation or even a protect from Charizard, the Toxapex is finally able to switch out on Shota's side. And because the guard shot from Giovanni was never able to really go for the Stomping Tantrum onto the Toxapex with the fear of a potential protect, it is now still alive in the back because it has that regenerator ability, healing back 30% of its health, and now back again to being a useful tool. Baneful Bunker not doing anything for the double protect. Ancient Power into that Toxapex is enough for the KO there, as it will lock that out. And now it is Charizard versus Incineroar versus a bit more resourceful Incineroar, healthy Charizard, and then again in the back a Toxapex. A Toxapex, might I add, that is very able to just regenerate up back again.
Yeah, and sponge up the damage, so it could easily be a free switch in here in order to be able to give Shota a couple of more turns to slow down, or should I say whittle down, the remaining HP of this Charizard, which is actually quite low. It's in the yellow, maybe 39% if I'm remembering correctly, and it's got that toxic status, which the counter has been reset due to it now switching out, switching back in, and having additional subsequent percentages removed the longer that it remains on the field. But we know for a fact that Shota's Charizard is of a timid nature. It's always going to be able to outpace Giovanni's modest one, and that is exactly why we see Giovanni giving the white flag of that game one, granting Shota the advantage going into game two with what was, in all honesty, a bit of a tantalizing battle of attrition between both of our trainers until the momentum swings of the very near range where Pokemon were put within getting susceptible to KOs that were necessary. And, you know, Shota did a really good job about that, in all honesty.
Yeah. Now, considering the options as well, what we have seen on a lot of Charizards as well, they are running a lot of bulk. Whereas the Life or Venusaur tends to be max speed and max special attack. Meaning that maybe Giovanni recognized, like, my Charizard, even without the sun, is probably not outspeeding this Venusaur. If you went for a protect, then the following turn, the Toxapex would have been freed as well, whereas you would have given the option back again to Shota. So being in kind of a trap in that end game, so to speak, with the resources that you lost already with the guard jump, mainly because that was your main tool to deal damage to the Toxapex, main way to deal damage to the Charizard. As the Charizard versus Charizard, you don't really want to see if you are Giovanni.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point in terms of being able to respect the speed benchmarking, right? Around the Venusaur, even, let's say, probably being faster than your Charizard. It's a give or take. Sometimes not all Charizards try to bulk that much, and they want to sometimes be able to hit modest speed benchmark of Venu outside of Sun, but most unlikely, given the bulk required for the Rock Slide survival against, let's say, guard shots and stuff. So, yeah, going into game two, then, Giovanni needs to be able to maybe rely a bit more on his own Venusaur, go for Sleep Powder disruption potential, and in order to be able to circumnavigate around all of the offensive pressure and stalemate potential from Shota's side.
It seems like you are in their heads right now, because that is exactly what Giovanni is doing. And now Shota adapting immediately on his end and making sure that the Charizard is now the first Pokemon to come in. Being able to threaten the Venusaur immediately with a double up onto the Venusaur could very well deal with that immediately. And even if you go for something like a Sleep Powder, Infestation would take a little bit too long, and Sludge Bomb won't do as much damage as Shota did with that Life Orb. So Now, being in this position, you have Wyguard on deck, of course. Weather Ball is very much an option as well. It is just a little bit rough, I feel, for Giovanni. But at the same time, the power of Sleep Powder. The Sleep Power.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the Sleep Power, indeed.
Yeah.
3/4 of the time able to connect for its trainer, and 1/4 allow saving grace from the opponent. But we're not going to be able to see it just this turn. The Venusaur going for the Protect Heatwave does come out from the Charizard, wanting to ensure that the Focus Sash and maybe even a cheeky burn at the end of it could have been able to get rid of that threat from the Venusaur slot, but it's not going to be the case here. Infestation has connected, of course, from one Toxapex, most likely to another, although Giovanni will probably need to be able to consider the threat that this Charizard does pose, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Just a fair exchange of Infestation from one X to the other.
Yeah, this is just the way they greet each other, really. As they're both opening their flaps in front and just, hello, good day, might I infest you? As
wow, okay.
Yeah, we're just seeing the positions being weirdly put, because most of the time we are seeing like the double, like an actual double battle. This seems to make sure that something is trapped here and something else can be trapped in the following turn. So you're making this a weird kind of 1v1 versus the Venusaur for this Charizard, because if you flinch, you switch out, for example, to the Garchomp, for example, who is able to take the moves from the Charizard quite well, then perhaps the Incineroar comes in, and it has also infestated you, and then you're suddenly back again at a bad spot. So this semi-Shadow Attack plays a lot of mind games between these two players.
Oh, 100%, especially when it's up against another Toxapex in the mirror,
Yeah.
because you want to be able to make sure that you don't allow room for that Toxapex to switch out, get that Regenerator ability procced in order to get more HP and whittle down your end of the resources. But it seems like the Venusaur is actually switched out for the Incineroar in order to be able to have subsequent Fake Out available in the following turn. Charizard double connecting on both Pokemon, picking up a burn on the Toxapex, meaning that it's going to be able to have its HP whittled down even further. Infestation onto the Incineroar now, but we know that it does have the option in the subsequent turn to be able to switch out via the Parting Shot, but the Toxic not opting to go for the Infestation into the Zard in order to be able to lock it down, but going for the damage. He wants to start getting that HP down to the point where maybe the Giovanni's Venusaur outpacing the Charizard could put it within range of a KO.
Yep. Another timer being put on the Toxapex is not something I'd like to see, because it is absolutely now losing way more HP than before. The burn is a nice addition for Shota on their end, and the Toxic is also really smart, because the Charizard could as well protect for one turn against a Fake Out from the Incineroar, but even if the Charizard goes for Protect right now, it gets punished by a Poison Tick, which is much more devastating than just a tick onto the Infestation in that regard. Resource-wise, Shota is in the lead because the Toxapex on Giovanni's side is low. It is taking a lot of damage with these heat waves despite resisting it, and with all of these ticks as well. Charizard switching out into that Incineroar. Let's see if Giovanni is able to capitalize on that and just try and make sure that this Incineroar is not able to do that much. It is Fake Out from the Incineroar, making sure that the Charizard wasn't able to move, as yet another Infestation onto the Incineroar comes out.
Yeah, a couple of things worth noting there. Giovanni wanting to keep Shota true in terms of respecting the Charizard, going on the offensive to try to get rid of his own Toxapex, given the low HP range that it was available at. And the Toxapex over on Shota's side, going for Infestation yet again into Giovanni's Incineroar slot, maybe anticipating a Parting Shot play rather than a Fake Out, and switching to another Pokemon in the back. So Shota wanting to try to maintain that one step further past the subsequent turn, past that momentum swing that he doesn't want Giovanni to be susceptible to. And this burn is really putting in the work in terms of not allowing the Toxapex over on Gio's side to actually get that recovery via the end of turn hit points that it does get.
Yeah, the managing of the resources here is so important, and the positioning makes it also really hard, because now Fake Out from the Incineroar, locking in the Incineroar again, being able to get Toxic, being able to get that Infestation as well. giving it just more HP that gets removed. It's not going to be quite in range yet for its Citrus Berry to activate. But at the same time, Giovanni also going for that Toxic because you need this. You need the necessary numbers to try and deal. The Toxapex on Shota's side is still quite healthy. So you're trying to consider you can't really go in an end game with the Garchomp if you want to lock into Rock Slide because Wyguard is too much of an option. At the same time, you are able to go for something like a ground type move as you are able to make sure that the Incineroar, because it has already the toxic damage as well as the Charizard, it is able to get lowered and lowered as well. So I'm trying to see here what the end game plan is. It seems rough, but at the same time, I do think Giovanni is working towards something. Maybe it is not even the Garchomp in the back, but rather the Charizard, making sure that you're able to still deal better damage with something like a Solar Beam, which is at least neutral against the Toxapex.
Yeah, and I think the real win con from Giovanni's side, obviously it's from both our trainers, reduce the HP of the Pokemon, so you pick up KOs, obviously. Yeah. But more in this case, having the Venusaur position to be able to have Sun Up and go for the KOs being the fastest thing on the field in order to be able to deter the timid Charizard that Shota has versus Geo's modest Charizard that is actually slower. So if you're able to accomplish a low enough HP range to allow it to be susceptible to a Sludge Bomb from Geo's Venusaur, you've won the game. And the fact that we've got a final turn of Sun now on the field means that we're going to have the Sun proc yet again in the subsequent turn when the Charizards come back on the field.
Yeah, absolutely forgot that Throat Chop is still an option for Shota, making sure that the Incineroar isn't able to switch out, as well as knowing that the Incineroar from Shota's side is faster than Giovanni's Incineroar, making it sure that this Incineroar is trying to be stuck on this field right now. Now, Toxapex with its takes, now with the burn and with the infestation will barely be able to survive. Incineroar eating its Citrus Berries. So again, these are resources being burned slowly towards an end game where either of these players are able to capitalize off them, and we're still in the middle of that process, really.
Yeah, and Geo's Incineroar has one final turn remaining before it does get KO'd, and both of the Toxapexes have now been freed from the infestation lock. So we can easily see a switch out of the Toxapex from Geo's side in order to recover a bit of that HP via the regenerator. But that does mean Shota has free reign in order to try to get some momentum going by taking advantage of that turn. So we're at a point where a lot of damage has been accrued on either side, but mostly Geo is in the disadvantage of that, at least with the two Pokemon now in the field. Incineroar may well actually be traded here in order to have a favorable offensive double switch of the Venusaur and maybe the Charizard Y by its side to capitalize off of the speed advantage. But we're going to be seeing Incineroar on Shota's side move first with a P-Shot into the Pex.
Yeah, P-Shot, meaning maybe a little mind trick was played here. Not go for the Throat Chop onto that Incineroar, as that Incineroar is maybe going for that Flabberts just to get that little bit of damage that it can get there. But now with that, it would put itself lower because it is also damaging itself. It is poisoned, and it can get back to infestation as well. So that is Incineroar maybe gone as now again infestation. Honestly, at this moment, we love seeing this move. Big fan. Toxapex going for infestation. Stay with me, gang, because right now we're still going to have 2 turns of that because the Toxapex, thanks to its leftovers, is able to survive one more, I believe, as with the leftovers and then the burn and then the infestation. It should be able to survive one more.
Yeah, it definitely will. I think probably on like 2-3%. But the Incineroar is not a Pokemon that can share that sentiment, as it does get KO'd by the poison eventually. Well, should I say the toxic at that point. Yeah. But yeah, it was a bit risky, I would say, for actually it goes down. Wow, that's a double KO from Geo's side. What we're sort of discussing, is it worth being able to have 2 fresh Pokemon on the field at the same time? Clearly, Geo has identified it might be. And it's not the Charizard. Oh, wow, this is huge. Because you've got Venusaur now in the sun. It's got Chlorophyll Boost next to a Scarfed Garchomp. But this is going to be cautious now because you're very tempted to lock in with Rock Slide if you're Geo. that you have to face the utility tool of which is Wide Guard, available for Shota's Toxapex. And this is going to be difficult to be able to ascertain which way both of our trainers are going to go in favor of. But right now, Gio, I think, may have to lock in with Sleep Powder into the Pex and hope that the Pex doesn't go for the Wide Guard.
Yeah, that is... The Venusaur being faster now as well. Even if you go for something like Rock Slide, the Venusaur could very well go for something like Earth Power onto the Toxapex, and if it is able to pick up the KO despite you clicking Rock Slide, could prove to be useful. But Shota not even trying to risk that, going for Baneful Bunker together with that Incineroar switch, making sure that you have that Fake Out as well. Garchomp is locking into the Rock Slide, and now you have Fake Out, you have Wide Guard as an option. As the Incineroar does get lower with thanks to that Rock Slide, but it can be perfectly safeguarded thanks to the fake out onto the Venusaur, being able to break the sash there, but also the Toxapex slowly back to healing up, and it's just not going down.
No, it's putting in all the work for its trusty trainer, and for good reason. That's why it is such a menace in terms of just this meta development, being able to just have such a bulky Pokemon sustain itself over time through leftovers, regenerator as well possible across multiple turns. And we got a Rock Slide miss on the Toxapex and a 4% survival from the Incineroar. It is subject to a potential flinch right now. Toxic, however, from the Toxapex, it is able to, of course, 100% of the time connect into the Garchomp, ensure the toxic status has been set, and now it is on a ticking timer. And this is looking extremely unfortunate for Giovanni's side. Even though the Incineroar has been failed to the poison, at this point it does allow for a free switch in from the Charizard, so it's not exactly over. It is so bad for Giovanni's positioning that the Toxapex is still quite healthy, and it's allowed to get that toxic status off onto the Garchomp. Although Shota has now brought their own Venusaur, which is Life Orb, let's not forget, and it is modest, the same nature stat alignment as well as Geo's, so there could be a potential speed tie.
Yeah, potential speed tie, but at the same time, Garchomp dodging the Leaf Storm there, Sludge Bomb coming out, there's no Wide Guard coming out. The Toxapex doesn't really need to commit to that, as both moves are coming out here. Toxapex now being able to go for the Infestation, break the sash onto the Venusaur, making sure that that at least has been done. Garchomp being put back again on a tick. Now, Toxapex is free to go for something like a Wide Guard now, because Garchomp has been put on a timer, the Venusaur has been has broken its sash, and depending on speed tie, speed interactions, I don't think you really want anything else to do. You could, the Leaf Storm on the Garchomp is good, but at the same time, you could just as well Sludge Bomb into the Venusaur slot to try and remove that, because Garchomp gets walled by a lone Toxapex with Wide Guard.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite difficult for Giovanni in order to be able to bring this back. It depends on certain reads, potentially, into Toxapex trying to go for a Baneful Bunker at the range that it's at. It's probably not actually going to be able to get KO'd due to the Venusaur over on Geo's side not having the Life Orb variant, but Wide Guard followed suit by the Leaf Storm, goes into the Garchomp, picks up the KO, leaving Geo's Venusaur down to the last remaining Pokemon versus Shota's 3 remaining Venusaur. Of course, being susceptible to that recoil, followed up by the Sludge Bomb, does mean it will get KO'd. And even though this is a bit of an awkward spot for Geo having 1 Pokemon remaining on their side of the field, the Venusaur is not susceptible to a toxic status. Sure, it does get residual damage dealt over time at the end of each turn, but the Charizard comes back onto the field. It will be able to give it a Chlorophyll boost via the ability of doubling its speed, maybe putting it within range of a Sludge Bomb if Giovanni paces himself, allows a Protect turn to come out, have a bit of residual damage dealt due to the toxic status at the end of this turn, and just hope for a Sludge Bomb to be able to pick up this KO onto the Charizard, deal with the Toxapex straight after, but it doesn't, for now, seem to be the case just of yet.
Yeah, you just protect once to try and see, okay, let's get this Poison Tick extra. as the unfortunate disconnect here happening here. The players are probably locked in their last move. So depending on that end game, it was very likely in Shota's favor right there, as I don't really think Giovanni had a lot of options to come back, where it was able to go for a sludge bomb, for example, or like sludge bomb with the Charizard. Even if it was able to kill that, something like Toxapex putting it on the timer with Baneful Bunker with the leftovers recovery could also very well be detrimental to winning that game.
Yeah, and we did get confirmation. Shota was able to be crowned the victor of that set, so was able to progress onto their second, or should I say third? No, it's a second overall set win, right?
Yes.
No, it's still round 2.
Yes,
so
it's round
against. It's round 2. Sorry, I keep forgetting. I get lost with all of the source of the amazing sets that we've got going. But yeah, Shota, unfortunate with the disconnection. But given the board position at that time, I do feel like the Venusaur probably would have been able to deal with both the Charizard and the Toxapex at the same time, because it doesn't have spread type move. Yes, you can rely on sleep powder potential and maybe hope for the Charizard to not attack the Venusaur, but that's never going to happen, most likely. Both of our trainers are at that high of a pedigree in terms of experience and skill. I highly doubt that would have been the case. So unfortunate for Gio with the disconnection there, but Shota putting on such a strong show in that game 1 as well as that game 2, preserving the Charizard, even though we got poisoned or toxic at the start of that game 2, in order to be able to put it against the board where you can finally get rid of the Garchomp, which the Leaf Storm did miss the first time. His Venusaur tried it, but it did connect the second time and allowed the Venusaur over on Gio's side to be the last Pokemon standing. So yeah, it's probably going to go Shota's way regardless.
Yeah, it's Shota was very keen to keeping his resources, and because both players agreed in the first game, okay, Incineroar plus Toxapex is the lead of choice, but we already saw some key differences that really helped Shota. For example, having Throat Shop, having the faster Incineroar as well, making sure that the Incineroar isn't able to keep pivoting out this, so that the toxic ticks and the infestation ticks aren't even that detrimental. But at the same time, also playing to knowing that, okay, Giovanni, of course, we are at Worlds. These players are really good. Making a call like, okay, Giovanni knows that I can Throat Shop them at any time. They're forced to go for something like a Flare Blitz, and exactly predicting that, going for and like repositioning himself perfectly to keep the Toxapex still on the field for till that endgame. That Toxapex hasn't left the field because it is one of those very defensive Pokemon with has that enormous niche where it is able to trap Pokemon and even just wall them out and make sure that the your teammates are able to bring the other Pokemon down.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a masterclass of Toxapex Charizard Y shenanigans. If anybody wanted to attend that class and may have missed it in the past, guess what? We also attended it this time as well with you lovely folks. So with that being said, it has been such a back and forth, an amazing start of this stream so far here over at the 2027 Pokemon World Championships side stream. And we will give you lovely folks an opportunity once again to be able to go ahead. Please get your refreshments, as we are going to be tuning back very soon with our round 3 from myself as well as Simon. We bid you farewell and good luck and good enjoyment for the rest of the set, as we're going to have a lovely new pair of fellow co-casters joining us. So thank you very much. Take care, and we'll catch you all very shortly.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to round 3 of your 2026 World Championships for VGC. I am Matt Maynard. It is my pleasure to be joined once again by Andrew Tam.
It's such an incredible time to be here again. We were just casting NAIC only 2 months ago, and now we're here for the World Championships in San Francisco. We're entering round 3, and we have another pair of fabulous competitors hoping to keep their tournament streak alive.
Indeed, we have got a UK player, someone who I know personally, Taron Birdie, one of the best players in the country, has got a number of very, very good placements, including a regional title, and he is up against Rintaro Arai, who was second place at Japanese Nationals this year. So in hot form going into this World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're able to get a second place finish at the JCS, it is a very incredible honor to have you competing here also at the World Championships. And let's talk about Rintaro's team. It's going to be sporting that Perish mode, but also has an interesting usage of the rain weather condition. You have Mega Swampert as your primary attacking Mega Pokemon, Wave Crash as your primary usage of a water type attack, and that you also have high horsepower, so not trying to go for any side earthquakes, trying to get as much spread damage and value as possible, and carrying that Ice Punch as additional coverage for some Pokemon that it might not be able to hit, such as the Garchomp and any type of grass Pokemon. And also sporting as another Mega Evolution option, we have that Perish Song Mega Gengar. It's going to be sporting both of its stab moves in Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb, so it has some offensive capabilities, also running that stat alignment of Modest too.
A really interesting couple of modes this team can run here, where you've got that really offensive mode with rain-boosted wave crashes from Mega Swampert, Archaludon dealing a lot of damage, boosting its special attack with Electroshot. And this Gengar, we've seen Perish Gengar already on this stream, but this one running 2 stab moves, Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb. So you've got a really offensive option there, or you can lean back on the slower Perish mode. But Taron's team, not quite the same options there. This is all-out offense.
Yeah, if you've seen any of the tournaments from NAIC, the JCS, or even Worlds today, you've probably seen this 6 Pokemon before. Mega Charizard, it's going to be that slight variant, the newer variant that has been running the Ancient Power to win mirror matches or also hit other Pokemon that the Charizard would not be able to hit with its fire attacks. Does not carry that Solar Beam this time around. We also have the the Mega Eternal Floette. Does have that Light of Ruin attack, so it's not going to be sporting that Calm Mind, so it's going to try to do as much damage as possible. And just quickly glazing over some of the other Pokemon, we have that King Gambit with the Chople Berry, Life or Basket Legion outputting as much damage as possible since there's no more Choice Band in the format. You had a Citrus Berry, Garchomp, and the Whimsicott in that Focus Sash.
I could see potentially Mega Gengar being very annoying for this team to deal with, or Mega Swampert. Both offensive options, not a huge amount of defensive profile on Taron's team here. But then you've got stuff like King Gambit and Basket Legion with access to priority moves that can get around the Swift Swim boost or Gengar's natural speed. So I think those are maybe going to be some key pieces of Taron's game plan going into this. But the King Gambit on Taron's side, as we saw, they're running a Chople Berry, not running Protect, which means that it is very vulnerable to things like a high horsepower maybe from this Mega Swampert.
Yeah, there's so many ways you could run King Gambit. You have a pretty typical Black Glasses, try to get as much Dark type damage onto the board state as possible. We've seen a lot of Focus Sashes just so you can guarantee live a first hit, so you can get a second one, but the Whimsicott is going to be carrying that Focus Sash, so one of the partners is not going to be able to carry that Focus Sash. The Aqua Berry does allow you to survive other Charizards, especially in the mirror, so you can at least survive one turn, or even other attacks from Pokemon such as Hisuian Arcanine and Incineroar Flare-Blitz, as we're going to be going immediately into this round number 3 at the Pokemon World Championships 2026. King Gambit and that Floette for Taron Birdie off to the start, and we got the Gengar and the Vivian for Rintaro.
This feels like quite a strong lead for Rintaro here. Like we said, the King Gambit not running Protect means that Vivian is pretty free to throw his Sleep Powder at that spot. Sleep Powder 97% accurate thanks to Vivian's Compound Eyes ability. So that's not under a great deal of threat here. The Floette under threat from a potential Mega Gengar, but we see Floette Mega Evolving first, so maybe Gengar hasn't Mega'd this turn.
Yep, we'll just have to see. This Floette is carrying that timid stat alignment, so it's going to be faster than most Pokemon on this field, but let's see what the Gengar does.
Faster than the Gengar.
That is a big, important thing to know. The Gengar was modest stat alignment, so it might not be carrying us much speed, trying to go for more bulk and offense. So we'll just have to see. Dazzling Gleam is going to be going before both Pokemon. Vivillon taking so much damage, but not going down, living on 5% HP, as the Gengar just going to go for that Perish Song off the start of the match. We still have 2 Pokemon that need to move in this turn. It's going to be that Sleep Powder Vivillon, getting that near perfect accuracy Sleep Powder, causing the Kingambit to take its mandatory turn of sleep.
Yeah, Gengar not wanting to deal with any sucker punches potentially from Kingambit, going for the Perish Song instead. Both of Terran's Pokemon now trapped on the field by this Mega Gengar, but we did see that even in their Mega Forms, even with Gengar's much higher base speed stat, Floette on Terran's side did move first, something that both players now need to be aware of going into the rest of this match. But Kingambit taking its sleep turns now, it might be able to wake up on this turn, but is Terran willing to gamble on maybe trying to get a wake up on a Sucker Punch? Or, more importantly, is Rintaro going to be willing to gamble on Kingambit Sucker Punching the Gengar before it can potentially Sludge Bomb into Floette here, for example?
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games. A lot of the time when you play these Perish Song teams, you want to have that Incineroar to switch in when you protect that way.
Speaking of,
bring that Incineroar in, and now we have the option to then somehow get a pivot later in the next turn, but we do unfortunately have to give that Kingambit a +1 boost due to that Defiant, dropping it by 1 stage and then giving it +2. Dazzling Gleam from the Floette is just going to attack into both Pokemon, the Gengar just protecting, so it's going to survive with a little bit more HP, but it does some pretty good damage into Incineroar, and that is not a critical hit. It just did 1/3 damage.
Floette, obviously a very powerful Pokemon with its Fairy Aura ability boosting all of those Fairy-type attacks. We see commonly Floette will only run Fairy-type moves just because they are so powerful that it doesn't need anything else. Incineroar, even from that spread damage, Dazzling Gleam taking 36% on switch-in. Gengar did go for the Protect that turn. Kingambit didn't end up waking up, so Gengar could have maybe gone for Sludge Bomb there, but neither player was to know that. And now instead we've got Incineroar threatening a Fake Out onto Kingambit here. The real question now is there a way for Rintaro to try and pivot around with this Gengar to stop it from going down to its own Perish Song?
Yep, absolutely, and that is what the plan's going to be. We're going to bring the Vivillon back in. It's only at 5% HP, so if it does get knocked out, you can pretty easily bring back in that Gengar to set up the Perish Trap once more. Light of Ruin is going to connect into the Incineroar spot. That is going to do a ton of damage, and that is going to be picking up the KO onto the Incineroar. And now Gengar, that just switched out, does have a free line to come back in. First, we're going to see the Kingambit actually is going to get flinched. That was from the Fake Out earlier. I almost thought there was a Rock Slide for some reason. I'm getting a little conditioned here. But now we have the Floette and the Kingambit respectively down to the last turn of Perish as the Gengar does switch back in on this turn.
That's regulation set MB for you. You see a flinch and you just assume it's Rock Slide. But that was actually quite a risky play from Rintaro, because if neither of his Pokemon faint, if Terran doesn't take a KO that turn, Gengar doesn't come back in, and now suddenly that trap is broken, and Terran would have been free to switch out one of his Pokemon, or both. But instead, Gengar able to come back in, protect on both Pokemon now, as the Perish timer drops 2-0 on Floette and Kingambit at the end of this turn.
Yeah, but now we still have to consider what are the other 2 Pokemon in the back for Terran. We've only seen the Kingambit and the Floette because they've been Perish trapped on this field for such a long time. There's 2 more Pokemon that have not even shown up, and they're fully healthy, where the Vivillon has already taken 95% of its HP. It's only at very, very low red, and the Gengar has also taken a little bit of chip damage. For Rintaro, we still have 1 more Pokemon that's been unrevealed in the back, so we have to be a little bit careful on what it could be. But it looks like we're going to be seeing the Basculegion and the Whimsicott for Terran.
This is where something like Rage Powder on Vivillon could be really important. Basculegion with Tailwind up, obviously threatening those massive last respects. With 2 of Terran's Pokemon fainted, that's going to be 150 base power. Super effective on Gengar. Obviously, Vivillon's not going to take a hit very well from this range. And we do, in fact, see the Rage Powder coming out. Is Terran going to be able to take out this Basculegion this turn?
Let's see what happens. The Encore is going to be used. It does bypass the Rage Powder because of Whimsicott's grass typing, so we are going to be locking that Gengar into the Protect. As the Basculegion going to be next to move, just going to go for that Aqua Jet, just trying to get the KO on to the Vivillon, just trying to make sure that it does not go for anything like a Sleep Powder if it were to do so. Does lose a little bit of HP due to the Life Orb, And then we have one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back. It's going to be that Politoed sitting the Drizzle.
Not a great position now for Rintaro. The Encore from Terran. Very smart there. There was an option to maybe set Tailwind and try and get aggressive with the Basculegion, but instead, Terran saying, no, I'm just going to completely shut down your Gengar. You can't do anything with that. Aqua Jet means that Tailwind completely not necessary there. And now, this Politoed is in a very bad position. It's not really threatening to output very much damage here. It's only really got Weather Ball for damage output. It can maybe try and put Basculegion to sleep with Hypnosis and try and eke out a win there. Wait for Gengar to come back alive from this Encore. But as long as Whimsicott stays on the field, this Gengar probably will stay Encored.
Oh, and it looks like you're going for a Protect on the Politoed. It's a very risky play because the Whimsicott has Encore still in its move list. Last Respects giving 2 boosts, giving a 150 base power move. Trying to go into that Politoed does not get anywhere. But now we're in a situation where the Whimsicott can go and lock down this Politoed, and the Gengar, I believe, still is Encored for another turn.
Yeah, I think this looks pretty over in Terran's favor here. Maybe something will go wrong, but we do just see a bunch of Protects coming out from Rintaro. Not entirely sure what the game plan is here. Maybe he's just giving himself a little bit of time to think about what to do in the next game instead. But I feel like for the rest of this game, it is just going to be both of these Pokemon being locked into Protect by this Encore. Maybe there's a world in which he gets enough Protects to stall out all the Encore PP, but I think Protect, thanks to the PP nerf in Pokemon Champions, will run out of PP before Encore does.
Yeah, more than likely. And we still have so much HP on Terran's side of the field that for any Pokemon, even if you do get out of these Protect Encore locks, it's not much you're going to be able to do. At one point, this Basculegion will just be able to get an attack off with either its Wave Crash or the Last Respects. We're going to go for the Last Respects here. Super effective into that Gengar. It's going to be picking up the KO on the most important Pokemon on this field, and it looks like Terran is going to be winning game number 1.
Yeah, no need to go for the Encore that time because Politoed, unable to do anything that turn, Tailwind and Last Respects will just KO that Gengar. And we do see Rintaro lock in the forfeit at the end of game 1. He managed to get the Perish Trap off early, but I think as is often the case with these Perish Trap teams, Terran just did enough damage in the early game that even though 2 of his Pokemon did go down, he'd got enough of a material advantage with the Vivian on low HP, with the Gengar not really able to do that much into the Whimsicott back end. And again, punishing that double Protect as well. It felt very predictable on the last turn of Perish Song to go for that double Protect, just keep both your Pokemon alive. And then the Encore Whimsicott comes in next to the Basculegion, and that was just a very, very strong endgame position for Terran.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was definitely a good usage for Terran to bring the Whimsicott in the back. A lot of the time when you're playing against these Perish teams, you really want to bring all of your offensive pieces because you're able to then get the KO onto the Gengar. But knowing that you could bring the Whimsicott and bypass the Rage Powder with Encore was the real checkmate seal in this game number 1, knowing that you could lock down the Gengar, and then a few turns later, you're able to KO it with that Last Respects on the Basculegion.
I think it's quite tricky for Rintaro as well, knowing now that Floette is faster than his Gengar, even when they've both Mega Evolved. Because what that means is that the Floette on Terran's side is so free to just throw out, as we saw those big Light of Ruins, Dazzling Gleam still doing a lot of damage, even with that spread damage reduction. And as we said, part of that strategy for getting around Perish Song is just to trade a bunch of damage early. Well, not even trade damage, because the Perish Song user isn't doing any damage to you. Just get a lot of damage down early so that when you get back to your Pokemon, you can just clean up the last scraps. And having that Floette not be as threatened by Gengar makes that so much easier for Terran, and we saw how well he executed that in that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that Rintaro does know the speed order, do you think it's going to be a switch up to that Swampert mode? And it looks like it is. We're going into game number 2. Swampert and Vivian are going to be the leads for Rintaro this time around. You have to imagine that the Gengar is going to be sitting this one out. But now we have a very similar lead. Terran is also bringing this Kingambit and the Floette.
Same lead again from Terran. You got to wonder if this Swampert does have enough bulk to maybe take a Light of Ruin from Floette, for example. This is a weird position now, because if Terran just attacked with Floette here, which it looks like he might be doing, if Rintaro went for a switch into Politoed and just clicked Wave Crash into Floette, that's going to drop, because that is such a powerful attack coming off of a Mega Swampert. But on the flip side, if it's just a Sleep Powder from Vivian and the Politoed doesn't come in this turn, you want to attack with the Floettes. We'll see what our trainers have gone for.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens. Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Floette, doing so much damage both into the Vivian and the Swampert that just Mega Evolved. Sleep Powder going to be connecting once again into that King Gambit, forcing it to at least take one turn of sleep now, as the high horsepower is going into King Gambit. So just trying to get some additional damage, not opting to attack into this Floette, at least on this turn. So now we're in a very interesting situation. With what is the Swampert really going to go for here? Is it going to try to attack with a Wave Crash into either Pokemon, or is it going to try to play defensive route?
I would expect this might just be a Wave Crash aimed at Floette. Here comes the Politoed, the Rain Boost is up. Mega Swampert's Swift Swim ability is activated, the damage boost on Wave Crash is also ready to go, but Whimsicott coming in now is able to threaten a potential Tailwind after Floette protects. So Floette is safe for this turn, and with a Tailwind up, Floette will once again be faster than Mega Swampert. Taran once again keeping himself on the front foot, able to position well to keep the threat of damage from this Floette alive.
Yeah, the Whimsicott has just been having so much motion in this match. Having the ability to switch on this defensive pivot, now has the access to set up the Tailwind, and now, even if Moonblast, you don't think it might be able to pick up the KO, Light of Ruin is right there to potentially put the Swampert in a precarious situation, and it can't go for Protect safely because the Whimsicott is on this field, could lock it into another Encore. Swampert does have to switch out here into the Vivian, trying to reset some of the situation. Whimsicott does go for the Tailwind. Now the Floette is going to be next to move. The Politoed still hasn't done anything yet, but it's just going to be a regular Moonblast, not trying to opt into a miss with the Light of Ruin or take too much recoil. Vivian's going down here.
Vivian from 4%, not going to be able to take that Moonblast. And we are going to see the Raw Hypnosis come out from Politoed. I was wondering if that was the angle that Rintaro was going for, a little bit of a Hail Mary, but recognizing that that is his best option in that situation. And Politoed is one of those Pokemon where it's not doing a huge amount of damage by itself, because its special attack's not that high. Obviously, a rain-boosted Weatherboard is still decent damage into most things in the metagame, but you can't leave it alone because of that threat of Hypnosis. And now with Floette asleep, unable to protect, there's the sleeping King Gambit in the back as well. There's not much that is going to be able to take a hit from this Swampert that is able to rejoin the field.
Absolutely. And the Floette used the Moonblast before it got put to sleep, so it has not taken its mandatory turn of sleep just yet. So the Floette will have to at least stick around on the field, trying to click a move for one turn before it has the chance to awake. We're going to go with the Moonblast on the Whimsicott, boosted by the Fairy Aura, and that deals so much damage, even if it's not that strong on its special attacking stats. Wave Crash is going to be used into this Floette, and that is going to be picking up the one-hit KO on a critical hit. Might not have mattered too much, but the thing that's going to matter more here is how much recoil damage is the Swampert going to take, and it's going to take itself out. Swampert is going to go down. That's a Mega for Mega trade.
Yeah, that critical hit not really mattering, I don't think. Floette on these teams, especially with that timid nature with the Light of Ruin, generally not investing too much into their bulk, because it's not really worth it if you're taking that much recoil. That Wave Crash would have got the KO anyway. We see Whimsicott going to sleep now thanks to yet another Hypnosis from the Politoed, and we see Archaladon coming out in the back this time. No Incineroar and no Gengar from Rintaro, going all in on the Rain mode. King Gambit obviously now in range of an Electro Shot. Archaladon will be looking to try and get some boosts to its special attack, but Rain is going to be over very soon, and if you lock in an Electro Shot this turn and get hit by Encore, now suddenly Archaladon is very, very vulnerable.
Yep, and you also still have to consider what is the final Pokemon in the back return, Terran Birdie. We did see the Basket Legion earlier in game number 1, so it could be a repeat. We haven't seen the indication that Garchomp is going to be coming into this match just yet, as the Electro Shot is now going to be activated and used into this Whimsicott, dealing about 50%. That's very respectable for a resisted move. Weather Ball going to be used into this King Gambit. Going to pick up the KO in that spot now too. So we're bringing this back for Rintaro. It's going to be 2 Pokemon apiece here.
It is 2 Pokemon apiece. It is the Basket Legion in the back here. Whimsicott taking enough damage from that first Electro Shot that it looks like a second one will do it. But at the same time, if Rintaro doesn't go after the Basket Legion with an Electro Shot this turn, Rain will be over. He won't have access to Electro Shot as easily going forward. But would a +2 Dragon Pulse be enough to get the KO? Let's see what our players lock in here. It is going to be Last Respect immediately from Basket Legion, and Archaladon hangs on.
Yeah, the Archaludon did not take a single point of damage, so it did not have any stamina stacks. So that Last Respects was doing so much damage. Archaludon going to be setting up an Electroshot once again, giving itself the +2. If it target down, honestly, into either Pokemon, especially into that Whimsicott, it should be able to pick up the KO. It just did under 50%.
It
looks like it's going to Basket Legion. That is going to be a KO onto that Pokemon. Super effective into that water type. Now we have the Politoed setting up the Parasong. That would have been the end game situation, knowing that you could potentially stall out the rest of the turns in this end game here. Now it's a 2v1 situation. You still have a very sleepy Whimsicott, but because Politoed is slower in 3 turns, the Politoed will win on Perish Timer. So this is a checkmate situation. We're going to game 3.
I really like that play from Rintaro, saying, okay, if you protect your Basket Legion here, you're not going to get any damage on my Archaludon, and I can win with the Parasong endgame. But if you do swing with the Basket Legion, Archaludon is going to survive, get off that Electroshot, and KO the Basket Legion anyway, and the Parasong endgame still is going to be a good option for that very bulky Politoed.
Yeah, and I love that Rintaro decided to not even attack into the Whimsicott, knowing that if it were to go for a Protect on the wake-up turn, then the Whimsicott could have survived the extra turn, potentially Encore locked either Pokemon into either the Parasong or the Electroshot, knowing that you really needed to get rid of the Basket Legion on this turn to potentially survive later on.
I think it was really interesting that Rintaro did completely switch up the strategy there. We saw in Game 1, the Perish Trap strategy didn't really go quite so well because he just took too much damage. Taran able to use his aggressive Pokemon early to get enough damage down to win in that end game. Rintaro saying, okay, that didn't work out so well. Game 2, scrap that. Let's just go for the really offensive rain mode. But at the same time, Rintaro did have to land a couple of Hypnosis in that game that I think really benefited him. If those had missed, or if there'd maybe been a slightly earlier wake-up, would that have changed the outcome of the game? So does Rintaro go for the same strategy again, or does he mix it up? No, it is looking like it is just going to be that rain mode once again.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to have to see how Rintaro is going to change up the matchup. If you don't want to bank on going for those Hypnosis sleep counters, then you're going to have to find a better way. But it looks like Taran was fine with the Game 2 leads as he was fine with Game 1 leads. So it's a similar matchup here for the Floette and the Kingambit. But how do you approach this now, knowing that Rintaro has switched into this rain mode?
It's interesting. It's the same call again on turn 1 here as it was last game, where if Floette attacks and Swampert just goes for a Wave Crash into it and Politoed switches in, then Floette's gone immediately. But again, if Politoed doesn't come in and Floette goes for a Protect or something and Kingambit goes to sleep for free, that's also very beneficial for Rintaro. So we'll have to see now if there's any Protects. Nope. Same again, this time just Dazzling Gleam into both of these Pokemon. A lot of damage coming down, but Sleep Powder this time going into the Floette rather than the Kingambit, wanting to shut off those powerful fairy-type attacks. Rintaro once again unleashing that high horsepower into the Kingambit, getting it down to very low health. Kowtow Cleave coming out now from Kingambit, not nearly enough to get the KO on Swampert.
I do really love this call, going for the Sleep Pattern to the Floette, knowing that it's going to be faster. And as long as it didn't Protect there, you are going to be putting the Floette to sleep after it has already used a move. So it's going to have to take its mandatory turn of sleep on this turn, or it's going to have to be forced to switch into the back. The Kowtow Cleave on the Kingambit did deal some significant damage on top of that Dazzling Gleam, so the Swampert, if it decided to go for a Wave Crash into this Floette spot, might just end up KOing itself once again. Looks like the Vivion's going to be switching out here for the Politoed, resetting that Drizzle.
The other thing is the Kowtow Cleave did enough damage to probably put Swampert into Sucker Punch range. The threat of Rage Powder from Vivian was on the field, but Taran, seeing through Rintaro's bluff there, goes for the Sucker Punch anyway on the Politoed switch in, not letting the Swampert get that free hit into Floette. But now we've got Big Scary Archaludon hitting the field.
Yeah, and we have this Politoed putting on a lot of pressure right here to just attack into this Kingambit. Or if you really want to high roll and go for another Hypnosis to that spot, you definitely could on a potential switch in. The Archaludon is definitely the most scary Pokemon here on the field. If it starts setting up with these Electroshot boosts, especially when you have Rain active for another 4 more turns, it is going to be super helpful. But the Floette wakes up. It's going to go for the Lighter Ruin, super powerful attack into this Archaludon. Does this go down?
It's
it is a
one
one-hit KO. Oh my goodness.
Our Chaladon goes down straight away. We highlighted how powerful that Light of Ruin attack is. Politoed is now going to hit the Weather Ball into Floette, able to clean it up. Floette fainting on Terran's side, but again, similar to Game 1, it just feels like there's been so much damage put out from Terran early on that there's just not really much of a way back from Rintaro. Both of his major damage pieces, the Archaldon and the Swampert, already fainted, leaving just a very low HP Vivian, which is in range of a Moonblast, it's in range of a Sucker Punch, a Kowtow Cleave, it's in range of pretty much anything. And Politoed, who, as we mentioned before, not really known for its offensive prowess here, it's looking like Terran's got this pretty wrapped up.
Yeah, all kind of came down to that Sucker Punch read, knowing that the Vivian was going to be switching into the back for the Politoed, trying to set up the rain. It just led to the situation where now you have two Pokemon that aren't really known for outputting a lot of damage onto the field for Rintaro, as Terran still has another Pokemon in the back. More than likely, it's going to be that Basculegion. And the Kingambit also still on the field, going to be outputting a lot of damage. Weather Ball into that Whimsicott, dealing about 43% of its HP, but the Kowtow Cleave trying to go into this Vivian, still not going to connect onto that Pokemon just yet. But right now, the Politoed, I believe, is Encore locked into that Weather Ball for another couple turns.
That was a smart play from Terran there. The obvious play for Rintaro is to protect Vivian and again go for that somewhat Hail Mary Hypnosis into the Whimsicott so that Vivian can then maybe start putting some sleep powders down on Kingambit. But Terran again saw through that and said, nope, not going to let you do that one. I'm going to aim at your Vivian with my Kingambit in case you don't protect, but I'm just going to stop the Politoed from putting anything to sleep. Because that's the way that Rintaro wins that game, potentially, is just getting some lucky sleep turns, getting a couple Hypnosis down, Terran just completely shutting down that option, and a very well-played endgame from Terran. It is Politoed still alive and kicking, but its only attacking move is that Weather Ball. Rain is only active for one more turn, so after Rain's over, that Weather Ball goes to being a normal type move again. Basculegion not going to be able to take any damage from it. And now we're going to see probably a finishing blow from a Last Respects. Basculegion hits the Politoed more than enough to get the KO with the Life Orb boost and the Adaptability boost. And that is going to be Game 3 going to Terran Birdie.
Congratulations to Terran Birdie, continuing his run at the World Championships undefeated. And that is a very incredible player there. Regional champion and multi-time top cutter at multiple regionals all across the world. So congrats to Terran for winning that match.
Yeah, a really good display, I think, of positioning and knowing how to play into what can be a very tricky archetype in a more kind of general sense. Not necessarily a turn-by-turn thing, but knowing your game plan is, okay, if they bring the Perish Mode, I'm just going to get damage down early. And we saw how effective that was in Game 1, where the Perish Trap did go off, both Pokemon on Terran's side did go down to the Perish Song, but everything was just so low on Rintaro's side that Terran was able to clean it up. And again, very smart direction on the Encore, knowing when to click that, knowing when to eliminate any potential win conditions from Rintaro as well. Rintaro did a good job in Game 2, though, of switching up, going for that Rain mode, understanding, especially with the Floette being faster than Gengar, that Perish Trap mode just not really going to be that viable. But in the end, it was Terran's overwhelming offense with that Light of Ruin we saw in both Game 2 and Game 3, picking up some pretty valuable KOs. And that was enough to bring Terran over the line.
Yeah, and that just shows you how strong Terran is as a player, but also understanding the composition of your team. We all like to talk about how good the Big Six is, or at least the New Age Big Six, not the 2016 Big Six.
Old Big Six was
very good it can be, but especially recognizing that you didn't even need to switch up your leads. You didn't need to go into your Charizard Y mode. You didn't need to bring the Garchomp at all. Bringing the Kingambit and the Floette every single game and having both the Whimsicott and the Basculegion in the back, knowing that whatever Rintaro decides to bring, you're going to follow your game plan, and you're going to have to make a read somewhere in order to win the match.
I found it interesting that Terran did go for the same play in Game 2 and Game 3. It felt like a bit of a 50-50 almost from where we were sitting, but what that says to me is maybe like with the Wave Crash recoil, maybe with a bit of Sucker Punch or Kowtow Cleave damage into the Swampert, Terran could account for Wave Crash KOing Floette on turn 1, and maybe he was ready for that. Or maybe he was just making very aggressive reads both games. Either way, as we saw there, he very much knew how to play the matchup, how to sort out his lines into those teams. and he will be moving to 3-0 now, halfway to a day 2 placement at the World Championships.
Yeah, when you're at the World Championship, sometimes you just have to trust your gut on certain damage calcs. Sometimes you could be studying for months, especially with your team. But at some point when you're in the game, in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just have to trust that yourself, like, hey, I'm going to be able to get this KO. I'm going to be able to survive this. This Pokemon took this much damage. Maybe I'll be able to take a little bit more. And that's just how strong of a player some of these Pokemon trainers are.
I would love to talk about that kind of tournament prep for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, but we do have to have a quick break. We're going to get some refreshments. You all should get some refreshments at home as well. And we will be back shortly with some more action from the VGC World Championships.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for round number 4 on the side stream hosted by Victory Road for the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco. My name is Andrew Tam, joined alongside Matt Maynard. We have another set of exciting matches for you coming soon.
We do have some really interesting matches lined up. I don't want to spoil anything too soon. We've got one very interesting team in our next round, but we've got a little bit of time before we jump into that. First, let's have a look at what the metagame looks like at this World Championships. It's super important at tournaments like these to be able to predict which Pokemon are going to be popular, which Pokemon you want to bring yourself to deal with those. And let's have a look at the usage stats for our Mega Evolutions in this tournament. No surprises to see Mega Charizard Y at number 1.
Absolutely. 40+% on the Mega Charizard Y. That it was going to be the number 1 Pokemon to look out for in this entire tournament. Followed up closely by the Mega Floette, also one of the strongest Mega Evolution Pokemon in the entire game. No surprise there. And I love to see that the Staraptor coming in Regulation MB legal, now starting to get a lot more usage, even though it's not going to be as high usage as others might have thought, or maybe it's lower than other people might have thought, but it's still a sporting good Mega Evolution on certain types of teams.
It's funny, if you'd asked me at the start of the regulation where I thought Staraptor would be, I would have said probably higher than this, like before anyone had really tested with it. If you'd asked me last week where I thought Staraptor would be on this chart, I would not have put it in third. It's been through a bit of a wave since the start of Regulation MB, where people saw it when it was first announced, when it first got put in the game. They saw that it had Contrary, it had access to close combat with that same type of attack bonus. Everyone went, wow, this thing is going to be crazy strong. And it was good, but it wasn't incredible because people hadn't really found the compositions that it worked on. People were trying really hard to use Charm with Whimsicott or Parting Shot yourself with your Grimmsnarl, that kind of thing. And then people started to realize that actually it works well just as a standalone Pokemon. We've seen versions of Staraptor that have been popular on Ladder with just Staraptor as the Mega. We've seen teams where Staraptor's a secondary Mega. I think it actually complements Mega Delphox quite nicely. That's a team that I've been using a little bit myself when I've been playing, is using that combination of Mega Delphox and Mega Staraptor. And now that people have stopped trying to build around it so hard as like a centerpiece of teams, people have realized just how strong it is with the option for Tailwind support. People were running Roost on it initially. That's kind of dropped off in favor of using it as a support Pokemon. And with that more kind of Tailwind support set, you can actually bring it without using it as a Mega. So you can bring it next to, for example, Mega Tyranitar, something that's been run next to Staraptor quite a bit. You can bring the Staraptor, use it to get an Intimidate, set Tailwind, switch it out, Intimidate again later, and use Tyranitar as your Mega to win a Weather War. Or, if the situation calls for it, you can go Mega on your Staraptor, save your non-Mega Tyranitar on the back. So I think it was a lot more flexible than people gave it credit for initially.
Yeah, absolutely great calls. And let's start looking at some of these other Mega Evolution Pokemon. The Delphox also sporting a pretty healthy, near 10% usage. It has a very good matchup in both the Mega Floette and the Mega Charizard, keeping a resistance on both of its attacks, but also having a really good setup on some of the more popular teams in that Blastoise and Mega Delphox team has been performing really well in grassroots tournaments online leading up to the World Championships. But honestly, one of the most important Pokemon on this list that I didn't expect to see here was the Mega Swampert. We just saw that on our side stream match in round number 3, but I honestly did not expect as many players to bring Mega Swampert into this match.
Mega Swampert, as we saw in our round 3, just does so much damage with Wave Crash. This is the first time that Swampert has had access to Wave Crash with its Mega form, which means it's just doing so much damage in the rain. We saw it just one-shot a Floette pretty effortlessly. I think you can put quite a lot of bulk investment into a Floette, and it's still going to go down to a rain-boosted Wave Crash. So it's not that much of a surprise to see Swampert on the list. I'm a little surprised it was that high up. Because with Charizard Y everywhere, somewhat counterintuitively, Rain is quite difficult to pilot into Charizard Y, but Charizards have stopped running Solar Beam as much. They've all moved towards, or not all, but a lot of them have moved towards Ancient Power now. And so with that shift, that opens up Rain a little bit more.
Yeah, because now you're not as threatened by the Charizard itself. Some of its complementary pieces, like the Venusaur, could still bring you a lot of trouble going for those grass type attacks, or even just a sleep powder into any of the supporting pieces on the Mega Swampert team. But at least your 1v1 potential into the Mega Charizard is a little bit better. You might still be taking a lot of damage from those rain boosted or fire boosted weather balls or heat waves, potentially getting a burn there, but that does leave you open to at least attacking a little bit better. I mean, we've seen what adaptability Basilica Wave Crash can do. I think Swampert Wave Crash can still do a pretty sizable amount to that Charizard, even in the sun.
Absolutely. Well, we have got our next match lined up for you. We're going to see a few Megas that were on that graphic, and we're going to see one Mega that absolutely wasn't. But no spoilers just yet. Let's jump into the players we've got lined up in this next round. First of all, is going to be Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, a number of top cuts this season. I believe he was on a streak of 5 consecutive regional top 8s at the start of this season. His lowest result, in fact, this season was 26th at the European International Championships, which frankly is an absolutely crazy stat that his worst result this season was top 32 at an Internats.
Yeah, and that's just climbing right outside of a top cut bracket. So if your worst placement is just barely missing top cut at an international championship, very incredible consistency for Justin Tank throughout the season. But let's talk about the team a little bit more. It's a pretty standard Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox team, supporting those setup moves in the Shell Smash and the Nasty Plot to try to get your Pokemon as powered up as possible to start dishing out as much damage as possible. With your complementary pieces in the Incineroar and the Sinister, you're going to have a nice defensive backbone with the Intimidate, getting the Hospitality, increasing your HP, as well as having other disruption tools like Out and Matcha Gotcha, potentially getting a burn and Rage Powder, redirecting moves, where you also have some additional pieces with the King Gambit and the Sneasel to offer some additional offensive power, but also other utility.
Something to note here, I think, is the Sneasel set. Everything on this team is pretty standard. The Sinister doesn't have access to Life Dew, which it often runs on these kind of teams next to Blastoise to be able to boost those water spouts back up once it's taken a bit of damage, instead opting for Trick Room next to King Gambit. The main interesting thing here, though, is Sneasel running Quick Guard and running Focus Sash, Poison Touch. Unburdened with White Herb has been kind of the gold standard Sneasel set for a lot of this Regulation MA and Regulation MB, and we've seen a bit more of a pivot back towards Focus Sash, the kind of thing we saw more in Regulation H in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Now, without the White Herb, instead going for Poison Touch, and on a team like this, getting a Poison Touch activation with, obviously, the Poison Touch ability, Poison Jab has a high poison rate, that chip damage against things like Blastoise, Delphox, King Gambit can really tip a number of damage calculations over the edge. Things like a +2 Heat Wave will KO a lot of stuff if they've taken 1 or 2 turns of Poison Chip. Same with King Gambit's Sucker Punch will get some KOs with 1 or 2 turns of Poison Chip. So interesting to see how that will play into this upcoming matchup, if at all. But we've got maybe the most interesting team we have seen so far coming up from Nikolai Hoy Nielsen.
I can't believe we're getting to talk about Mega Camerupt on the stream, Matt. It is such a unique pick here at the World Championships. It's going to be sporting that Mega Evolution item. It does have access to the Earth Power, Heat Wave, and Ancient Power, so it has very strong attacks all around. It has that Solid Rock before it goes for that Mega Evolution, so it does offer some additional resistances from super effective damage. We're also going to be sporting the Mega Aerodactyl No Protect. It's going to be carrying that Tailwind and Ice Fang, as well as Dual Wing Beat and Rock Slide, so it has a speed mode here. But rounding off the rest of the team, it's a bunch of slower Pokemon. We have that Farigiraf to help you set up the Trick Room, the only Trick Room setter in this match. Then we have that fully boosted, powering up Fairy Feather Sylveon alongside the King Gambit, trying to get as much damage with as many moves as possible, and rounding off with the Life Orb Kangaskhan.
The Life Orb Kangaskhan is something that you really don't see very often. A lot of the time, non-Mega Kangaskhan will opt for a Silk Scarf. They'll run Fake Out and Last Resort as the only 2 moves, relying entirely on the Scrappy ability, letting it hit Ghost types with all these big normal type moves. Well, the one big normal type move. This one, though, still keeping the Scrappy ability, its normal move of choice being Double Edge, and that just lets it run a bit of coverage with Life Orb, Hammer Arm, and Ice Punch. But I'm mostly interested to see how well this Camerupt is going to do. Nikolai and his brother Frederick often run the same teams at tournaments, and I think for the entirety of Scarlet and Violet, every big result they got, had at least one form of Ursaluna on it. We don't have Ursaluna in this game, but Camerupt is maybe as close as we're going to get to a Blood Moon Ursaluna. The Sheer Force boosted Earth Power is doing so much damage. It doesn't have access to its own Blood Moon, but it's still outputting a lot of damage.
I mean, one of the things you do have with the Mega Camerupt is that Heat Wave on top of that Sheer Force, so it's not going to get the burn, but it's going to get that additional damage, on top of the fact that it is a spread move, so it's going to be hitting both Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. And if you could hit even into that Sinistra, the King Gambit, or honestly any of the Pokemon, I don't know how much the Incineroar or even the Mega Delphox wants to take Heat Wave from a Mega Camerupt on top of another Pokemon on the other side, because Mega Camerupt is actually one of the slowest Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. It is very, very slow, so it should be underspeeding pretty much everything in Trick Room against Justin Tank's team.
I mean, Heat Wave is basically Hyper Voice. This is just an Ursaluna, really.
Yes.
If you squint really hard, this is a Blood Moon Ursaluna. And frankly, I think the damage output from Camerupt is probably not that far off of a Blood Moon Ursaluna holding the Life Orb item, because that Sheer Force boost is really strong. We've seen on things like Landorus Incarnate in the past just how powerful getting a Sheer Force boost on something like an Earth Power can be. It's really threatening a lot of damage. The question is, do you justify bringing Camerupt over Aerodactyl in this matchup? And the problem with Camerupt is Mega Delphox, with its Levitate ability, kind of sits in front of Camerupt. It can go for Ancient Power. Ancient Power does get that Sheer Force boost, loses the ability to get the Omni boost, unfortunately, but that's still doing some damage to a Delphox, but neither of its stab moves, no, the Earth Power and the Heat Wave, not really threatening a Delphox very hard, and we are going to see the Aerodactyl coming out on lead for Nikolai, making me think maybe we're not going to see the Camerupt, at least in this game 1.
Yeah, most of the time, if we do see the Aerodactyl, it does offer its Mega Evolution, but we've seen in some other matches at international events, you can bring the Aerodactyl just as a form of speed control, let it go down, and then you can bring in your secondary Mega Evolution. So we'll just have to see how this turn plays out. In terms of the leads, I'd say it's a pretty good favor for Justin Tang. Having access to that Fake Out here onto either Pokemon is going to be highly useful.
I'm sorry, did someone say Fake Out?
Set up.
Did someone say Fake Out?
What Fake Out? What do you mean? What are you talking
Fake
about?
Out?
It looks like it's going to get eaten up by this Armor Tail. So that means the Sylveon is not going to get hit if it were to go for attack. Looks like the Blastoise is not going for a Mega Evolution here. It's just going to be a Water Spout to start off the match.
Interesting. I wonder if this maybe means that there is a Delphox hiding in the back. We may find out very soon as Hyper Beam comes out from Sylveon with the Pixelate boost. Enough to one-hit KO the Blastoise. I kind of like that play from Justin. Obviously, someone said the word Fake Out and Farigiraf's ears perked up from the back and it kind of was summoned to the field. And that was blocked. But that means that Blastoise did get a free Water Spout off. Obviously, you're not getting a KO on anything, but the Mega on Blastoise doesn't boost the damage from Water Spout. You're still getting a good amount of damage from the Water Spout there. We've seen about a third taken off Farigiraf and Sylveon there. And now, as we said, we do still have the Mega Delphox in the back. And that makes me think that that was probably the game plan into maybe a Trick Room lead. If the Farigiraf was led into Incineroar and Blastoise, you could maybe just go for a Water Spout and a Dark move into the Farigiraf to try and KO it immediately. Save that Mega for your Delphox in the back, which we did highlight looks so effective into a Camerupt.
Oh, and still not going for the Mega Evolution here, just deciding to go for the Nasty Plot, setting up your +2 in your special attack. Parting Shot going to be used first before the Farigiraf is going to move, also indicating that the Sylveon has not gone for its recharge, so we know that the Incineroar is going to be faster here. Sinistcha is going to be switching in, as Sylveon has to take its mandatory recharge. It looks like the Farigiraf not going to go for a Trick Room, going to go for that Thunderbolt, no paralysis status here. We're just getting some damage in first.
Interesting to not Mega that turn. I'm not entirely sure what the rationale behind that is, but not too much of a punish. Delphox would have taken maybe a little bit less, thanks to a bit of extra special defense when it Mega Evolves, but still not taking too much from a Thunderbolt. And as you mentioned, no Trick Room going up here. Maybe Nikolai thinking he has a bit more time to get a Trick Room up. Maybe he thinks his Farigiraf is not going to go down immediately, which in this case I think is correct. So maybe he's looking to set it up this turn instead. Sylveon, as we saw there, taking a recharge turn, but now something like a Psyshock into Sylveon's significantly lower physical defense. Sylveon, a very specially bulky Pokemon. That's going to KO it from this range almost certainly. Farigiraf doesn't really want to take a +2 Heat Wave either, so I think it feels like the momentum's in Justin's favor at the moment.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. The Mega Evolution on the Mega Delphox is going to be activated finally. +2 in its special attack, so any attack realistically is going to do a lot of damage here. Sinistcha going to go for Protect, so just trying to survive any attack coming from either the Sylveon or the Farigiraf. But what happens with this Heat Wave? It's not going to pick up the KO onto the Sylveon, hanging on at 1% as the Farigiraf does get to eat its Citrus Berry, so keeping it a little bit more healthy as the Hyper Voice now going to go into this Delphox, getting some pretty significant damage on a critical hit, regardless of it is a resisted attack. Now Thunderbolt going into this Delphox. No Trick Room. And I honestly think it's a smart play to not go for the Trick Room at this point, knowing that if your Farigiraf did go down and Trick Room was set up, you're forcing the Aerodactyl to come in. That means you actually lost the speed control when you have the Intimidate, Incineroar in the back, and the Sinistcha. So now, at this point, you're fine if Trick Room doesn't go up. You want to bring the Mega Aerodactyl back in because you know those Rock Slides are going to do so much damage onto this Delphox.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with no Protect available on Aerodactyl. Nikolai would probably have a very hard time stalling out his own Trick Room if he set it up there, as you identified. More of a long-term game plan, not thinking, okay, I've got slow Pokemon on the field now, I want Trick Room up now. instead going, okay, well, if I set Trick Room up now, that makes my life a little bit harder later on. We see Incineroar coming in now. Sinister not wanting to take any damage, potentially quite important to get a bit more health back on Delphox with Hospitality later on. Sylveon protects, Heatwave coming out from Delphox. If this connects, will be more than enough to KO Frigoraph from this range. But this is now looking like a pretty scary position to bring in an Aerodactyl, for example.
Yep, now the Aerodactyl has a free switch in here, not being intimidated. It does have to contend with getting faked out by the Incineroar. It does not have that protect like you mentioned, so it would have to be able to take that attack. And the Sylveon just protected on this turn, so it is going to be susceptible to any attacks because it cannot go for consecutive protects safely. There's still one Pokemon in the back that we have not seen yet. I can't imagine that it's going to be the Camerupt unless we really wanted to go for a heavy Trick Room angle, but it's either going to be that Kingambit, which does have a decent matchup into this Delphox, sporting that Sucker Punch, but it looks like it's just going to be the Aerodactyl coming back into this match.
Aerodactyl is coming back in here. This feels like it kind of forces a Fake Out plus either a Heat Wave or a Psyshock into the Sylveon. But I think that seems like a pretty safe play for this turn, at least for Justin. The question is then what the last Pokemon is for Nikolai. Because Sylveon's kind of done its job here. It took out the Blastoise. It's not going to be able to get any more damage off realistically in this game just because it's so slow and it's on 1 HP. So now it's a case of, I think it could be either Kangaskhan or Kingambit in the back end could both be very impactful here with what Justin has remaining.
Yeah, and there's the Fake Out into the Mega Aerodactyl, so it's going to cause the Aerodactyl to flinch. We now confirm that it is going to be faster. Delphox going for the Psychic, and that +2, doesn't matter how strong your Mega Pokemon is, that Mega Aerodactyl is going to go down to that attack. Hyper Voice going to be used into both Pokemon.
Delphox hangs on!
Delphox now lives on 1% HP on yet another critical hit into this Incineroar. The Sylveon is putting in so much work, but just not enough into the Delphox to KO one of the most important Pokemon on this board state.
I feel like Nikolai wished that crit was on the other Pokemon there. Delphox only just hanging on, and with Sinister still in the back, that Hospitality can bring it back up to health. This Sylveon here for Nikolai does have access to Quick Attack, but at this point, if Delphox goes back up to 26% HP, Quick Attack not going to be nearly enough to pick up the KO here. So that suddenly swings momentum, it feels like, kind of back into Justin's favor. There's a lot of priority options available for Nikolai here with this Kingambit now hitting the field, but if Justin can get Sinistcha on the field safely, I don't think that priority is going to be enough. Maybe it might have to come down to Nikolai dodging a Heat Wave somewhere.
That's a very scary situation, knowing that if you have to dodge a Heat Wave, you're in a very precarious spot in terms of your Pokemon. But deciding to bring the Mega Aerodactyl, knowing that you don't have Protect, that is just a cost you have to have. Sylveon gonna go for a Protect here, just trying to survive an additional turn. Sucker Punch will be used successfully into that Delphox, so not playing any mind games here, just really forcing a pin on this Delphox. It's gonna go down. Incineroar has yet to move. It's gonna be that Flare Blitz, but not into the Kingambit. It does go into the Sylveon. So now we've put ourselves in a 2 versus 2 Pokemon situation.
That is a really, really good turn for Nikolai there, getting that pretty much 100% correct. But now the problem is Sylveon's got so little HP left. Incineroar and Sinistcha on Justin's side looking so healthy. Nikolai does have access to Low Kick on this Kingambit for some extra damage into Incineroar, but Sinistcha is holding the Colbur Berry, which means that a super effective Dark-type move will be doing half damage into it. It will be able to absorb a couple of hits, potentially with Rage Powder, or just go for Matcha Gotcha, try and get a couple of burns here.
Yeah, now that the Sylveon's still hanging at 1 HP, any attack will just get a KO into it, regardless of how strong it is. Realistically, you're only going to be playing against this Kingambit, and we do see the Throat Chop used on the Incineroar. We haven't really brought that up on how it matters in this matchup, knowing that the Incineroar is faster than the Sylveon. If you do get that Throat Chop into the Sylveon, it does stop the Sylveon going for those Hyper Voices. As a Low Kick does go into that Incineroar, doing some pretty significant damage, not trying to get baited by a Rage Powder here. Matcha Gotcha just used into the Kingambit, no burn here, no ability to heal because you were already at max HP, so still not over yet, Matt, but how do you think the Kingambit is going to bring this one back?
I don't know if it does. Maybe if it can survive a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. Because if Incineroar goes for Flare Blitz here, the recoil will likely take it out. And then maybe there's an angle where there's a match you gotcha miss. There's also an angle here, though, where if you call that, if Nikolai calls that, calls no, oh, never mind, I'm just kidding. The Flare Blitz, as it turns out, is enough to take out the King Gambit. Maybe there's some offensive investment on this Incineroar. It is going to go down to the Flare Blitz recall here, but that does not matter. Nikolai loses his last Pokemon. Justin still has that Sinistcha alive and kicking, and that is going to be game one in Justin's favor.
Yeah, I'm curious to think what Nikolai was thinking. Recognizing that, obviously, if your King Gambit is the last Pokemon, why don't you go for Sucker Punch in that situation? Maybe trying to get a critical hit onto the Incineroar. It did a lot of damage with the low kick. Maybe resisted Sucker Punch just doesn't do enough, but that also might just be a checkmate situation. If you go for Rage Powder and Flare Blitz, most of the time, probably going to be picking up the KO. And then, like you mentioned, if maybe there's a Matcha Gotcha miss somewhere. But, you know, in the end game, I think both players played it really well. We were able to see a pretty good match.
I think it feels like in this match, it's really hard for Nikolai to get a huge amount of value out of either his Megas. We saw the Aerodactyl come to that game, and it was forced to switch out on turn one, and then once it came back in, immediately ate a Fake Out and a Psychic. And obviously that's partly down to Justin positioning very well around that Aerodactyl. But at the same time, it just didn't really feel like it was ever threatening to be that impactful. Obviously, if it was able to get an attack off, then you've got Rock Slides coming down into Delphox, and that is quite important in this matchup, because there's not really that much another line of defense against that. But maybe we see a pivot in game two into a more Trick Room-oriented strategy from Nikolai, because we saw there the number of turns where he had chances to set Trick Room and didn't because he had the Aerodactyl in the back. And even after all that, the Aerodactyl just didn't get a chance to do anything. Maybe he commits more to that Trick Room mode, maybe brings the Mega Aerodactyl in the back instead and uses it to clean up with Rock Slide after getting a bunch of damage down under Trick Room.
Yeah, it's always important to note that because the Mega Aerodactyl doesn't have the Protect, it is very susceptible to Fake Out. But a lot of the time, I have to imagine that you probably want to have the Farigiraf on the board alongside the Mega Aerodactyl so those Fake Outs just don't work. Something we did see, at least in the first term of game number one, where we saw Incineroar trying to go for Fake Out into the Mega Aerodactyl, doesn't work, and the Farigiraf does switch in, neutralizing that. Let's see how the game changes. Nikolai versus Justin Tang for game number two. Winner of this is going to continue their undefeated streak at the Pokemon World Championships. We see the same leads for Justin Tang. It's going to be that Blastoise and Incineroar, but we do see a change here. Kangaskhan has come to this match for Nikolai.
Kangaskhan not getting intimidated by Incineroar thanks to its scrappy ability. Fake Out not going to work here because of Farigiraf's Armor Tail. This lead from Nikolai screams, I don't want to deal with an Incineroar. The thing is, though, this Kangaskhan has a brave nature, which means that Blastoise on Justin's end is most likely to be faster. So you are still threatening the Water Spout, and Nikolai realizes that, goes for a Fake Out, and does 25% with a Fake Out.
Kangaskhan is a very strong Pokemon, naturally. When you add on top of the ability to go for Life Orb boosted damage as well, and you're getting your stab bonus, it does a lot of damage, 75%, pretty good. We do see the Incineroar going with the switch out here with the parting shot, dropping the Kangaskhan's damage output, and it looks like the Blastoise getting that boosted HP from the Hospitality, so neutralizing the damage done from the Fake Out, but more importantly, does get the flinch, and the Farigiraf does get a successful Trick Room off here. So now we're going to start checking these Trick Room turns. 4 turns remaining. How much damage can you get onto Justin Tang's side of the field?
This Kangaskhan is at -1 attack now, not affected by the Intimidate, but Parting Shot of it does lower its attack by 1 stage. This Blastoise is in a pretty decent spot, I'd say, to start throwing off either Dark Pulses or Water Spouts. But again, we have to wonder if the Delphox is in the back for Justin. If so, Blastoise doesn't really want to go for the Mega Evolution here, which means the Dark Pulses potentially aren't doing quite as much damage.
Interesting. Using the Psychic, trying to get as much damage as possible into the Blastoise, not going for a Thunderbolt. Just trying to potentially read something. Oh, and we see nasty. A Matcha Gotcha double hit, and does get the burn on the Kangaskhan. That is a big force of damage gone on Nikolai's side of the field. It looks like it was a double target into the Blastoise Protect, so that is going to be a complete blunder and a complete missed opportunity for Nikolai. Justin Tang reading that situation correctly.
Justin getting that turn, as you said, 100% correct. The burn really icing on the cake there. Kangaskhan already at -1 attack. Its damage output already somewhat neutered, but still threatening damage thanks to the Life Orb. Now the damage kind of gone. You see the Rage Powder coming out now from Sinister, keeping that Blastoise nice and safe. This is likely to be a 100% power Water Spout coming out from Blastoise here. Kangaskhan, as we saw there, not doing a huge amount of damage to Sinister, almost taking as much in recoil from the Life Orb and Double Edge, and instead it's Shell Smash coming out from Blastoise, even though the Trick Room is up. There's enough protection here from the Sinister that I think Justin is willing to try and get a couple of boosted Water Spouts off.
And I think you could do that safely, knowing that the Kangaskhan has been burned, so even if you do get a critical hit, bypassing your drops, you're probably still not picking up a KO onto the Blastoise. And honestly, now you could just decide to go for Mega Blastoise here just to get some additional defenses when you Mega Evolve. It does give you additional stats to your Pokemon. The Sinistcha also could just keep the Blastoise up and alive, as healthy as possible if it goes for that Rage Powder. I think you want to go for a double protect here into a Rage Powder, but it looks like we're just going to go for Rage Powder first, just trying to eat up as much damage before you attack. I don't think the Farigiraf with the Psychic can get the KO here. It will not. So the single target attack from the Kangaskhan has to target into the Sinistcha, but now we have the Blastoise, not in its Mega form, that's base form, is going to be getting an attack off. What is it going to be going for? It's going to go for the Water Spout here, maximum power into both Pokemon and gets the KO onto the Kangaskhan, but leaves the Farigiraf very, very low.
Farigiraf does hold on there. Wonder if maybe the Mega might have been the right option. I think Justin going to be saving that Mega for a back-end Delphox here, but there's also a possibility that maybe you could have just gone Mega Blastoise here and decided you were going to win with that instead of the Delphox. We do see King Gambit coming in here, and Delphox coming in from Justin's side. This does look like a good board for Nikolai, but then you realize there is only one turn of Trick Room left, so this King Gambit likely not going to be able to get a huge amount of value. This turn, there is the option to just go for a Double Protect, which is what you mentioned might have been likely last turn. With 2 turns left on Trick Room, Justin can really kind of choose which turn he chooses to protect on. And I think with Trick Room over, this is looking a little bit scary for Nikolai. With how he's been playing this game so far, with how hard he was targeting down the Blastoise early on, and with how much of a pivot he's made into this Trick Room mode, it makes me wonder if the camera up is in fact in the back here. And if that is the case, this is a really bad spot once Trick Room goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the double protect from both of Justin Tank's Pokemon. Thunderbolt trying to be used with the Farigiraf just to get as much damage, knowing that the Blastoise used Shell Smash, reducing its defenses by 1 stage apiece. King Gambit not able to get anything off in that turn. Does not have that setup move in that Sword Stance. It only has attacking moves, so it can't get any boost from there. Now, you're staring down a +2, +2, +2 Blastoise, boosted up with a Shell Smash, as well as a Delphox that still hasn't even Mega Evolved. Both Pokemon have not Mega Evolved in this turn, in this game, should I say. And now we're going to be seeing it. The Mega Delphox is going to be used here first.
Yeah, Delphox definitely doesn't operate outside of its Mega as well as Blastoise does here. We're probably not going to see a Water Spout, I'd guess, from Blastoise, but we do see a Helping Hand coming out from this King Gambit. That makes me think it's going to be a Sucker Punch into the Blastoise. That is what comes out. Blastoise hangs on with 11%, even with the Helping Hand. Water Spout is going to do pretty pitiful damage here, I think. Yeah, even at +2, not very much damage from a Blastoise at 11%. That was a critical hit on Farigiraf as well. Not the most relevant. Heat Wave, though, does double connect. Farigiraf goes down, King Gambit goes down as well. And now this is looking pretty much over for Nikolai, but if it's Aerodactyl in the back, maybe there's still a chance.
I think the chance... Oh, it's the camera up. We get to see the camera up. Please do not forfeit here.
I almost wish we didn't get to see the camera up, because it's not going to be a very good showing for it.
Yeah,
I think this Water Spout might actually do pretty reasonable damage here.
Yeah, with 11% HP, you single target, it's going to do a lot. If it was the Mega Aerodactyl in theory, you could try to win this if you were able to get a decent amount of flinches here. And it is going to be the Mega Camera here, so I get to say, for us, Mega Camerupt has Mega Evolved at the Pokemon World Championships here. regardless of it, it's going to do a lot of damage here.
No,
Dark
it's not
Pulse
the
is
water
going to
pulse.
be
No.
used in there, and that Pokemon 40% damage. Delphox is going to get an attack off, and it does not pick up the KO.
lives!
Do we get to
Camerupt the
see a
hero!
KO? Mega Camerupt gets to use Heat Wave into
Let's
both
go,
Pokemon
Camerupt!
and gets a KO onto the Blastoise. That is your MVP.
What an absolute tank. I actually think the Water Spout would have done more damage there, no? I don't understand. I wanted to see how much damage that Water Spout did. Because let me think, because
I
we're
will-
at 11%, so it's 15 base power, doubled to 30, no, quadrupled, sorry, to 60,
Yeah.
and then stab. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's more damage. That's actually suboptimal from Justin Tang, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, because you do not get the Mega Evolution ability.
Yeah, you don't have Mega
to get the
Launcher.
boost on the Dark Pulse. So slight suboptimal play there from Justin.
It's fine.
Tang.
Justin
We're
just wanted to
let
give
him know.
Camerupt a chance to shine. That's what it was. Justin knew how much damage that double up was going to do and wanted to give Camerupt the chance to go for the Heat Wave.
Well, I'm
That's
glad
actually
we were
just, that's
able
just
to
Justin
see.
being a good guy.
I'm glad we were able to see a good match regardless. The Mega Camerupt did show up, but overall, I think Nikolai tried to play that as well as he could against one of the strongest team archetypes. I think going into the World Championships, and Justin Tang absolutely played that incredibly well, knowing which Pokemon that he did not need to Mega Evolve, knowing which moves he needed to click and which turns. I think he played that very perfectly.
Again, that feels like similar to last game. That was a lot of game knowledge of how to play into an archetype rather than how to play turn by turn or how to play into a specific team of 6. And we saw there Justin willing to just use his lead to get a bunch of damage down. And we saw it particularly in that game too, just refusing to take KOs, especially with obviously the burn from the Matcha helped to keep that Kangaskhan in check. But I think Justin did a very good job of just not ever letting that Kangaskhan get any real damage done, but also not KOing it to give a free switch into the Camerupt in the back, right? So keeping that Kangaskhan on the field just meant he could stall out so many turns of Trick Room. And that's maybe part of the reason he didn't go for the double protect on the turn that you called out there, is because if Nikolai calls that out, for example, and just hard switches and double protect comes out, now it's suddenly a slightly tricky position. So that was a very well played game from Justin, just not really allowing his opponent to take advantage of either of the forms of speed control in this team. There is Tailwind on the Aerodactyl. That obviously didn't get to come into play at any point. There is Trick Room on the Frigoraph. That came into play, but just didn't have as much impact as Nikolai would have wanted.
Yeah, absolutely great call. Both players are still not out of the tournament just yet. They were undefeated going into round 3. And Justin Tang is going to be moving on to round 4 undefeated with a 4-0 record. Nikolai still in this tournament, absolutely nowhere near getting eliminated, and still has a pretty decent chance to finish up the run undefeated, going 7-1 on the phase 1 of this tournament. We are going to be kicking it to a quick break in this round before we get to see another match. So don't go anywhere. Grab a quick snack, grab a refreshment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have got another game for you in our round 4. We just saw a really interesting set with Mega Camerupt doing its best from Nikolai Nielsen against Justin Tan. Justin advancing to a 4-0 record, getting very close to that day 2 qualification at the World Championships. But now we've got another veteran of the scene coming up in our next game. We've got Marcus Hammond against, and I apologize if I get this pronunciation wrong, Sahapol Michunuke from Thailand. So we've got a very interesting team from Sahapol, but first let's have a look at Marcus's team, a team which I think we've seen quite a lot in smaller grassroots tournaments, on ladder. This 6 has been kind of popping up here and there quite a bit.
Yeah, we do see now that in Regulation MB, the Staraptor and the Mega Raichu Y both have been coming onto the scene. The Zap Cannon with the combination of No Guard on Mega Raichu does allow you to get 100% accurate Zap Cannons, causing paralysis to stick on your opponent if they were surviving for the turn, as well as also getting additional damage with the Moonblast, and Fake Out is just a good supplementary piece there. And we talk about Staraptor before, but having the contrary ability with close combat means you get some additional boosts in its defenses while also getting that rate attack in with close combat when you Mega Evolve, especially when you get that stab boost. But just rounding off the team, we've seen other Pokemon like this before, the Life Orb Basking Legion, Choppleberry King Gambit with all of its attacking moves. We do see a slight variant of the New Age Hisuian Arcanine, not going for like a choice band set, not going for Life Orb, but going for that Focus Sash just so it can stay on the field for an extra turn. With Rockhead, Head Smash, and Flare Blitz do not give recoil damage to the Arcanine, so its Focus Sash will not be broken, as well as a pretty standard Sylveon set with Pixelate and 3 attacking moves, going to become Fairy-type moves.
Yeah, this team really built around Raichu's Zap Cannon spreading paralysis, and a bunch of Pokemon here, especially with Basculin and Arcanine and Sylveon, who can really make the most of those speed halves on the opposing end. Staraptor, again, as we said here, very strong Mega Pokemon in its own right, but on this team it can play the role of that Intimidate support if you want to use Raichu as your Mega. Arcanine not running Intimidate on this team, that role instead potentially falling to Staraptor. Tailwind as well, also very valuable for the same reason as Zap Cannon is. But let's have a look at Sahapol's team, who is also running Raichu, and that makes this dynamic really interesting, because Raichu in its base form has a Lightning Rod, which means a lot of the time, if you see 2 Mega Raichus led against each other, it becomes a bit of a game of chicken to see who is willing to hold onto their Mega for the longest.
Yeah, absolutely. When having Lightning Rod, you don't want to give your opponent that special attack boost because you know that you could use it yourself. So it comes to an interesting mind game. We do have the Mega Venusaur, which does get access to some interesting ability in the Thick Fat. So any attacks coming from a Fire-type Pokemon, such as the Hisuian Arcanine on Marcus's side of the field, will be doing less damage overall. It's probably going to be a very bulky Mega Venusaur here. But rounding off the team, we have some interesting choices. We have to talk about this Altaria first. It's one of the most unique Pokemon you're probably going to see. And we just saw Mega Camerupt in the last match in this round. We do see Helping Hand, Brave Bird, Tailwind, and Will-O-Wisp on this Pokemon. So it has a very good matchup into certain Pokemon in this metagame, especially a lot of the ones that rely on weather conditions. So Mega Swampert does not get the benefit from its Swift Swim ability because of Cloud9. Mega Charizard does not get as much damage output as you'd want because of the Cloud9 when the sun is up and Drought is activated. And because it's so naturally bulky and having a pretty good defensive typing in Dragon and Flying, you're actually going to be resisting a lot of hits. And if you are able to get an attack off with the Will-O-Wisp, you're reducing your opponent's damage output even more.
Yeah, Altaria has a weirdly good supporting moveset. You don't really expect it. It's just, its stats aren't really enough to make it a mainstay Pokemon, but for very specific purposes, it can be very effective. Like you said, shutting down weathers. It's got access to Will-O-Wisp, Tailwind. It's got Helping Hand. I think it's got some other moves that I can't remember. It's got Roost if you want to run it even more bulky. One thing to highlight here is also the Belly Drum Azumarill. We haven't seen that very much in Pokemon Champions. A lot of water types, especially Bastia Legion, that maybe just have more immediate damage output. But with double Fake Out between Raichu and Incineroar and the Rage Powder on Sinistcha, a lot of opportunities potentially to set up Belly Drum with Azumarill. One thing I'd like to highlight, though, is that the Sinistcha on Sahapol's team does not have Trick Room. And the Azumarill is running a Brave Nature rather than Adamant, meaning that it's lowering its own speed. But there's no Trick Room to take advantage of that. So I wonder if that's maybe a very specific matchup tech into, for example, negative speed King Gambits. For example, if you're playing against an opposing Trick Room team and a King Gambit with a Brave Nature. We'll see if that does come into play here. But here we see two people fighting for a 3-1 record. We see Raichu Incineroar lead against Staraptor Sylveon. Marcus deciding not to play into the Lightning Rod mind games here, and Intimidate coming out from both sides.
Here we go into this game number 1. Staraptor dropping the Intimidate onto that Incineroar, so it's not going to be doing as much damage, but likewise, the Incineroar dropping the Intimidate onto the Staraptor. So now, if you wanted to go for attacks like Close Combat or Brave Bird, you're not going to be doing as much damage as you realistically want, especially when you're staring down this Raichu that could go for a Mega Evolution. But you also have to consider, is there Raichu in the back? You don't know.
I would love to see this Staraptor just being used as a big, tasty piece of bait. Because it's so tempting for Sahapol to go for a Zap Cannon here. And if there is a Raichu in the back, that would end up being a bit of a punish for Marcus. But instead, we don't see a switch. It's a Mega Evolution on Sahapol's side on the Raichu, and a Mega on the Staraptor on Marcus' side as well.
Interesting, deciding to go for a Mega Evolution while being intimidated and staring down a Mega Raichu Y. We'll have to see how the turn plays out, but it looks like it's just going to be a Protect from the Staraptor here on this turn on any potential Fake Outs or Zap Cannons. But Zap Cannon going to go into the Sylveon, doing pretty good damage, getting that guaranteed paralysis. And now we'll have to see what does the Incineroar go for. It's going to be the Parting Shot. So it's going to be a double target into the Sylveon. So that Protect on the Mega Staraptor, doing absolutely nothing for Marcus in this turn, while Sahapol does get to pivot out into another Pokemon. We did see the Mega Evolution. I can't imagine we're going to be seeing that Mega Venusaur in this match. We have 3 other Pokemon to choose from. It's going to be that Sinistcha, providing some awesome Rage Powder support.
I really like that play from Sahapol. That is still a big high point. That's at -1. That's after a Parting Shot. Sylveon's such a powerful Pokemon, but I really like that play from Sahapol there, because it looks like a really hard read, but firstly, it seems a little bit obvious that Marcus isn't going to let his Staraptor just get Zap Cannon. But also, even if Marcus does attack there with Staraptor, because it's intimidated, it's not really that scary. The Sylveon's threatening a lot more damage. The problem now, though, is that with Incineroar no longer on the field, once it comes back in, Staraptor's Contrary ability is going to kick in and potentially is going to give it an attack boost instead of a drop from the Intimidate.
And there is the switch, and now we do see the Raichu. It did come to this match.
The bait!
Now the Lightning Rod has activated, giving Raichu on Marcus's side of the field that extra boost in its special attack, as the Brave Bird from the Staraptor going into that Sinistcha, picking up the KO, only taking a little bit of a recoil. So now you have the Staraptor completely safe from the Zap Cannons from the Mega Raichu on Sahapol's side of the field. And now you have Fake Out active on your base Raichu, which is incredibly awesome to say here. One more Pokemon in the back that we do not know about yet from Sahapol, but does bring in the Incineroar. It's actually going to give the Staraptor a +1 boost due to the contrary, so it's actually back at neutral.
This is what I wanted to see. This is what I was saying. I wanted to see the Staraptor there as bait with the Raichu in the back, absorbing that hit from Sahapol's Raichu. Marcus positioning that turn very, very well. And as you said, has Fake Out active. It's going to be faster than Sahapol's Incineroar, so potentially just a Fake Out in close combat into Incineroar here. The one downside of bringing your Raichu as a counter to an opposing Raichu is now your options outside of Mega are you get a Fake Out this turn, very handy, but then your options are clicking Zap Cannon and Focus Blast, two notoriously unreliable moves. So there's always a risk with this strategy that yes, you keep your Staraptor safe, but you're kind of gambling on not doing any damage in return. You have that +1 boost to your special attack thanks to Lightning Rod, but it's not really much use if you don't land any attacks.
Yeah, and we do see the Focus Blast. It's only attacking move that can hit the Staraptor, but it's still not doing that much damage because it is a resisted attack into a Flying-type Pokemon like the Staraptor. Close combat, it's going to be doing a ton of damage now that it's attacking into a Dark-type. Going to give itself a +1 boost in defense and special defense, as well as picking up a KO onto that Incineroar. Only one more Pokemon in the back, and it's going to be the Azumarill, the little shiny yellow bunny right there, coming into this match, but it's going to have to stare down a very, very well set up Staraptor and a Raichu that is blocking your partner from attacking with Zap Cannon.
I really hope the Altaria on this team is shiny. I can't quite tell because it's grayed out on the overlay, but if the Altaria is shiny here as well, that's a lot of yellows going on. I quite enjoy that. But we are going to see Protect coming out from Marcus's Raichu now. I get that from Sahapol gambling on, okay, well, I have to hope my opponent switches out now in order to win the game. Bravebird doing over half to the Azumarill here is going to activate this Citrus Berry. Still, Belly Drum is possible here, and that's what we're going to see the Azumarill go for, but it puts itself down so low now that any attack from either Pokemon here is going to be enough to get the KO. I think what you have to gamble on if you're Sahapol here is you can Aqua Jet the Staraptor, probably will be enough to get the KO thanks to the Belly Drum and the huge power ability on Azumarill, and then maybe you just have to hope that you dodge Focus Blast. Might just be the game plan here.
It's a tough situation to call because Aqua Jet is a very strong move, but its base power is not as much as you'd want it to be. So we'll just have to see. Raichu does switch out here, so that does leave the Staraptor susceptible to those Zap Cannons, but we'll see if Sahapol decides to call it. But it's going to be a very defensive pivot, bringing out that Protect from the Staraptor, so no turn here is going to go down. Looks like Aqua Jet's just going to be used into the Sylveon. Maybe it was a bait so that you could reactivate the Fake Out on the next turn, as Raichu does decide to go with the Zap Cannon to the Staraptor, but it's going to whiff on effect.
I think that play from Sahapol was calling that Aqua Jet was going to be enough to get the KO on Marcus's Raichu. And if that is the case, Raichu goes down before Sahapol's Raichu gets to attack. And so suddenly that opens up the Zap Cannon as an option. So I think that makes a lot of sense, that play there. But Marcus seeing through that, saying, no, I want to reset my Fake Out, bring my Raichu back in, get rid of the threat of Aqua Jet here potentially. But Sahapol can also just go for a double protect here, and then you kind of end up being in the same spot once more.
Absolutely, and it's 2 Pokemon apiece here. We'll have to see how this end game is going to be played out. I'm still very curious on how much that Aqua Jet from the Azumarill is going to do now that it is boosted with all of its Belly Drum boost +6. There's no Intimidate on Marcus' side of the field, so the attack boost will stick here on this match. And how much will it do, especially against a plus boosted Staraptor that has gone for a couple close combats here. Raichu coming back onto the field for Marcus. Going to be dropping that Lightning Rod ability, so it means that the Raichu on Sahapol's side still can't go for the Zap Cannon here. Looks like it's actually going to be a hard switch out into the Bastia Legion. That is the unrevealed Pokemon we have not seen yet. Fake Out into the Azumarill, not enough damage here. Flinch does go through. Focus Blast into the Ghost type does not work out here.
That's the second time we've seen a Focus Blast be aimed at that Staraptor, and I wonder if maybe it's just more effective to go after the Raichu here. Because the Focus Blast we saw before isn't really doing very much damage to Staraptor. Once Raichu goes down on Marcus' side, Sahapol can just go for a Zap Cannon to KO the Staraptor. You don't need the extra damage there. So I wonder if maybe 2 Focus Blasts, for example, might have been enough to get rid of Marcus' Raichu. there have been a couple of opportunities to go for that Focus Blast into Raichu that Sapol's instead aimed at the Star Raptor. Maybe those were a little bit misplaced, because now Basket Legion is probably going to have enough firepower to pick up Sapol's Azumarill with a Life Orb boosted Aqua Jet.
Yep, here comes the Aqua Jet, and it does just barely pick up the KO onto the Azumarill on a critical hit. That actually could have mattered, but it is the Life Orb of Basket Legion with adaptability. So maybe it doesn't matter in the long run, but sometimes we can speculate. Zapcan going to be used. The Raichu will just absolutely absorb that attack and not going to be able to do anything there. Only one Pokemon left for Sapol. Can attack the Basket Legion. Can attack the Raichu with Zap Cannon. Might just be a GG's, but we're still going to be playing it out just in case something does end up happening. But the Basket Legion should be able to just go for a Wave Crash and knock out past the Raichu, and that's going to be a forfeit. So Marcus is going to be winning that game number 1 and only needs one more match to start leading 3-1 in the tournament.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. This is what I was saying at the start. I really wanted to see that Raichu being used as bait. This is why Raichu is such a nice partner for Staraptor, is because you can just use it to keep Electric-type attacks off it. Electric-type's not that common in this format, but opposing Mega Raichu are really annoying for Staraptor to try and deal with. So having your own Lightning Rod user to try and get around that, as we saw there, incredibly valuable. Raichu didn't actually do anything that game. It clicked Fake Out twice, switched out at one point, and then switched back in. Didn't fire off a single attack. But that was still more than enough value against the opposing Mega Raichu for Marcus' Staraptor to start making a lot of problems for Sapol, basically, with all those, like you said, close combat boosts. Brave Bird we saw doing so much damage into all of Sapol's Pokemon. But now we see the Azumarill in the lead this time, and King Gambit coming out from Marcus, immediately taking that Intimidate, turning it into an attack boost with its Defiant ability.
Yeah, now we do see a switch up here for both Pokemon trainers. Let's see what happens. Raichu could decide to Mega Evolve in this match. We don't know what Sapol does have in the back. Does it have a Rega Raichu, or does it have the Mega Venusaur this time around? We'll have to see. King Gambit does offer some pretty decent offensive output into both of the Incineroar and the Azumarill, so you have to be careful. I don't know if you're going to be able to get a belly drum off here. It very much depends on how you want to play it, and I mean, Raichu and King Gambit are staring down this Azumarill. It's not a comfortable position, but it looks like it's just going to be a switch out here. Going to go into the back. It's going to be the Raichu on Sahapul's side we saw from game number 1. Fake Out used onto Incineroar, so nothing from Sahapul's side is going to be doing that much damage here this turn, as Iron Head does go into the Raichu on a resistant hit, but doesn't matter. It is +1 boosted, and Raichu's not that bulky.
Raichu not that bulky. In fact, we see a lot of Mega Raichu Y putting a lot of their stat points into HP and defense, because it's fast enough and hits hard enough anyway that you just get more value out of it. And even then, we saw that +1 Iron Head resisted hit doing almost 60% to Raichu here. And I wonder if Sapol was trying to maybe reverse the situation we saw in game 1 there. He led a Pokemon that was weak to Electric in front of a Raichu and said, ooh, you should use Zap Cannon on me. Isn't it so tempting to go for a Zap Cannon in this situation? And Marcus just said, no. I'm just going to fake you out instead. I'm not falling for this. This is my trick. I did this in game 1. I'm not letting you do it to me in game 2.
Absolutely. It looks like the Raichu on Marcus' side of the field just going to be switching into the back for the Basket Legion. It's another telling move here, but it looks like Sahapul going to go for the Mega Evolution on his own Raichu. That is going to be the decision here. No Mega Venusaur in the back, more than likely. Going to be that Focus Blast, but it's going to go into the King Gambit. Does have that Chople Berry. It's still 4 times effective, now going down to basically 2. Just barely surviving the hit here onto the Raichu. Does offer this special defense drop that actually is going to increase its attack by +2 here. So now this King Gambit is at +3. Now it's going to be doing even more damage as the Flare Blitz does go into the Basket Legion, but the King Gambit has yet to move. What's it going to go for? Low kick into the Incineroar. Bye-bye Incineroar. That +3 King Gambit does too much damage.
That special defense drop may actually have mattered there. I don't know if a +1 low kick would have been enough to take out Incineroar in this situation. Incineroar, very bulky. Low kick, only 80 base power into Incineroar, so it may have survived that at +1. At +3, though, absolutely no chance. Raichu going for the Focus Blast into King Gambit. We saw the value of the Chople Berry there, saving the King Gambit from fainting in that situation. But it feels like the momentum is very much in Marcus's favor here now. With Incineroar going down, this King Gambit's got so many boosts. But when you've got Belly Drum Azumarill, things can turn around very quickly.
And there goes down that Mega Raichu, the Aqua Jet from the Basket Legion, doing enough damage that it needs to. Let's see what happens next. King Gambit at +3 is going to get that Iron Head off into the Azumarill. Azumarill does tend to run a little bit more bulk, but it's not enough bulk to survive a neutral attacking hit from that King Gambit. And now Saful only has one Pokemon left. It's actually going to be the Venusaur, so deciding to bring it into this match. But it looks like Marcus didn't even need to go for a Mega Evolution in this game in order to win here. The Mega Venusaur does not really have a good way to hit the King Gambit and still has to contend with a Life Orb Basket Legion with a Lash Specs boosted attack if the King Gambit were to go down. So very confidently going to say that Marcus is going to be winning this match.
I'd say that's pretty safe. Venusaur without its Mega here, not going to be able to win a 4v1 Sucker Punch coming out. And at +3, that's just enough to KO it anyway. That match felt like it was kind of in Marcus's favor before the special defense drop, but once the special defense drop hit and that King Gambit went up to +3, it was just a one-hit KO machine. That was, what, 3 Pokemon it knocked out from full health, basically?
Yeah, basically.
That's quite a lot of damage. I mean, Marcus played it well from that point onwards, identifying, okay, I can just Aqua Jet the Raichu here, and then King Gambit will take care of the next slot. Seeing that the Azumarill as well has a brave nature, you could be pretty assured that your King Gambit's going to move first. So Marcus able to just Iron Head the Azumarill, and at +3, that's just going to knock it out. Even if it was only at +1, at least it stops it from going from that Belly Drum. So that play, I think, just dead safe there regardless. And as you said, no Mega in Game 2 for Marcus. Sapol tried to pull Marcus's own trick against him in Game 2, but to no avail. Marcus was wise to that, and he advances to a 3-1 record. We are going to take a very quick break. We did get 2 round 4 matches in, but that means that round 5 is ready to go. So we will be back very shortly with our next round of the World Championships. Don't go anywhere. We will see you in a bit.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We are here for round number 5. We have some exciting matches coming up for you. We just saw some unique teams in our last couple of rounds. We saw an Azumarill, we saw a Mega Camerupt, and an Altaria. But looks like we're going to get a little bit back to the norm here. Matt, tell us where we're going to be seeing.
I mean, what we're going to be seeing up next is two teams that we've already seen before, pretty much in their exact forms on this stream. But that's pretty standard for Regulation MB, and in fact, for pretty much every format, there are always going to be teams that are going to be at the top of the metagame, and those are the ones you're going to see most frequently. We've had enough fun. We saw a Mega Camerupt. Let's say it 1v1 to Blastoise.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, it 1v1 to Blastoise. It took a hit from a Blastoise and KO'd the Blastoise. I count that as a 1v1. But yeah, the Azumarill and the Altaria last set as well, and now we are back to Charizard mirror matches, something that players in Regulation MB will be more than familiar with. But these Charizard teams are piloted by two exceptional players, first of which is going to be Eric Rios, a man who has won an international championship and 2 regional championships, winning EUIC in 2022, Liverpool as well in 2022, and Utrecht in 2023. But he has also had some fantastic results this season as well. Second at NAIC just a few weeks ago in Pokemon Champions. So coming in with very good form, with in fact the exact same team as he used for that second place at NAIC.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. He's had such a good season so far, and looking to keep that streak alive at the Pokemon World Championships here. Let's talk about this team in quick order. We got a Life Orb Garchomp. It does have a little bit of a mix-up here. Normally rocking that Rock Slide has Rock Tomb instead. So while you're getting a little bit of additional damage from the Rock Tomb, you're also going to try to slow down your opponents by dropping their speed by 1 stage. Sylveon also slightly different than the norm. It does carry the Quick Attack Detect Hyper Voice, but has Yawn as a supporting tool to force your opponent to think if they need to switch out to not get put to sleep, or going to stay in and then get put to sleep here. The Mega Aerodactyl is pretty standard from what we've seen in the past. It does carry that Ice Fang so they can hit certain Pokemon, like especially the Garchomp. Access to Tailwind, of course. You have Farigiraf with Protect here, which is not as common as you'd think it would be. A lot of the time it's going to be Helping Hands, but does have Psychic and Thunderbolts. And wrapping it up, it's going to be the King Gambit with the Focus Sash this time around. We've seen a lot of different items like Life Orb, Expert Belt, or Aquaberry.
And you mentioned the Rock Tomb on Garchomp. I think that's a really interesting choice on this team. Rock Slide is really nice because you get access to spread damage, obviously, and you've got that really nice flinch chance. But you've already got a lot of spread damage on this team with Hyper Voice on Sylveon, you've got Heat Wave on Charizard, and you've got another Rock Slide user in Aerodactyl. So you don't necessarily need more spread damage. Rock Tomb actually does more damage to each individual target than Rock Slide does, despite Rock Slide having a higher base power. Because of spread damage reduction, moves do less damage when they hit multiple targets, so Rock Tomb does actually do more to an individual target. And with Pokemon like this modest Charizard, and the Focus Sash King Gambit, which in previous iterations of this team has been running a lot of speed investment, that and the Sylveon, they can all take really good advantage of that -1 speed drop that Rock Tomb provides.
Yeah, and let's talk about our opponent here. Antonio Sanchez, a very well-respected player, Liverpool 2024 regional champion, as well as a couple of very good top placements in the Bilbao special event, Bologna, and the North American International Championship in 2024. Let's talk about this team real quick, but mostly the other Pokemon that have not been named so far. It's going to be that Venusaur carrying that Focus Sash, has access to Chlorophyll, so it's going to get that speed boost in the sun. And because we're playing against the Charizard team, as long as you bring a Charizard and they may or may not bring a Charizard, the Venusaur is probably going to be moving first. Has access to Sleep Powder to cause some volatile matchups to force status conditions on your opponent as early as possible. Earth Power and Sludge Bomb are just good attacking moves as well. We got to talk about one of the big come-ups in Pokemon Champions. It is that Toxic Tex. It is going to be running a set of Baneful Bunker, Infestation, Toxic, and Wide Guard. So it does not have access to Recover, but it can always use its ability Regenerator to switch into the back to heal 1/3 of its maximum HP. So it does have some access to healing. And Incineroar is a pretty standard set of Fake Out, Parting Shot, Flare Blitz, and Protect, carrying that Citrus Berry.
I think there are a couple of interesting things to highlight here. First of all, timid Charizard on Antonio's side versus modest on Eric's side means that Antonio's Charizard likely to go first, but neither Charizard's running Ancient Power, so that may not be that impactful in this matchup. Secondly, the Venusaur on these teams, you often see them running Life Orb with Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, and usually Leaf Storm. This Venusaur does not have a Grass-type attacking move, but that's not really too much of a problem in this particular matchup. It does mean you can't hit Garchomp and Aerodactyl quite as hard, but the rest of the Pokemon you're not really hitting with grass moves anyway. Instead, you have the threat of Sleep Powder and a Focus Sash, meaning you're not going to go down in one hit. I also want to highlight, as you mentioned, the Toxapex. This is the kind of matchup that Toxapex is really going to enjoy, because obviously you've got a Frigoraph and a Garchomp there that can hit it for super effective damage, but the Garchomp's only ground-type move on Eric's team is Earthquake, and Frigoraph obviously not that much of an offensive threat. And most notably, there's nothing on Eric's team that is running any setup moves. There's nothing like a Basculegion that's just throwing out incredible damage early on. And that's a lot of the time the way you want to get through a Toxapex is with something like a Swords Dance King Gambit, because Toxapex can't really damage it. You just get your Swords Dance up, you pretend the Toxapex isn't there, and just hit the partner slot. There's not that option for Eric on this team, so I'll be interested to see if the Toxapex does make an appearance and if it's able to use its incredible defensive profile well in this set.
And the Toxapex does have a very good matchup into multiple Pokemon. The Sylveon is not going to be able to do too much damage into it. It does have access to Yawn, so that's one thing to keep aware of. White Guard does prevent the Charizard from doing meaningful damage with Heat Wave, and as well as putting a lot of toxic stalling on your opponent. So let's talk about game number 1 here. It's going to be Antonio Sanchez on the opposite side of the screen with the Garchomp and the Sylveon, and Eric Ritos is going to be leading with the Kingambit and the Garchomp.
You see the Garchomp mirrors coming out in the leads here. Eric's running Life Orb, but we've got a Choice Scarf on Antonio's. It is definitely going to be faster than Eric's Garchomp. And Antonio also has the Sylveon, which is really well positioned here. Apart from the fact that this King Gambit, unlike most King Gambits, is running a lot of speed and it's running Iron Head. So normally you'd look at this board state and think that this Sylveon is in a fantastic spot here. Against most King Gambit sets, the ones that are running maybe Swords Dance and 2 Dark moves, or 2 Dark moves and Low Kick, which we've seen a few times, King Gambit would be sitting very pretty. But in this situation, the Sylveon feels like it may have a good amount of control of this board.
Wow, absolutely one-hit KO with the Garchomp on Eric Rios' side of the board. The KO with the Dragon Claw does pick up the opposing Garchomp on Antonio's side. It did get the Stopping Tantrum into the Kingambit, did not do enough to KO there. As we do see an Iron Head go into Antonio's Sylveon, we do get the Hyper Voice off now. That is a double KO! It is able to pick up the KO at the Kingambit as well as enough damage onto the Garchomp with the critical hit. The Garchomp was slightly damaged already, so might not have mattered in that situation. But still, the Sylveon not getting flinched there means that you're able to get 2 valuable Pokemon off the side of the board of Eric Rios. And you only lose 1 in return for Antonio.
Yeah, Sylveon seeing the critical hit from Eric's Garchomp into Antonio's and saying, right, I can do that as well. I don't think either of them really mattered. The Life Orb on Eric's Eric's Garchomp means to probably get that KO anyway. But, as you mentioned, trading a lot of KOs on turn 1, I feel like Antonio almost would have rather the Sylveon do actually drop that turn, but somehow after it got the Hyper Voice off, not that that can really happen, because now this Sylveon is in a really weird spot. Aerodactyl very well positioned now into Charizard and Sylveon. Rock Slide threatening a KO on both of these Pokemon, but there is still potentially a Choice Scarf Garchomp in the back here, or maybe even a Toxapex, which could be pretty threatening if Antonio is able to get through this Furrygraph.
The Garchomp did go down in the first turn.
Oh,
the
apologies,
Dragon Claw.
yes, that's my
so
bad.
we do have access to the Incineroar, the Venusaur, or the Toxapex in the back. Something to also note about is the Antonio only has 1 Mega Pokemon. It is that Charizard. So if you're not bringing the Charizard, not a good look here. You kind of need the Charizard in order to win. So maybe this is just something that Eric realized that, hey, I don't really need to bring Charizard here. I can bring the Mega Aerodactyl. It should be faster than Charizard regardless. And now you have a good access way to get a lot of damage into that Pokemon. Looks like the Tailwind is going to be used off of the Mega Aerodactyl to just guarantee speed control for the next couple of turns, as the Farigiraf is going to just get the little bit of damage you need to pick up the Sylveon KO. So now you're at a board state, staring down with the Charizard that has not Mega Evolved, and you have an Aerodactyl on the opposing side of the field. But what do we see coming out from Antonio? If it is that Incineroar, we'll be dropping that Intimidate. If we do see the Toxapex, it is going to be showcasing the Wide Guard protected partner Charizard from those Rock Slides.
That is a really nice play from Eric, taking a slight risk there, not going after the Charizard with the Rock Slide, but feeling pretty confident Antonio was just going to go for the Protect on Charizard and sack the Sylveon there. Instead of going for the Rock Slide, electing to go for a Tailwind, guaranteeing for speed control if there was, I was about to say, if there's a Venusaur in the back end from Antonio. Without Tailwind up, thanks to the Chlorophyll ability, this Venusaur would be threatening to hit Sleep Powders into either of Eric's Pokemon. But now with that Tailwind up, Eric gives himself a much stronger position going into this endgame. Venusaur does have the Focus Sash item, but that doesn't mean very much against Aerodactyl's Tough Claws boosted dual Wing Beat, which hits twice, circumventing that Focus Sash. So this is now a really strong position for Eric, thanks to the fact that he took a bit of a risk on that last turn and got that Tailwind up.
It's a very strong position for Eric Rios, but it is absolutely not over yet for Antonio because of Mega Aerodactyl's moveset. Doesn't actually have any guaranteed accurate moves, with the Rock Slide only being 90 and the Dual Wing Beat also only being 90. So there is still a line for the Aerodactyl to miss an attack here. Rock Slide is going to double connect, so I'll eat my words there, at least for this match. Charizard is going to go down to the Rock Slide. The Venusaur is going to take a little bit of damage, breaking that Focus Sash. The next to move is going to be the Venusaur, and to add insult to injury, the Mega Aerodactyl is going to dodge the Sleep Powder. Psychic is going to then follow up with that attack into the Venusaur, and that is going to be game number 1 for Eric Rios.
Yeah, I think that play from Antonio at the end there made a lot of sense. You have to hope that maybe you get a double protect on your Charizard and just put the Aerodactyl to sleep. And then you can maybe win with a couple of Weather Balls if Aerodactyl stays sleeping. But overall, I think Eric did a fantastic job of just setting up that end game board. That wasn't a very long game. We saw so many Pokemon going down on that turn 1. But again, that Sylveon staying alive on just a sliver of HP kind of ended up working against Antonio there. As we saw, put him in a slightly exploitable board position, which Eric recognized and capitalized on very, very well.
Yeah, now we have to see what is the adaptation going to be for Antonio. in order to win this match. Again, like I mentioned, middle of the game, Charizard Y is the only Mega Pokemon on Antonio's side of the field, so it's very linear in terms of its game plan. And because you have the Mega Aerodactyl on Eric Rios' side, you don't have to play these Charizard mirrors. You can just decide to play with the Mega Aerodactyl. And the only thing that's really scary for you at this point is going to be that Incineroar, but it wasn't even brought. And neither was the Toxapex to potentially fend off using Rock Slide into the Charizard with the wide guard. So we'll have to see how Antonio is going to decide to switch this matchup up. Because honestly, the Venusaur didn't do that much here.
Yeah, I think if Charizard does come to this matchup, you really want to bring Toxapex, as you mentioned, just for that wide guard, meaning that Aerodactyl isn't threatening that free one-hit KO on it. The other option, I think, is maybe you just don't bring Charizard. I think that's not an unreasonable choice in this matchup. If you look at Eric's team here, into Eric's Charizard, you're not doing too much. Obviously, you don't want to face off against the Aerodactyl or the Garchomp. So it's only really Sylveon and Kingambit. I guess it's your best damage into Farigiraf as well. So you are threatening some of the Pokemon. There's a lot of threats on Eric's team. Like, obviously, Charizard's a very powerful Pokemon, and generally you need a very good reason not to bring it. But I think you could maybe justify it in this matchup.
Let's go into game number 2 of this round 5 at the Pokemon World Championship for the video game. It's going to be a slightly different spread here for Pokemon. We're going to see similar leads for Antonio with the Garchomp and the Sylveon, but it is going to be a switch up. The Aerodactyl is going to be leading off for Eric with the partner Pokemon and the Garchomp.
This is really interesting because Eric's lead doesn't actually look that great here. The Kingambit was doing so much work in threatening this Sylveon in Game 1. Eric may be calling that Antonio was going to switch his lead up, but Antonio instead just sticking to his guns and saying, no, I think you're going to blink first here. I'm going to bring the same lead. And now this Sylveon is looking very, very threatening. Obviously, you're risking maybe some Rock Slide flinches or something like that, but with the Scarf Garchomp on Antonio's end, you can go for your own Rock Slide, for example. I don't think you really need to Dragon Claw into Garchomp because you've got a Hyper Voice threat. So maybe you go for your own flinches, you're threatening your Hyper Voice here. I think this is a much more positive lead for Antonio.
Absolutely. As we do see the Mega Aerodactyl Mega evolved here, so it's going to get that Tough Claws ability to get some additional damage. Rock Slide coming out. It's going to outspeed this Mega Aerodactyl here. 50% damage.
Oh, we gonna get it.
Aerodactyl, very good here. No. Oh, we do see the flinch. There's the flinch, and the Hyper Voice is going to be coming out. It's not going to hit into that Garchomp, but you should be able to pick up the KO onto the Aerodactyl. No, it does not. It's not enough damage. It's still going to survive at 1, but you still have to contend with the fact that the Sylveon has the quick attack move with +1 priority, and the Garchomp would just outsped the Mega Aerodactyl.
I think, again, this is one of those cases where Eric probably would have rather the Aerodactyl go down in that situation, because now it's a bit of a useless slot here. The Rock Slide from Garchomp, obviously you can't dodge the Rock Slide, but Rock Slide from Garchomp with that Choice Scarf is going to be enough to take it out, obviously. And now you're just firing off another attack with Sylveon. Eric's Garchomp can't reliably protect now as well, so Hyper Voice, there's not really much you can do to stop that Hyper Voice hitting that slot. We saw on that turn 1 the value of Rock Slide's famous 30% flinch chance.
And here we go. It's going to be a switch out on the Mega Aerodactyl, needing it for later. Rock Slide just going to be used again into both Pokemon, only hitting the Farigiraf. Dragon Claw is just going to be used into the Garchomp here, picking up the KO like it did in the first game. The Sylveon is get attacked here, I believe. I don't think it went for a Protect, so it's going to get a juicy Hyper Voice if it decides to attack in this match. It will. It's going to get the KO onto the Garchomp, and the Farigiraf going to be holding on with 42 HP, but it does get access to its Citrus Berry to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, this is now maybe an opportunity to get Mega Aerodactyl back in. With Farigiraf on the field, the quick attack threat is no longer available for Antonio because of the Arm 10 ability from Farigiraf blocking all priority moves. So maybe now might be the chance to go for your Aerodactyl, try and get some flinches of your own, try and just kind of work your way back into this game slowly. You might need a little bit of luck here and there, but I think your other Pokemon here, you can maybe bring in Charizard as well, but it seems unlikely Charizard's going to come here since we've already seen the Mega on Aerodactyl. Kingambit and Sylveon just not going to have enough speed to outspeed maybe a Charizard coming in here, and we do in fact see the Aerodactyl coming in, and it's Venusaur coming in from Antonio now.
Yeah, the Venusaur does not have the sun up, so it cannot get that extra boost in its speed. And now that the Sylveon, or now that the Farigiraf is on the field, the quick attack from the Sylveon is not going to be able to attack because of the Armor Tail. So in theory, the Aerodactyl should be moving first here if it were to able to connect on any of its moves. Both Pokemon on Antonio's side of the field are full HP, so more than likely not going to get a KO here. And the Garchomp is down, and the Farigiraf has been damaged. So right now, if you're Eric, you have to rely on whatever your unrevealed fourth Pokemon is to carry yourself through this game. We're going to see the Rock Slide coming and double connect onto both Pokemon. Do we potentially see a flinch here? Critical hit onto one of the Pokemon. Venusaur flinch. Farigiraf does get an attack off with the Psychic. What does the Sylveon do?
No flinch on the Sylveon.
Go ahead.
Sylveon does manage to get the Hyper Voice off there. I think Eric, if he'd got the double flinch there, obviously that's a very bad position for Antonio. I think Antonio really just wanted either of those attacks to go through. So he just gave himself maximal odds of being able to actually hit the Aerodactyl with something. Because it doesn't have Protect there, it's always pretty safe to go for attacks into it. King Gambit here, though, still looking pretty threatening. As we saw in Game 1, it is faster than Sylveon. And we saw also that Farigiraf on Eric's side is faster than Antonio's Sylveon as well. So I don't know if Psychic will be enough to KO the Sylveon here. If it is, though, you could maybe go for a Sucker Punch into Venusaur. Hope it's not going for a Sleep Powder. Maybe you could try and Psychic the Sylveon for a KO. I think the momentum is very much in Antonio's favor here.
I'd have to agree too, as the Sylveon does decide to play a little defensive here, just not trying to take as much damage from either the Farigiraf or the King Gambit. Because the Venusaur is faster, does get access to that Earth Power first, and King Gambit trying to go for Iron Head into the Sylveon. As Farigiraf does set up the Trick Room, so now the speed order is going to be changed for the remainder of the game. And it looks like it's just going to be a forfeit. Antonio has won the match. Eric Rios recognizing there's not many lines you can do here, and that's going to bring us to a Game 3.
Yeah, Eric was setting up the Trick Room there, needing the Sylveon to go down that turn. As we just identified, Sylveon is slower than Eric's King Gambit and Farigiraf. And I think even a Sucker Punch critical hit would not have been enough to take out the Sylveon from that range. So that's just a free Hyper Voice as soon as that Trick Room goes up. So I think it's a sensible play from Eric just to try and go for something there, because it's not unreasonable for the double attack to come out from Antonio just to try and stop a Trick Room, for example. But Antonio not taking the bait, instead saying, I'm just going to play this dead safe. If my Venusaur goes down this turn, I'll get my back-end Pokemon in, probably Charizard. And if Trick Room doesn't go up, then I'm threatening you with the Charizard. If Trick Room does go up, then I'm threatening you with the Sylveon. And that's a really nice endgame position to put yourself in, where you've kind of got that speed sandwich, where no matter whether Trick Room is up or not, you still have the faster Pokemon in any circumstance.
Yep, and I think the big thing that led Eric Rios to losing that game was bringing the Aerodactyl in on the lead. It just took too much damage from the Rock Slide and the Hyper Voice early on, where it was a really key factor in the game number 1, where it was able to pin down the Charizard from attacking, and you just used your supplementary partner Pokemon to attack into Antonio's Pokemon first before the Mega Aerodactyl was able to come onto the field to then win the board position. So I'm curious to see if Eric Rios is going to try to repeat a situation from game number 1, trying to find a way to attack into this Choice Scarf, Garchomp, and Sylveon lead.
All of that momentum, though, you got to remember, did come from that Rock Slide flinch on turn 1. Without that Rock Slide, there's probably a Tailwind going up there for Eric, and suddenly that really changes the board state, because Scarf Garchomp on Antonio's side no longer outspeeding anything on Eric's side. You're not threatening any Rock Slide flinches, you're faster than the Sylveon, so you've got a pretty free Earthquake Rock Slide there. That flinch was incredibly crucial. We see a really different lead here, though, from Antonio, and it looked like it's going to work. No Aerodactyl from Eric on the lead here, and Antonio goes for that Charizard lead in this Game 3.
Hey, this is a very different game. Antonio, I think right now, is in the driver's seat, does have access to the Charizard to bring out the Mega Charizard Wide Drought ability for the Venusaur to start attacking first in the sports state. It could go for a Earth Power into the King Gambit, but if you really want to gamble, one of the things that's the strongest part of the Venusaur's move kit, it does have access to that Sleep Powder, so we are going to Mega Evolve the Charizard, only Mega Pokemon on Antonio's side of the field, so you might as well let it rip now. See what happens during the turn. What is this Venusaur going to do? Are there going to be any protects on Eric's side of the field? Sleep Powder does connect into the Garchomp.
And you kind of have to go for that sleep powder there if you're Antonio, because Eric can just Rock Tomb the Charizard here. We do see Garchomp confirmed now being faster than Antonio's Charizard. Not very much of a surprise because it is a Jolly Nature on Eric's Garchomp. But we're going to see the Kowtow Cleave now coming out from King Gambit, breaking the Venusaur's Focus Sash. That's going to put it in range of a Sucker Punch, but King Gambit has been put down to its Focus Sash. Garchomp, it feels like, really needs to wake up pretty soon in this game, or Eric Rios is just going to be taking far too much damage from Antonio's Charizard.
Absolutely. And the Garchomp has already taken its mandatory turn of sleep here. So there is a 1 in 3 chance for the Garchomp to wake up. And it could potentially get a knockout onto either of the Charizard or the Venusaur. And the King Gambit, because it had the Focus Sash, still has access to Sucker Punch Mind Games. How are you going to play this Eric Rios? Antonio Sanchez trying to switch out into the Sylveon to keep the Charizard up for later. We're going to see another Sleep Powder here. It does make sure that you do not get hit by the Sucker Punch, and you also have a chance to get some sleeps. And the Garchomp, still a sleepy dragon. It's not going to be able to wake up on this turn, but now it is going to guarantee to wake up on the next turn. And the King Gambit still has to find a way to get an attack off. It's now been put to sleep too.
Yeah, we had a long game 2, a tough game 2, and Eric's Pokemon feeling a bit sleepy coming out of the back of it, deciding they need to have a slightly longer nap than maybe Eric would hope. The repositioning into Sylveon looking very nice here. King Gambit is faster than Sylveon, but unlike in the previous games, there's now a Venusaur threatening it with an Earth Power. You can go for a Sucker Punch into Venusaur, for example, but then you are just going to go down to a Hyper Voice potentially from this Sylveon. And unlike most Garchomps, Eric doesn't have the option of clicking Rock Slide and just hoping for a flinch on Sylveon. So instead, going into Farigiraf here, as we see no attempt at a Sucker Punch. Earth Power is a KO on King Gambit.
Yep, you wanted to make sure you preserve the Garchomp for later, probably, just so it doesn't get KO'd by a Sylveon Hyper Voice here, but the Farigiraf is still going to have to take the brunt of the Hyper Voice and single target damage, boosted by that Pixelate and Fairy Feather item. It does get access to a little bit more HP because of the Citrus Fairy, but now you've put yourself in a position for the Aerodactyl to come in on this board state, so it's going to be a very scary situation. We've seen 2 Sleep Powders hit back-to-back in this game, number 3. It's a pretty good chance that if you want to go for another one, you could hit it onto either the Farigiraf or the Aerodactyl, but it is not a guarantee. And this is game number 3. You're undefeated right now. Who is going to advance to 5-0 here, Matt? Mega Aerodactyl decides to go for Mega Evolution. Let's see what happens.
I'm expecting a Sleep Powder into Aerodactyl, because if Tailwind goes up, suddenly Antonio's ball position looks a lot less good, and Sleep Powder does come out to Aerodactyl, and it dodges. Finally, that Sleep Powder missing. That is what Eric needed potentially to get back in this game, but no Tailwind going up here. Instead, opting for the Rock Slide, getting the KO on to the Venusaur. Psychic coming out into Sylveon, putting it a bit below half. A big Hype Voice coming out again, though, in return. Farigiraf can't take another one of those. Aerodactyl a little bit over half, but there's still potentially a Scarf Garchomp in the back here for Antonio, which could spell a lot of trouble for Eric, and it is that Scarf Garchomp. We've seen that this is faster than Aerodactyl, but we have also seen in Game 1 that Aerodactyl, Game 1 or Game 2, somewhere in the set, the Aerodactyl is capable of taking the double up of Hyper Voice and Rock Slide. We've already had the Hyper Voice come out. Can Aerodactyl hang on from a potential Choice Scarf Rock Slide now?
It's going to be very curious to see. The Aerodactyl is in a range where maybe if the Rock Slide does decide to low roll, it will not be able to pick up the KO, but we have to see if the Rock Slide will even hit first. Here comes Dragon Claw. It's going to be a single target attack first, and it is not. It's actually going to be enough. It's going to be enough to get the KO onto the Aerodactyl, and that is going to be the KO there. It doesn't even need a critical hit there. Straight up gone. Hyper Voice is going to try to get a single target attack into the Farigiraf, but it is not going to connect there. No damage onto the Farigiraf in that turn. The Garchomp deciding to go for the Dragon Claw now means you have a Choice Scarf Dragon Claw attacking into a Garchomp with no way to protect itself, and Eric Rios sees the writing on the wall. Antonio Sanchez is going to be winning this round number 5 feature match, going to be advancing to 5-0 at the World Championships.
really smart play from Antonio at the end there. I was saying probably a Rock Slide coming in, but if you think about it, single target Dragon Claw is actually more damage than a spread damage super effective Rock Slide. It's not by much, but we saw previously that you don't need much more damage to get that KO. The Aerodactyl living the double up of Hyper Voice and Rock Slide on 1% in a previous game, so any little increase in damage over that 1% survival is going to push it over the edge. Aerodactyl is going to get knocked out by that. And as you mentioned, there's also that Scarf Dragon Claw now threatening the Garchomp that we know is already in the back. So that was a much more sensible move for Antonio than going for the Rock Slide. Rock Slide, not guaranteed to KO, can miss as well. Aerodactyl doesn't have Protect, so it's not exactly like you're risking targeting a single target move into a Protect there either. So very well played endgame from Antonio. Game 2 needed, or maybe not needed, but benefited from that Rock Slide flinch in turn 1. But from that point on, despite being a game down, played pretty flawlessly, didn't really put a foot wrong for the rest of that set.
Yeah, I think this Antonio deciding to switch into the Venusaur, really letting that Pokemon carry you, getting some decent damage in with those Earth Powers, but ultimately deciding to roll on the chances of getting those Sleep Powder hits, and also getting some additional Sleep turns really helped Antonio win some of these key matches. And sometimes we're playing the mirror match, especially when you're playing against very similar Pokemon. Sometimes you need a little bit of the luck of the draw in order to come out clean to win some of these sets.
Absolutely. Obviously, having those Sleep Powders land was very beneficial. The thing with a team like this is that it can be quite high variance. As you said, there's a lot of variance in sleep turns, not quite as much as there has previously been. Obviously, that mechanic was changed in Pokemon Champions. Now a maximum of 2 turns asleep, as opposed to 3 in previous games. But when you click Sleep Powder enough, when you click Rock Slide enough, you do push the odds in your favor. It's one of those things where you can identify, you can look at one turn where there was a Rock Slide flinch or where a couple of Sleep Powders landed in succession and say, oh, Antonio got lucky there. But if you think about the odds across the entire set, the number of Rock Slides he clicked, the number of Sleep Powders he clicked, probably about what you'd expect in terms of number of flinches, and maybe they came at times where they were most important. But you have to, first of all, put yourself in that position in the first place, and 2, you have to capitalize on it. And that's what Antonio did fantastically well. As we said, I think from that first turn in Game 2 onwards, I mean, even the leads in Game 2, where he led the same thing as he did in Game 1, it comes a bit of a game of chicken sometimes when it goes into Game 2 of, do you expect your opponent to mix up the lead? If you lost the game, do you change up your lead? And I think Eric expected Antonio to change his lead. Antonio went, no, I'm not going to blink first here. I'm going to stay with the same lead. Got a much more positive lead in Game 2, and then in Game 3 mixed up that lead again, calling that Aerodactyl wouldn't be there that time, and that was where the Garchomp was able... Sorry, that was when the Charizard was really able to start throwing down some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to be taking a quick break before we get some more action for round number 5 at the Pokemon World Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to yet another Round 5 matchup at your 2026 Pokemon World Championships. We have been spoiled by a huge amount of VGC so far this weekend, and that trend is continuing. We have got another fantastic match lined up for you. I am once again Matt Maynard, joined once again by Andrew Tam.
You know, we've been able to see so many awesome matches here on the side stream and on the main stream. It's such a great thing to have. We had the side stream here last year for the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, and now we're repeating it here for the 2026 World Championships in San Francisco. And hopefully we can continue to host many side streams and other events in the future. But let's talk about more about our players. We're going to be showcasing Emilio Forbes, World's finalist in 2018, as well as Kylan Van Severin. But we're going to be talking about Emilio Forbes first. A little bit of a unique team. Not a lot of times you're going to be seeing Mega Raichu Y being paired with Mega Aerodactyl. We do also see a pretty standard Sword Stance setup, King Gambit with a Life Orb. Very, very different Sneasler here. It is unburdened. It does have a Jolly stat alignment. White Herb as well, but it does carry Feint, so it's really trying to put on the pressure on the opponent to not be able to protect on the turns that they want to, as well as having the Queenly Majesty Zarina. So similar to Farigiraf, it does block all priority type attacks that happen to attack on the field when Zarina is on the board state, and a pretty standard Sylveon, but it's going to be carrying that Yawn.
think Serena's a really interesting pick on this team. Power Whip Triple Axel, Low Kick as the moveset. Power Whip and Triple Axel, a little bit unreliable. We've seen Serena run Wide Lens before to try and get around that, but they're still threatening opponents pretty hard. I think the main thing that Serena is good for in this matchup, or in this team, sorry, is first of all, the Sneasler, as you mentioned, no protect on the Sneasler means that having a bit of extra insurance against opposing fake outs, that kind of thing, can be very handy. And also, Mega Raichu Y is not particularly bulky. We've seen before, like, obviously people will invest quite heavily in its bulk to try and keep it alive, but a lot of the time it'll drop to a stiff breeze with priority. So something like, for example, a Life Orb Sucker Punch from a King Gambit, if it's got a boost, is going to do a lot of damage into that Raichu. So it gives it a degree of protection there, which is nice. And there's also the pairing of Raichu and Aerodactyl, similar to what we've seen with the pairing of Raichu and Mega Staraptor, where you can actually just use non-Mega Raichu to keep your Aerodactyl safe from Electric-type attacks.
Yeah, we've seen this team before earlier in the side stream, but we're going to be showcasing it one more time. It's slightly different than before. It's going to have that Mega Swampert and Mega Gengar dual Mega Pokemon. So you can go for an option of the Perish Trap mode with the Shadow Tag ability to force your opponent to stay in on board while setting up the Perish Song. All of the Pokemon on this side of the field will have that Protect, so just making sure you can spell out certain turns. But if you decide that the Shadow Tag is not useful here, you can go into the Rain mode, and the Mega Swampert allows you to get as much damage as possible with these Wave Crashes. You still also have access to the Vivian, a great supporting Pokemon with very, very high accuracy Sleep Powders, and the Arcaludon, one of the strongest Pokemon coming out of Generation 9, able to get some great attacks in with the Electroshot, as well as great ability and stamina.
One thing to note here is that Swampert on Kylan's team is running Earthquake rather than High Horsepower, which means that it doesn't really have a way of just... First of all, Earthquake does less damage to each individual target, and secondly, it hits your own Pokemon, which on a team with Urinal Chaldon can be a little bit tricky. But everything on Kylan's team has Protect, and also Vivian is a flying type, it's immune to Earthquake. So you get options there for Swampert to deal big damage. But Swampert not on the field now, and probably will not be, given that there is already a Gengar here that's going to want to use that Mega Slot. Kylan leading the very standard Gengar and Incineroar that we see a lot from these Perish Trap teams. But the fake out from Incineroar shut down by the Serena that we see next to a Raichu.
Hey, we see the King Gambit switching in here for that Raichu. It's actually going to be a double switch here. For now, the Sneasler is going to come into the battle, giving that fake out pressure onto the Incineroar side to stand, as Mega Gengar now going to be going for its Mega Evolution. The Shadow Tag has been activated, trapping the Sneasler and the King Gambit onto the board state for now. Parasong going to be activating on all Pokemon active, going to be setting a timer for 3 turns after this turn. Now we do see the parting shot into the King Gambit, but guess what? It's going to activate its Define ability 2 separate times, one on the attacking side to give it +1, and on its special attacking side to give it +2. So now this King Gambit has an incredible attack set of +3, and it just switched in here. Vivian going to be coming in now, so it's going to be putting a lot of pressure with those Sleep Powders.
Yeah, Emilio there saying, right, yeah, parting shot one of my Pokemon. You either activate my White Herb or you activate my Defiant. And Kylan says, yeah, right, fine. And bringing in the Vivian here means that there's no longer that threat of Sucker Punch into Gengar, for example, once Fake Out is no longer on the board. But this turn, Kylan can just go for Double Protect, potentially just go for Rage Powder the next turn. For example, King Gambit and Sneasler now prevented from switching by Gengar means that there's no way to get Serena back on the field to block a Fake Out as well if Incineroar chooses to come back in here. So I think Kylan has a pretty safe way of just getting through the remainder of this Parasong, but not electing to take it, instead going on the offensive with a Shadow Ball into Sneasler to start.
Let's see what happens. It's going to be the close combat, just trying to get as much damage in on this board state as possible, also breaking that Focus Dash. Not going to be doing too much damage, even to a Vivian, because of its resistances to the fighting type attack. Vivian does go for the Sleep Powder, getting the hit into the King Gambit. So, despite being at +3, not going to be able to get an attack off this turn. It does use up its mandatory turn of sleep here. So it could wake up on the next turn, but it's still a very small chance in order to do so. Caesar does have access to the enhanced speed from the Unburdened, so we can still outspeed this Vivian and the Gengar.
This is the kind of situation where having Feint on Sneasler is really interesting, because you can't Feint into the Gengar, obviously it's a Ghost type, but the Vivian here can't safely protect, for example, which is something that Perish Trap teams really like to go for. So having that as an option is quite nice here. I do like Kylan's play last turn, though, saying, okay, there's no way you Sucker Punch me here because I've got the threat of Rage Powder. That's way too obvious. Instead, just buying a turn by putting King Gambit to sleep. And now that also means that Sneasler can effectively take 3 hits. Sorry, the Vivian can take 3 hits instead of just 2. Because Sneasler's not going to be able to KO it from this range. So that means that instead of just taking a close combat and then a Kowtow Cleave and fainting, you get to take a close combat, burn another turn, then take another Dire Claw or close combat and another Kowtow Cleave. Just keep the Gengar slot safe for 1 extra turn. And now the Perish Trap is pretty much complete. Gengar, I imagine, is going to be switching out this turn. I'm expecting we'll see here a switch into Incineroar and a Rage Powder just to finish off the successful Perish Trap at the start of this game.
Yeah, and you don't really mind going for the Incineroar switch and giving the King Gambit a +1 boost again, because it will go down on the subsequent turn, and then you have access to Incineroar, which has a pretty decent matchup into the Tsarina, even though you can't get a fake out in. There goes the Gengar. Goodbye, Gengar. We'll see you later as the Incineroar switches back into this match. The Battle Champion, as it's the nickname. Let's see what happens here. Defiant going to be activating Intimidate Drop onto the Sneasler, at least. You're not going to get as much damage as you probably want, as the base Swampert is going to have a appearance in this match. It does have a very good matchup into the Raichu because it cannot go for the Zap Cannon into that spot. Gambit does get the Wake Up. It does get some significant damage into the Incineroar at +4, and the Life Orb with the Kowtow Cleave does not get the KO there, unfortunately. Now Sneasler and King Gambit's Perish counter have been dropped to 0. They'll be double KO'd on this turn, forcing the Mega Raichu Y and the Tsarina to come back into this match.
I wonder if it might have been worth just letting Vivian go down on Kylan's side there. He does now have a 4-2 Pokemon advantage, but there's a lot of threat on his side of the field now, with Raichu obviously threatening to just KO Incineroar here with a Zap Cannon. Nothing in the back wants to switch in on that. And Tsarina has a pretty nice Power Whip lined up into Swampert. Vivian, I don't think, is really doing that much for the rest of this game. Yeah, okay, it can redirect 1 more attack from Raichu, but I don't know how valuable that's going to end up being. Maybe Kylan has a game plan for it, but it may have been worth just keeping your Incineroar at full health there, going Rage Powder on Vivian on the previous turn, and just making sure you can get a bit more value out of the other Pokemon on your team that aren't being threatened with a one-shot.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll have to see what happens. What is Kylan going to be thinking about? Is there going to be a potential switch here into the Gengar to just get it on the field? But it looks like not. No switches here. Raichu is going to go for the Mega Evolution. More than likely trying to get a little bit of an increase in its stats so it could just do some more damage. And as well as getting those guaranteed hits on those Zap Cannons into that Incineroar, or even just deciding to go for the Focus Blast too. Zap Cannon is just going to be used into the Incineroar. 17% of HP, it should pick up the KO there, and it does. As well as the Tsarina should be getting an attack off into that Protect. That is going to be the Power Up. Power Up not fully accurate, but you do not want to gamble on a miss when you decided to bring the base Swampert. And this is not the support Swampert we have been seeing in grassroots tournaments. This is the Mega Evolution Swampert, only attacking moves and protect. So this is the play that you have to make if you want to win this round. You're going to bring this Swampert, but it's not going to do as much damage as you want. You're going to bring the Gengar back in now.
Now this is where this position gets a little bit awkward for Kylan, I think, because Amido can just Zap Cannon the Gengar, and yes, it won't KO it outright, but it'll end up being slower than Tsarina, and then Tsarina has the option to just fire off a Power Whip into Swampert. And you can get around that by maybe switching in your Vivian on the Swampert slot, but that also has its own risks associated with it. It just feels like Vivian wasn't really doing enough in this game to warrant keeping it around for me, and now Kylan's kind of suffering in terms of board position for it. It doesn't protect the Gengar, instead taking the double up into the Gengar, and Triple Axle only hits once!
That is an unfortunate miss, and that is a 90% accurate move. Wave Crash does go into the Raichu, doesn't get the one-hit KO. Going to survive at 7% HP.
But the full
Gengar does take
paralysis!
the Zap Cannon, but that means that it has the chance to get the paralysis, which has been nerfed compared to other generations. Now it is a complete shift in the momentum. The Gengar is slower. It did not get a Paris Hung off. It didn't even get a KO onto anything, as the Swampert now can also not Mega Evolve. Now it's just going to be in threat range from both of the Raichu and the Zarina, so this complete shift here.
What a crazy turn, because now Gengar is in range of Zap Cannon, Swampert is in range of Power Whip. This might just have to be a dodge from Kylan. That might just be the game plan here. Got a little bit fortunate with the triple axle only hitting once. Emilio did need it to hit all 3 times, only got one of them, but then got a little bit lucky the other way around with the Gengar obviously being fully paralyzed. Emilio now taking the KO on Kylan's Gengar, bringing it down to just Swampert and Vivian. Power Whip is going to come out 4 times resisted, but still doing a good chunk of damage into Vivian. But now it's just kind of the same board state where Vivian can only really redirect a Zap Cannon, and there's still just a Power Whip aimed at the Swampert here.
Yeah, and the Vivian doesn't really want to take the Zap Cannon anyway because of how strong Mega Raichu Y is naturally on top of Zap Cannon's base power. And if Power Whip or Triple Axle does connect into the Zarina, you're looking at a very, very far gone Swampert here. But it looks like the Vivian not wanting to take a Zap Cannon or an attack from the Zarina, just deciding to protect here. Zarina also going for a protect. Can we get a 4-for-4 protect? Do we see a protect on the Swampert? No, it's just going to be a protect, trying to get a cheeky little KO onto this Raichu, and also breaking that focus dash onto the Zarina. But looks like Emilio Forbes playing it safe for the turn, just trying to make sure to scout what Kylan is trying to go for in terms of attacking. So now the Vivian has to take an attack from the Zap Cannon or the Zarina, from the Raichu as well, because it cannot go for protect safely. Goes for protect, fails this time.
Vivian is going to go down to a Zap Cannon here, but we haven't seen yet what's faster between the Swampert and the Zarina here. Zarina has naturally a higher speed stat than regular Swampert does, and it's most likely got speed investment because it's focus sash. We do see Zarina does go first, and Swampert is going to go down here. I like the play from Kylan going for the protect on Vivian on the previous turn, because if Swampert is faster than Zarina for some reason, then there's always a chance that you can get the Earthquake off, KO the Raichu, and then win with your Vivian. But that ends up not being the case regardless. Maybe having to rely on a dodge there, but does not end up getting it. Very crazy turn in the middle of that with the single hit triple axle and then the full paralysis, which, as you mentioned, only 1 in 8 for full paralysis in this generation, in Pokemon Champions, rather than 1 in 4 in previous generations. But I think the big issue there was not necessarily one of RNG, it was one of positioning. Kylan, we've seen it a couple of times today where Kylan got the Perish Trap successfully, managed to get through it, but I think tried too hard to preserve all of his Pokemon, and so ended up taking a lot of damage on his Incineroar, which you'd really want to be at full health or close to full health into a Serena Raichu endgame, so you can get some parting shots, get some intimidates down to the Zarina, you can flare blitz the Zarina, right? You really want to keep the Incineroar healthy, but instead taking about 80% on the Incineroar and still having the Vivian come back in and not be able to get any value later on in the game.
Yeah, normally when you're playing against these Perish Trap teams, if you go down 2 Pokemon with 4, normally the Gengar can just come in on the one of the turns, set up the Perish song, set the counter, and then you should be game over. But that's just not how it worked out. Like you mentioned, the proper positioning for Kylan just wasn't as accurate as it needed to be in order to set up the next Perish song to win the game. And so Emilio Forbes is going to be winning game number 1. We're going to go into game number 2 now. No Gengar lead this time around. It's going to be the Swampert with the Vivian staring down a Sneasler and a Zarina. So the Swampert's kind of in an awkward position here, being threatened by both the Sneasler and the Zarina.
I think Kylan probably pivoting away from that Mega Gengar game plan here. I'm expecting to see maybe a Politoed and either Archaldon or Incineroar in the back here. Like we said in game 1, the Gengar wasn't really able to do too much. Yes, it got the Perish Trap off, but once the Perish Trap had been finished and we got to the 4v2, it just felt like Kylan didn't have the right pieces to get through. I think Gengar just didn't do enough in that endgame. So instead, We've seen a pivot on lead here. Swampert immediately switching out, though, doesn't like its position now, and it is the Archaludon we see in the back. That all but confirms it'll be Politoed as the last.
Yeah, but let's see what happens. What is going to happen in this match? These are going to go for a fake out into Vivian, and the triple axle going to be connecting the 2 hits it needs to pick up the Vivian. So what was potentially a good call with the Arcalon on the switch in to maybe eat an attack and then get some stamina boost just ended up not working. The 50-50 was called, and the Vivian is going to go down with no action on Kylan's side. Going to have to bring back in one Pokemon. Going to breed that Swampert here. You have to imagine that the Swampert is going to be your main attacker for your Mega Evolution, and there's no Gengar here. Bring the Archaludon, you have to imagine the Politoed sitting in the back.
Yeah, that play on turn 1 from Emilio getting that call 100% correct. Kylan maybe trying to bait some attacks into a Mega Swampert there. Swampert obviously threatening a one-hit KO into Sneasler with an Earthquake next to the Vivian, but it's also under threat from Power Whip. So it's a bit of a call where the 2 Pokemon on Emilio's side aim, and Emilio ended up getting the better of that time. Vivian going down immediately this time, only needing 2 hits to triple axle and getting them both. And there is the Politoed that we said we were going to see at the end, and Faint we see for the first time.
Yep, here it comes. The Tsarina
Power
going to
Whip
go
misses!
for a Power Whip, and it does not connect. It is not perfectly accurate. That Tsarina is not going to get anything on this turn, meaning that you do not get that Politoed. The Archaludon is going to start setting up with the Electroshot, an attack into the Tsarina. It is a resisted target, but you're still setting yourself up for later in this match. Sneasler, still on this board state, has not taken a single point of damage. You could decide to go for a close combat into the Archaludon, but what happens now? Do you want to do that? Are you predicting that the Archaludon could go for a Protect here? And the Tsarina is still fairly healthy, so could it live another attack on the Electroshot too?
It'll probably take another Electroshot. I feel like something like a Dragon Pulse might be enough to KO it here, though. Politoed switching out, Swampert coming in. If this is a Power Whip going into the Swampert, this could potentially spell trouble. Archaludon going for the Protect. Not too worried about a Faint from Sneasler here. Much more worried about the close combat, which we do see come out. Hits the Protect here, but if this Power Whip can land, and it does, Swampert is going to go down immediately. Kylan losing their Mega before it even gets the chance to Mega Evolve. And now, once again, it is Politoed and Archaludon. Same board position as we were last turn, but there's 1 fewer turns of rain and 1 fewer Pokemon in the back. And Kylan, seeing the writing on the wall, goes for the forfeit there. Emilio Forbes with a dominant display, bringing him to a 4-1 record at the 2026 World Championships.
I think Emilio just recognized that in order to win the game number 2 more efficiently than game number 1, because it got really close, deciding that the Sneasler and Tsarina was just a good lead, knowing that, maybe if your opponent decides to not go for the Perish mode, going to go for the Rain mode with the Swampert and Archaludon, you have a pretty decent matchup, knowing that you're not going to get faked out on any of your Pokemon with the Tsarina active, dropping down Queenly Majesty. Your Power Whips are very, very good into the Swampert and the Politoed respectively, and you have that Triple Axle, which does threaten the Vivian for super effective damage if you can get all 3 attacks in. And the Sneasler also just being good as a fake-out user into any of the Pokemon on Kylan's side of the board, as well as just damaging as much as you can with those close combats.
Yeah, I really like that we got to see the Tsarina shine in this set. We've had a few really interesting Pokemon on stream so far today, but a lot of them haven't really been able to pull that much weight. We saw a Camerupt that didn't manage to do too much. We saw an Azumarill that didn't manage to do too much. We saw an Altaria that didn't come to any of the games, but now Tsarina really was the MVP of that set. Blocking fake outs we saw from Incineroar in game 1. Incineroar didn't come to game 2, so no Intimidate threat on the Tsarina, and it took full advantage, getting a number of KOs there, taking out the Vivian with the Triple Axle, a Power Whip into the Swampert to KO it, threatening the Power Whip on the Politoed as well on those final turns.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for us, at least for now. We still have 3 more rounds. Round 6 is coming up shortly. We're going to get a new set of casters for you to finish off the rest of the day. It's been a pleasure commentating with you again, Matt, and we hope to see everyone tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, though. Round 6 is going to be pairing very shortly. We're going to be taking a quick break. See you tomorrow.
to the Victory Road side stream of the Pokemon World Championships. We're in day 1, and we're down to this final stretch where every round now will know new players that have qualified for day 2 of the championships. I'm Hayden McTavish, and I'm excited to be joined by Dylan, MLBD. How are you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing great. Like you said, I feel like we were a little spoiled today. We get the best matches of the day, in my completely unbiased opinion. We get to see all these players who are fighting to, secure their spot in day 2 or set themselves up for a really strong day 2 since their record does continue on for them. So I'm really excited, Hayden.
Yeah, looking forward to it a bunch. I think there's just so much riding on each of these matches, even though we're very early in the tournament. They're suddenly high stakes. And then tomorrow at the start of the day, things will be maybe a little calmer for a few players. But right now is really where the rubber hits the road for a bunch of folks.
Yes, it absolutely is. I mean, the names that we are going to be seeing on stream this late into day 1 are names that are completely familiar with the player base. Anyone who's been following the pairings today, this has been a brutal World Championship. So many players that have won regionals, have made deep cuts at Worlds, have won Worlds before, are already out of the competition. So the players that are left, that they've truly earned their spot so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the crazy things about the World Championships is even still being in the tournament by round 5, round 6 is a huge accomplishment. It's just such there are so many amazing Pokemon players nowadays. And so to hold your own as long as you can in this tournament is itself amazing.
Yes, it absolutely is, and these players deserve praise. We'll heap it on them as they're playing. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch as they progress through the later stages of the first day of our competition here. There's some exciting teams that are still left in the running. Some teams that have made it already into the second phase of this tournament. They're still continuing on, and then some players that are cooking some spice up, and they're on the brink of. I feel like if you can make it to day 2, you've proved that the team that you brought here is worthwhile. It's worth people keeping an eye on. It's kind of worth all the hype that it's generated.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a big thing on a player's CV if they can say not just I qualified for the World Championships or I did well, but I made it to day 2. And especially if you bring an interesting, unique team. I was really excited by some of the ones we got to feature in the past few rounds. Emilio's team was just exceptional.
Yeah, I agree. Emilio, it was really cool seeing the Serena. Like Matt mentioned right before they signed off, there have been some really cool Pokemon brought so far, but not all of them have had the greatest showing, both on this stream and on the main stream. But it was really cool to see the Serena. It's well positioned into this metagame. There's a lot of grass-weak Pokemon, the ability to block priority. I mean, we praise Ferograph for it. Serena has the exact same ability, right? So it just has this unique toolkit that I think a lot of people overlooked. There are some downsides to using it, but Emilio proving in that last set that it was really, really strong, and it has its place in this meta for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Now, there's one other way to play this game, and we're going to show some team sheets to show you, which is to just play some more standard attributes very, very well. And we have 2 exceptional players from Japan that we're going to be able to feature, both playing some standard Charizard teams, but I'm really excited to see their particular play style as they go into this. So first, we have Hiroshi Onishi, who is the reigning national champion from Japan, coming into Worlds hot off a great finish.
Yeah, speaking of very strong players, that is one of the hardest tournaments of the year to win. I mean, NAIC is notoriously a very hard tournament to win, but the Japanese National Championships, not only do you need to qualify through a very rigorous set of qualification metrics, but you also need to play very well in one of the most stressful tournaments I could ever imagine. I've never played in it. Hopefully I never have to play in a tournament like that, but just props to any player who's able to do really well in it. Like you mentioned, it's more of a standard team. And not only that, but I feel like this is even a little bit more old school. This is the kind of thing that we were seeing in the first or second tournaments of Pokemon Champions, not really the recent online grassroots tournaments. We see things like the Citrus Berry Garchomp, whereas most people have opted to go Life Orb. Life Orb is on the Basculegion here, and then you have that duo of Mega Charizard Y and Floette that do pair quite well together, but I feel like that specific duo has fallen off a little bit, so very interesting to see that Hiroshi has stuck with it, and it has clearly paid dividends in this tournament so far for him.
Yeah, I think there's another, within the realm of using more standard teams, one can try to keep up with the cutting edge of a metagame and use the latest innovations, or someone can just really understand a team that was good at the start, it wasn't broken to begin with, and then understanding a team in great detail is something that really helps a lot at the World Championships, where you're always going to see some things that are a bit unexpected. You're always going to be in matchups where you really want to be playing at the top of your game. And so if you know a team inside and out, then and you know that that team has been strong for a long time, I think that's a really strong position to be in going into getting this far into day one of the World Championships.
I absolutely agree with you. And speaking of getting this far into the day one of Worlds, let's take a look at our other opponent's team sheet. He needs no introduction. Naoto Mitsubishi, the 2019 World Champion, someone that has done so well throughout so many tournaments in so many different metagames. And here he is making a very strong appearance for him in the first World Championship of Pokemon Champions. A similar team, but there are some differences. We see that Aerodactyl is chosen here as the Tailwind setter rather than something like Whimsicott. And since you don't have to worry about potential grass type overlapping, that does mean that you can add the Venusaur onto the team. And then you do have the Sylveon here rather than the Floette, which means that you don't have to commit the Mega Stone and you still get a strong fairy type attacker.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a huge deal to have an Aerodactyl into this matchup specifically, being able to make it so high risk to bring the Charizard, while still having one's own Charizard and Venusaur to make the Floette really high risk, is I think very useful going into this game. I think there's no low risk Mega Evolution that we can see from Hiroshi, and so it's going to be really interesting to see like if Naoto is able to punish the Mega every single game. So the Aerodactyl and the Venusaur are both just like incredibly powerful threats here.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Noted that this is Focus Sash Aerodactyl rather than the Mega Aerodactyl that we've seen a couple times on stream already. Does mean that you're losing a little bit of offensive pressure, but it means that you're able to bring it in matchups where you're focusing on your Charizard and you're not worrying about dropping to something like an Iron Head from King Gambit. Whereas if you were running that Mega Stone, you would need to worry about dropping to that hit, and you'd have to play accordingly to that. So like you mentioned, Aerodactyl is something I have my eye on here. The Venusaur, it is carrying Sleep Powder. It does have Wide Lens to make it more accurate. It is still not close to 100% accurate. So there is always a world in which, potential Sleep Powder miss here and there. We've seen it happen a couple times today, especially when you compound things like Rock Slide flinch chances and things like that. Venusaur is one of those Pokemon that I feel like unless your name is Joseph Ugarte, like it is a little risky to be running that Pokemon, but clearly it's worked so well for Naoto today.
Yeah, it's a philosophy of Pokemon that I always find really interesting. Like, even if you bring only attacks that are 100% accurate, and even if you play at the top of your game, there's still going to be moments of like profound uncertainty in the game. You don't know which 4 Pokemon your opponent will bring. You don't know what moves they're going to click each time. And so to play a team that has heavy use of things like Rock Slide and Sleep Powder gives you the option to kind of like soften things like predictions with other moves that are really like high probability. Like there's a lot of super sophisticated odds management. I think it's very stressful to watch and very stressful to play,
Yes.
but very fun to commentate.
Absolutely very fun to commentate. Let's get ourselves into Masters Swiss Round 6. These players are fighting to keep an undefeated record. Remember that their record does translate to day 2. So even though they have made it so far today, they want to keep going with this undefeated record. And speaking of variants, we have Venusaur straight off the rip, Hayden.
Venusaur next to its best friend Charizard, able to set it up for some really fast Sleep Powders right off the bat. I guess we're going to have to see how much that Wide Lens is helping. It could go for some other attacks, but I really would expect to see some Sleep Powders here. It's just so threatening into that King Gambit and Garchomp.
100%. And we have to remember that this King Gambit, because it's carrying the Akaberry, it felt safe enough to forego Protect. So there's no ability for King Gambit to protect itself here. You could maybe pivot in something like Whimsicott to eat a Sleep Powder, but that would be quite risky. So we do see that King Gambit is staying in here. Setting up the sun with your Charizard means that Venusaur is going to be first to move. You have kind of pick of the litter here with what slot you want to Sleep Powder. You could go into Garchomp, you could go into King Gambit. Both have its merits.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be into that Garchomp. Very nice to be able to block that Rock Slide going into the Charizard. Even without the Life Orb, that was going to hurt quite a bit. But Garchomp has now burned that one guaranteed turn of sleep. Heat Wave breaks through that Akaberry, so King Gambit's only going to be able to survive this one and not another Fire type attack later. Wow, that still did 2/3 to King Gambit. That was quite a bit of damage here.
That is just so much damage, and you're going to respond with something like Kowtow Cleave. It's going to do good damage. Let's see if it puts it in Sucker Punch range. I don't think so. there's a 15 base power difference on those moves, and the fact that it only did 53%, maybe that's a low roll, and if you get a high roll, you could pick up a knockout, but probably not something that Hiroshi is going to game plan around. So Charizard feels a little bit safer. We got to keep in mind, though, for anybody new to Pokemon Champions, Sleep was nerfed in this generation. You know, what previously would have been a pretty safe spot for Naoto to just feel like this Garchomp is likely going to stay asleep again, this is now essentially just a coin flip, right? And if Garchomp wakes up and gets that Rock Slide off, we're looking at a very different game here. Venusaur goes for the Leaf Storm. I don't know if this is going to do enough, Hayden. Oh, not quite.
No, and Garchomp surviving gets the Citrus Berry, so it might be able to just take like a Heat Wave after this too. And it wakes up right away, like you were mentioning. And that Rock Slide is going to really hurt on that already weakened Charizard, giving King Gambit an opportunity to fire off another attack too. Yikes. That was exactly what Naoto was hoping would not happen this turn.
Yeah, just kind of the culmination of a lot of unfortunate odds going against him. When you add the fact that the Garchomp had to wake up and hit the Rock Slide, it was certainly in Naoto's favor, especially with how close that Leaf Storm roll was, right? Just a little bit more damage. But typically, these Citrus Berry Garchomps, they're run a little bit more bulky. So Hiroshi feeling confident in the bulk that he's put into his Garchomp here to survive the Leaf Storm, and it pays dividends. I mean, now you're looking at a really good board state here. Venusaur, obviously you can bypass the Sucker Punch by going for another Sleep Powder, so that is an option. Let's see what's lurking in the back for Naoto. I don't know if there's a clear Pokemon you'd bring in here. If you have your own Garchomp, perhaps it actually looks pretty good here, and that is what Naoto goes for. You would think Life Orb Garchomp would be trained to be max speed, but on the flip side, I mean, both these Garchomps are the same nature, so this could just be a speed tie, which would be quite interesting here.
Yeah, if it's just a speed tie, then it's really helpful to have the Venusaur. It can threaten either another Leaf Storm or a Sleep Powder into that Garchomp. But it is a little bit odd to think what the Garchomp on Naoto's side is going to be able to go for. If it were just for sure faster, just protect Earthquake, and that's perfect. But this is a bit trickier now with needing the Venusaur to control the other Garchomp. And then the Garchomp on Naoto's side doesn't have a safe way to hurt the King Gambit without touching the Venusaur.
Yeah, I agree with you. Venusaur goes for a Protect here, trying to potentially maybe stall out, scout out what's going to happen. Garchomp for Hiroshi's side does go for Protect. And, you know, the Sucker Punch does go off. It does decent damage. It puts this Garchomp into potential Dragon Claw range. Earthquake goes off. This will knock out King Gambit and force Hiroshi into one of his two Pokemon in the back. And Hayden, I'm trying to think what would be in the back here, right? We were talking about this before. I don't think Floette is very strong in this matchup. However, the fact that Charizard is down and Venusaur is so low, I almost think if Floette is here, this actually would be the spot for it, but almost certainly it has to be Charizard, right?
You would think it must be the Charizard, and that is not a good Pokemon to have in this situation. The Rock Slide pressure from the other Garchomp is just going to be too difficult. The other thing is, I wonder if even if it's a Floette, if it's helpful to first get rid of the Venusaur and then bring the Floette on the field.
Yeah.
Like that Sludge Bomb with just this last turn or two of Sun is going to still be a pretty difficult thing to work around.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I love that Whimsicott is coming in here, because, you know, we can probably assume it's Charizard. This gives you the option to do something like Tailwind Earthquake. And because you have Whimsicott out, sure, you're breaking your own Focus Sash, but with the Tailwind, you should be able to outspeed even a Chlorophyll Venusaur. You're gonna be able to knock it out with Earthquake. It just protected. Charizard's been knocked out already, so it's probably safe to assume that Aerodactyl's not lurking in the back. It could be, but you're probably safe clicking Earthquake here. I feel like with Citrus Berry, you're not going to be able to knock out the opposing Garchomp, but you're going to get it low enough. And Garchomp switches out here. I wonder what's going to come in. There's Incineroar, and if this is Tailwind Earthquake, all of a sudden Hiroshi's looking like he's going to be in a good spot. Let's see what he went for.
Venusaur does get off the Leaf Storm before anything else happens with that Chlorophyll boost. Takes out the Garchomp even with the -2 special attack, so that Whimsicott must be going for an attack here, not a Tailwind. That's a Moonblast, probably into what used to be a Garchomp, but now is an Incineroar. What a good switch, actually, and, like, very well called by Naoto.
Very well called. Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overread from Hiroshi. You know, if the switching was reversed and Venusaur switched out for Incineroar and Garchomp stays in, then all of a sudden the Moonblast from Whimsicott makes a lot of sense. You'd be able to knock out the Garchomp, you'd be able to maybe get like a Rock Slide or an Earthquake off into Incineroar and get some good damage there. But all of a sudden this Venusaur is getting so much more value than you would have thought it could here. hanging around at 15%. It's lowered its special attack twice now, but it still can launch a Sleep Powder into Charizard, right? And if Charizard wants to protect here, Venusaur could protect. Sun would go up the next turn when Charizard Megas, and Venusaur is just kind of this sticky, tough to get rid of Pokemon here. Hiroshi, all of a sudden, in a little bit of an awkward board state.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially because we don't know what the speed is. Oh, okay. The Charizard on Hiroshi's side is timid, so I do think there's an option here to go for Tailwind, and that Charizard will outspeed the Venusaur even in Sun. Otherwise, I really don't know what the options are. I think with that, it's really just a matter of trying to manage this Incineroar and how much pressure it's putting off in this turn of Sun.
Yeah, I agree with that. So we see a couple of protects going around here, stalling out that last turn of Sun. What this means is that Charizard is going to be able to set it up for the remainder of this battle. And I'm beginning to see potentially what could be the game plan here for Hiroshi, right? You could go for Tailwind, you could go for an attack here, you try and knock out this Venusaur. But the issue is, defensive plays are available for Naoto, right? Something like maybe a Protect and a Parting Shot. But if you can get that Tailwind up, this Whimsicott is going to be able to deal with the Garchomp, and then Charizard is free to just launch attacks into whatever the side slot is. So, Hiroshi maybe not in as bad of a spot as we thought. The Whimsicott having that Focus Sash, there's not really a good way to deal with Charizard other than Rock Slide, but you're always going to be pinned by the faster Whimsicott. So actually, you know what? The more this board state kind of fleshes itself out, maybe not as bad of a spot as I thought.
It's a really, really interesting situation. I guess the real thing that I'm thinking about is just how much hit points are on this Incineroar. So Venusaur is going to just protect. It's kind of like a flashing target for some attack. Whoa! Whimsicott is using Moonblast into the Charizard?
Huh? He lowered his own special attack. Oh, that's really unlucky. I mean, Hayden, I'm trying to think why do that? Always the opportunity that was potentially a misclick, right? But these players are on the world stage. Maybe there's a world in which you're trying to prevent a free switch in, right? But I feel like that the burn there, that actually just straight seals the game almost, right? Because now you're not able to set Tailwind whatsoever. Maybe, just maybe, you dodge a Rock Slide, but I feel like the writing is on the wall now for Hiroshi. And what we can only assume is maybe a misclick there, maybe a mistarget. Even if you got the Moonblast off into Incineroar there, the fact the burn came in, that was really the ceiling factor.
Yeah. I think there's a universe where that's still totally playable. If maybe the targeting goes into Charizard and you can activate Blaze, then there's a really interesting endgame. But with how that played out, especially with the special attack drop, poor Whimsicott working really hard on that Moonblast. This was just a really tough spot. And I think very clearly, a good choice of forfeit there, a -1 special attack Charizard, not going to be able to beat a Garchomp. I am curious about what you said there, Dylan, about maybe the worry is if you Moonblast into the opposing team that you have a risk of trying to taking a KO there. But even still, I feel like a Tailwind maybe works a little bit better than going into your own Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Tailwind Heat Wave, if you feel confident that Venusaur is protecting Tailwind Weather Ball or Tailwind Ancient Power into the Incineroar slot, then you're just setting yourself up for a really good board state, because the Whimsicott has Focus Sash. Assuming it doesn't get burnt, you're able to launch those Moonblasts the next turn. You could even Encore into the Venusaur if you want to force it into protecting. So just an unfortunate way that endgame panned out for Hiroshi there. And this is where some of that mental fortitude and strength is going to be tested, right? Because we are now deep into day one of the World Championships, and what can really only be called a misplay, a misclick, right? Throwing away what was almost a sealed up endgame. It looked definitely in Hiroshi's favor. The game was played so well before that point, right? So can we get back to that point? Can we find the game plan again? Don't let that tilt you, right? Because it's very easy in a game like Pokemon to let bad RNG or a misclick or something like that tilt you. But this is where the best players in the world separate themselves. And so the fact that you're willing to, or that you're able to win a tournament like the Japanese National Championship, I feel like you've proven that you're tilt-proof, right? So Hiroshi, it's time. Yes. It's time to really show the crowd what you got, and we've got our leads here for game 2.
Yeah. All right. So we've got Garchomp, Kingambit facing down Garchomp, Sylveon. Garchomp was really useful last time. Everyone agreed. Let's just bring it in the lead. But I think a really nice position for maybe a nice position for Sylveon depending on how the speed order works between it and the King Gambit. If it can outspeed that King Gambit, then it's just threatening a ton of damage onto that full board state. But if it's slower, then things are, I think, a bit trickier.
Yeah, I agree with you. It really does come down to that speed interaction here. One thing to keep in mind, I mean, you could always potentially switch Sylveon out. No, just Sucker Punch here. And even though this Garchomp is Citrus Berry, a follow-up Dragon Claw would be able to pick it up. Oh, but the speed tie likely going in Naoto's favor, but that bulk just means that you're going to live that, and Garchomp is going to be able to get off a hit here. Sylveon looking like it's going to do some serious damage, though, coming up soon.
Garchomp Citrus Berry going to bring it back up to 33%. Not enough to save it from the Sylveon, as the follow-up from the Sucker Punch into the Dragon Claw is going to finish off that Garchomp. Likely, Sylveon is about ready to do the same and clear the Garchomp, so both players just really wanted to clear off all the Garchomps before the Charizards hit the board.
Yeah, and at this point, Akaberry is null and void. You know, even a Heat Wave with the spread damage is going to be able to pick up this King Gambit, so good damage there from Naoto, setting herself up for a pretty solid board state. These two Charizards are carrying Ancient Power, I believe. Let me just double check that on these team sheets. Yeah, almost every Charizard at this point, especially this deep into the tournament, is. You know, important to note that that's not going to be a one-hit knockout onto Charizards. All of them are, you know, for the most part, carrying enough bulk to be able to live that hit, but follow it up with something like a Sucker Punch, and all of a sudden we've got a unique situation here to play out. Both players really thinking on what Pokemon they're going to bring in here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. It looks like it's actually the Whimsicott. That's not what I was expecting from Hiroshi here, as it is the Charizard. Like, from Nacho's side, I think Charizard just looked really clean and like a very clear choice. But interesting to try to set up with the Whimsicott maybe before Charizard hits the field here.
Yeah, and you could try and set up for certain, but if you want your King Gambit to be able to attack, you need to Tailwind. And if you're Tailwinding, you're obviously not protecting. And Sylveon here is carrying Quick Attack, right? So your parting gift before you get knocked out by a Iron Head could be breaking the Whimsicott's Focus Sash, and then a Heat Wave double knockout means that all of a sudden Charizard plus whatever Naoto has in the back is facing down Hiroshi's Charizard, and that could be a really good spot. We have to keep in mind as well, this King Gambit does not have Protect. So do you protect your Whimsicott if you're Hiroshi and you just are stalling for next turn? I could see Protect Sucker Punch being a play. No, just
looks like Whimsicott is just locking in the Tailwind, so we're going to see a lot of KOs this turn, potentially. Tailwind goes up, but no Quick Attack from the Sylveon, so the Iron Head coming out into that Sylveon.
It's just bulky, okay.
Wow, that's pretty big. If the Sylveon doesn't flinch, that's going to be a lot of damage. King Gambit eating its Akaberry in vain, going to likely go down to this Heat Wave. And Whimsicott, there's no move Sylveon could click that wouldn't have already procced already, that wouldn't finish off this Whimsicott. So that is going to bring us and the burn for good measure. So we are just going to be Tailwind with one Pokemon versus 3 on Naoto's side.
Yeah, this is going to be the flinch. When you add the fact that you could have gotten the burn or not being flinched, certainly in Naoto's favor to get some kind of ability to knock out the Whimsicott here. And, you know, what could be in the back? Yeah, just a forfeit. Wow, Hiroshi opting to not even show what's in the back. There's no Pokemon that saves that. Floette would have lost that endgame. Charizard would have lost that endgame to just Ancient Power Hyper Voice. So it certainly makes sense that the forfeit is clicked there. And that means Naoto Mitsubishi moving on to 6-0 in day one. Very, very strong showing for him, proving that even though it's been, I mean, at this point, 7 years since the DC World Championship that he won, he's playing very well, looking like somebody who's poised to make a deep run at this Worlds.
Yeah, I think Naoto might be one of my favorite players of all time. Just like an absolute joy to watch. So really glad that he's qualified so quickly for the second day of competition. I think that's huge going into the rest of the tournament. I will say, I think it would have been really interesting to see what happens if the Whimsicott doesn't get burned in this set. I think that there's a lot of really interesting angles. Like playing for the flinch was the one I think out for that game, because a 1 HP Whimsicott plus a Charizard, there's a lot more one can work with. There's a lot of options to try to like encore the other Charizard into Heat Wave instead of being able to Ancient Power. That would have been interesting, but I do feel like Naoto just played that game so well that it was really tough for Hiroshi to make his way back into this.
Yeah, it was really tough. When you have these like soft mirror matches, I feel like if a player can just find a line that's easily exploitable, it's really tough to fight your way back into the set. And Naoto realized, especially in that game too, how strong Sylveon is. Very confident in the bulk that he put on it, confident in the fact that his Garchomp would either, win a potential speed tie, or maybe it wasn't a speed tie. You'd be able to live a Citrus Berry Dragon Claw regardless. And so having faith in his Pokemon's bulk, having faith in taking these aggressive early game trades, and it really paid off, because that game too was quite lopsided, especially as the turns played out. As we got into turn 2, turn 3, it became clear that Naoto was in the driver's seat there.
Yeah, I think so. Like, the lead was just very, very strong, with Sylveon managing to get off a couple of really key Hyper Voices. And yeah, I normally would expect the Citrus Berry Garchomp from Hiroshi actually could beat the Life Orb Garchomp from Naoto, but it was just too much focus on a Pokemon that wasn't the Sylveon. And when Naoto's playing a team where every single Pokemon is such a huge threat for Hiroshi's team, it's just really tough to figure out how to optimize those trades, I think.
Yeah, it is really tough. I wonder almost, if you go for the Iron Head on turn 1 and you try and just focus down that Sylveon, does that make the game play out a little bit differently? It would come down to the speed orders a little bit. Maybe you're not too confident that your King Gambit's going to be faster. Just a lot of ways that game could have played out. But Naoto, it says a lot about how good a player is when at the undefeated table at the World Championship, you make a game look so dominant and so easy. It's very easy for us to sit on the sidelines and say, this could happen, this could happen. But to be able to just completely control a game from start to finish this deep into Worlds just shows how strong Naoto is as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was just a wonderful showing. But yeah, I think good to point out, like, there's a lot of little things Hiroshi was doing here to make that a little bit closer than I think it seemed when we watched the Pokemon counts change. Like, there were totally options to try to go into the Sylveon, but there's a bunch of risk about different protects. And so I think there were also, like, a couple of key reads in that second game, like singling down the Garchomp, maybe expecting the Sylveon to play defensively, that just didn't go Hiroshi's way.
Yeah, a lot of ways that these games could pan out. We've got a lot more Pokemon action coming for you guys later today. Don't forget, we got a couple more rounds and maybe some extra matches in each round. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with some more Pokemon action here at the World Championship.
And welcome back, players, to the World Championships of Pokemon. We're casting the side stream, some exclusive matches not shown on the main stream. I'm Hayden McTavish, and I'm once again joined by Dylan, MLBD. How are you doing, Dylan?
I'm so excited. We have, we got really lucky with our last match, getting to cast Naoto, making a deep run at Worlds, and we're spoiled again. We have a really exciting matchup. I won't spoil anything, but I think a lot of people are going to be tuning into the side stream for this matchup. We got some exciting players. We got some exciting teams. We got another win it in. We're getting deeper and deeper into day one of Worlds. I mean, you got 2 more chances to lock it up, so this is your shot.
Yeah, absolutely. You got 2 more chances to lock it up, and then it's not just locking it up. Like, the earlier that someone can hit 6 wins, the more chances they have to hit however many wins they're going to need to make it into top cut. And I don't think there's anyone who's thinking, oh, it's okay, I'll just make it to day 2. Like, this is Worlds. You want to make it as far as you can.
Yes, absolutely. We were talking a little bit off stream, and for players that do really well today, your record translates to tomorrow, and even just an extra win or 2 means that you're so much closer to top cut than if you just qualify with 6 wins and 2 losses today. Any extra little bit of breathing room gives you so much more mental peace moving into day 2, because this is, for many players, the most stressful environment they've been in their playing career, right? So giving yourself a little bit of grace, knowing that even if you lose tomorrow, you're able to still continue on in the tournament and you're not knocked out. These players are really fighting tooth and nail, and our players today are, they're still in it for day 2, and they're still in it for getting themselves a little bit of cushion room as well.
100%. Very high stakes. Now let's jump into these teams. I'm so excited to talk about what these players are bringing. We've got Dawei, who needs no introduction, just an extraordinary player. A top cut finish at NAIC just recently with some similar pieces to this, but also some very new pieces coming in here with that Vanillux.
Yeah, the Vanillux is amazing. Now, I'm not gonna... I was scrolling social media earlier, and it did seem like there were a couple of players that maybe did face Dawei earlier and weren't too happy about getting hit by sheer cold. So that is going to be interesting to see. I mean, the Choice Scarf on the Vanillux, important to note, Vanillux sets its own snow, right? It's very similar to Ninetales in that regard. So you're able to launch those very powerful blizzards. You're going to get a one-hit knockout onto things like Garchomp, 4 times super effective. You're hitting Sinistcha, you're hitting Aerodactyl, you're hitting so many Pokemon in the format for really good damage. And not only that, you've got Icy Wind speed control. So on this team, there's no Whimsicott, there's no Tailwind here, but you're able to help out the Delphox, the Floette, even something like a Milotic, by getting off those Icy Winds and helping their speed tiers out just a little bit. So just such an exciting team here. I'm really excited to see it. Important to note, there's no Trick Room on Sinistcha, right? So there's not really that game plan. So this team, flexible in how it plays, but the speed control is maybe one thing that could be exploited just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, if I remember correctly, Dawei had some difficulty at NAIC with a lucky critical hit from an opponent with a Garchomp, and now there's a Vanillux that can just outspeed that Garchomp. Garchomp will never attack again.
Yes.
But yeah, interesting that Icy Wind is the single, only way to adjust speed order. It seems like Dawei's team is a lot more about taking whatever hits the opponent can dish out and healing back from them with that Sinistcha, or minimizing the damage with that Incineroar, and not very much about actually making sure that Pokemon can attack first. So pretty important to have at least 1 or 2 Pokemon that are pretty fast and can kind of at least do a little bit of management on that side.
Yeah, it almost makes me think that this Vanillux is going to be more like a closer Pokemon, right? Probably not something you're going to lead. You're likely going to lead Incineroar in one of your setup Pokemon, and you just have Vanillux in the back. Something that Incineroar can maybe parting shot out into to get it in cleanly, so that you can protect your Delphox from something like a Garchomp or an Aerodactyl or something like that. So very, very interesting. Not to mention Freeze Dry, able to hit those water types that this team otherwise doesn't do amazing into. Milotic can't hit water types. Delphox, you can click Psychic, but it's not the greatest move. So something to match up better into certain teams. Let's take a look at our opposing players' team sheet here. We've talked enough about Dawei's team. It's very exciting, but the other team has some really cool text too, Hayden.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to say that there are Pokemon that are just as exciting as a Vanillux choice, but I think there really are. We've maybe seen a few Kleavor in the past in different metagames. It's a really nice tool into Charizard, but it is so neat to see one going this deep into the World Championships. That Stone Axe setting up Stealth Rock just makes things so difficult for an opposing Charizard, and might actually cause some problems for C, because that Sinistcha has to switch in and out so often.
Hayden, I'm taking a look at this Basket Legion here. Take a look at that third move.
Oh!
Soak on Basket Legion here. Now, in this matchup, I can't really imagine the use for it.
So
there's not really
I
anything on
wonder-
Dawei's team you're turning into a water type. What do you think it might be used for?
Nope. Yeah, I was trying to come up with a theory. I really am not sure.
It's very interesting. I mean, it's very, very interesting. I feel like there's nothing that can really take advantage in terms of being able to hit with it. But just something to keep our eye on. You know, Aqua Jet would be useful, but you also already have some priority on this team. You have fast Pokemon, maybe not as necessary. The thing that I want to point out with this team as well is there's so much setup for the Staraptor. There's Side Charm from Mousehold that's timid, so it's going to be faster. There's Tickle from Whimsicott, so you have multiple ways to boost and protect and set up and enable this Staraptor to be able to do what it wants to do. And you're also running dual Wing Beat, which means that you're not giving yourself added recoil damage with Brave Bird, which just adds to the staying power of this Staraptor on top of the Friend Guard and the Follow Me and all the different tools that are there. So Staraptor may be poised to do really well in this set. It could actually be quite strong.
Yeah, this is a matchup of two teams that both feature like 3+ setup moves on all kinds of so many options, and then alongside that a ton of recovery, like the Roost on the Staraptor, the Sinistcha with switching in with Hospitality, and Life Dew. There's like leftovers on the Melodic, so we're in for like a really interesting like longer term positioning game with players trying to just set up a Pokemon as well as possible to sweep the team.
Yeah, I think especially Dawei. If Dawei can get in the right position, you know, maybe get the Vanillix out next to a boosted Delphox or something like that, all of a sudden, you know, Heat Wave is going to rip through this team on Jonathan's side. So, you know, Dawei looking... if any player is able to use setup moves and pivoting in and out, Dawei's proven it on the NAIC stage. Can they do it on the world stage? We have Floette and Milotic staring down the barrel of Basket Legion and King Gambit for Jonathan Marston.
So I think that Life Orb King Gambit is a really nice Pokemon to have for really pressuring that Floette. But there's not a ton of pressure, I don't think, on this Melodic, which is probably going to be pretty happy to start setting up coils, start firing off some Hypnosises. I guess the one saving grace is that this Basket Legion is well poised to just get off some damage with a flip turn and try to adjust a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, the Soak here not really going to help out whatsoever. Life Orb on the King Gambit, I wonder in terms of speed training between the Pokemon, you know, where's the Milotic going to sit at here? Floette going for the Mega and the Protect here. You could maybe opt for a Flip Turn. Yeah, and it is just going to be Flip Turn into the Milotic. You want to get that Basket Legion out. If you have Whimsicott in the back, it would be quite interesting here. You could pressure... there actually is no... Encore on this Whimsicott. No, there is. There's Tickle and there's Encore as well, right? So now, great positioning from Jonathan there. You're able to Encore this Milotic, and a little bit of a pin here from Jonathan. Let's see how Dawei reacts this next turn.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. Being able to pivot into a turn 2 Encore is something that I don't see enough, and it's such a really cool play. Now, there's something interesting because only one of the Pokemon can be Encored. I assume there's just enough pressure on the Melodic, and then there's Floette just needs to switch out here, and it looks like that's what we're going to see. But I'm curious, Dawei could totally just accept this Gambit and just lock into foil for a while.
Yeah, you know, you are going to be boosting yourself faster than the King Gambit is able to get these attack boosts here. Protect means that you're going to be able to bypass an Encore, but Jonathan not falling for it, setting the Tailwind there, and Incineroar does have Fake Out pressure. You're able to resist that Iron Head. That's still a lot of damage. You know, you'll take 40% on an Incineroar for the Life Orb chip there. You know, Incineroar has Fake Out pressure here, which means that you're able to bypass the Encore for a turn, and you can go for something like Muddy Water. You can go for something like Hypnosis, and you can start trying to land those with the boosted accuracy that you've given yourself.
I mean, this is just very good. I think prioritization of which piece is most important given the board state. Now that Melodic is supported with the Fake Out from Incineroar to prevent any Encores, it being able to start locking into something like a Hypnosis or a Muddy Water seems really useful. But yeah, this King Gambit is not something that one can completely ignore now that it's a +1 attack.
Yeah, it is going to do serious damage. The Life Orb boosted Kowtow Cleave is able to do half to Milotic, and this Milotic does have the boost, which is going to counteract the Defiant boost that was given over earlier. Hypnosis misses. No! Important speed interaction there. This King Gambit quite quick with that Life Orb. Oh, there is Tailwind set up, excuse me. So that is going to actually play a role. We don't quite know the interaction between those Pokemon yet. Milotic here does have the ability to protect itself, but every time you go for Protect, you are opening yourself up to an Encore, so a little bit of a tricky position here for Dawei to maneuver themselves out of on, we're halfway through Tailwind now.
Yeah, it's actually a really tough spot. If that Hypnosis goes off, then this is a totally different game. But because that Melodic is now in a difficult position for protecting and also under a lot of pressure. But we're going to see Dawei does have this Initiative, which can pivot in and put that Melodic maybe out of range of a Moonblast plus Kowtow Cleave.
It's going to be close! I think it's going to live. I think it's going to hold on just barely. And that is not the boost that you want to give over to this Milotic. Kowtow going to come in unless there's a critical hit. Milotic does hang on with 8%. The Sinister switch in so good there for Dawei. And do you land the Hypnosis? You do. But here's the thing, Hayden. You cannot redirect those Moonblasts. See, maybe, just maybe, there's a Life Dew on this Sinistcha. Maybe a Protect Life Dew is in store here for Dawei.
But the problem is this Whimsicott is just causing so much trouble for Dawei. Even though it's setting up this Melodic give a special attack boost, I'm sure Dawei's happy about that. The fact that it pressures an Encore, it's so dangerous to lock into a Protect. Sure, you can try to pivot back into the Incineroar to have Fake Out pressure afterwards, but that carries risks of its own because of the King Gambit. It's a really interesting board position Jonathan set up.
It is a very interesting board position. I do like that Dawei is going for a switch here, because I think if you went for the Protect and Life Dew play, you are opening yourself up to being exposed here. Dawei feeling comfortable here, protecting the Milotic. You get another turn of Leftovers recovery. And now, Hayden, we found ourselves in a position where you can Fake Out one of the two Pokemon, but I don't quite know, because what is stopping Jonathan from clicking Moonblast into Milotic and Kowtow Cleave into Milotic, right? King Gambit is asleep. There's a 50% chance that it's going to wake up. Encore, there's no Fake Out whatsoever, and Dawei is now going to be locked into that move and sort of pinned in this board.
Does land the double Protect. That might be important if a King Gambit targets into that slot. And King Gambit does stay asleep. So Incineroar, this is really important. Now that Tailwind is gone, Dawei's confirmed that the King Gambit is faster than their Incineroar. If Incineroar had been faster, then I think this was a safer play. You're just preventing the King Gambit from being able to attack. But with how things played out, because the King Gambit stayed asleep, that's one really important +2 King Gambit off the board. But yeah, this Melodic went from being very threatening to, well, maybe it's threatening in 2 more turns once Encore wears off, but not so much.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and this is the exact position that Jonathan wants to get Staraptor in. It's able to come in cleanly, and it's able to Mega Evolve, which means that if Incineroar wants to pivot out, whenever it pivots in the future, it's going to proc that Contrary, and it's going to give it an attack boost rather than an Intimidate drop. So I think if you're Jonathan here, you look to double up into this Incineroar slot. Something like Moonblast plus Dual Wing Beat should be able to secure a knockout onto any Pokemon that's in the back. I struggle to think of something that's able to take that combination comfortably. Milotic is the one that's pivoting. Sinistcha comes in, which is a great switch in, because if it is that Moonblast and Dual Wing Beat play, you all of a sudden have given yourself enough health to live that double up. But let's see, Jonathan just as easily could have clicked Close Combat and just called Dawei on this play.
Here's the Staraptor Mega Evolving. Going to have to be very important to see what attacks it goes for. Whimsicott just taking the opportunity to set up this Staraptor, so it effectively has a bulk up boost, +1 attack, +1
calls Dawei out!
What a call. That covers the Melodic staying in, because it definitely wasn't going to land the Protect, and it also covers the Sinistcha. But Sinistcha being able to survive that is huge. Being able to now have Rage Powder pressure, as now Dawei has the option to bring in Floetta. Sure, it's not set up, but it doesn't need to be set up against these two Pokemon. It can just get a ton of damage with the Dazzling.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And taking a look at this Floette set, it is running a Modest Nature, and it is running Moonblast, right? So Dazzling Gleam here onto the Staraptor. You know, I've seen some Staraptors that opt a little bit on the bulkier side can maybe live a dazzling clean thanks to the spread nature, but a Moonblast would certainly pick up. But on the flip side for Jonathan, maybe there's a world in which the boosted... Can you maybe Moonblast into the Sinistcha, followed up with a dual Wing Beat into Floette? You've given yourself the attack boost. You would be close to getting a knockout, but these Floettes on the teams like Dawei are typically very bulky. Switch out. This is probably my low tick. Let's see what Dawei does with the Floette. Lot rides on this. Tickle! Lowering the defense! What a play!
That's so interesting. So now with the attack boost and the defense drop...
Oh, it does it!
That's crazy! That's just a KO. I had no idea. I thought this was a bulky Staraptor. What a calculated play. The maximum amount of damage Whimsicott can set up in 2 turns with the tickle on your own Pokemon and then the tickle on the opponent. That is a game-winning play from Jonathan. That's crazy.
That is what separates a Day 2 Worlds player from willing to go for that play in the face of a Sinistcha that could just click Rage Powder, right? If Sinistcha clicks Rage Powder there, the way that turn plays out is Whimsicott tickles into Floette, and then you dual Wing Beat into the 2% health Sinistcha, and you really get nothing there if you are Jonathan. But Jonathan realizing Dawei's been pivoting out all game. And now you have yourself exactly where you want to be, right? You've got Moonblast, and Dawei sees the writing on the wall. Jonathan, what a play there to secure themselves games 1. That's how you have to do it, right? That is exactly how you need to play those games against those teams that pivot in and out. If you call them out in the right spot, you're able to get yourself such an advantage.
What incredible calls from Jonathan throughout that game. That last play was huge, but also just the way of maintaining that Encore lock. I think the only time Whimsicott clicked Encore was the one time that it most needed to click Encore, and it landed it and stopped the +3 Melodic from being a problem. I'm so impressed. That was incredible gameplay.
That was. I mean, we are getting into the late stages of Day 1 Swiss, right? These are the best of the best players that are still remaining, and they are playing the best Pokemon that they possibly can, because we are just potentially even one game away from somebody qualifying for Day 2 of the World Championship, which is, for many of these players, the pinnacle of their career, right? People would take a Day 2 at the World Championship more than a top cut at some regionals, right? This is where you make your name as a player. And Jonathan, he is no slouch. He's won a regional before. He's gotten many top cuts in previous years. But what a play to make on this stage to be able to call Dawei out like that. We are off to a fiery start in Game 1.
Yeah. Oh, while we have some time before Game 2, I finally figured out what I think Soak is for. So suppose we're in a universe where Staraptor is already set up, it's got a close combat, it's got a tickle, and then Dawei sends out a really boosted Melodic or a Floetta. Those are going to do a bunch of damage to the Staraptor, right? But not if it's a water type. So I think if you can set up the self-soak on a boosted Staraptor, that's one option that Jonathan has going into this game. It would also make the Incineroar just really struggle to do damage to things like the King Gambit. I wonder if we're that might be one of the options Jonathan is thinking about with bringing the Basket Legion.
Yeah, I love it. Maybe it's a tack into these water rain teams, right? Where you can give yourself a resistance where you may otherwise not have it. But we see very similar leads here from Jonathan's side, similar leads from Dawei's side. Both players happy to run back Game 1. As you mentioned here, Basket Legion in a pretty strong spot. We did see that Flip Turn went into the Milotic slot, did call out the Floette protecting. And if Floette doesn't protect here, taking a adaptability wave crash straight to the face from Basket Legion is going to be really tough. That's going to deal a lot of damage. So Dawei has to make a call here. Floette switches out. Here comes Incineroar.
Immediately bringing in the Incineroar, immediately giving that attack boost to the King Gambit. If it's just an Iron Head into the Incineroar slot, this is fine. But if that's a Kowtow Cleave into the Melodic before Melodic has a chance to get boosts up, or that can be really tough. Melodic really needs that help.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Milotic likely faster, but we're seeing, again, Jonathan Flip turning out. Now you've got yourself Encore pressure, but Dawei's one turn ahead of the game this time, right? Dawe last game had to switch the Incineroar in on the next turn and protect and play defensively. Now Dawe has a much better board state where you can threaten Fake Out into the Whimsicott and you can start launching Hypnosis. Dawe doesn't mind if they are locked into Hypnosis, right? That's okay. You just don't want to be locked into Coil. So you needed to buy yourself that one extra turn, Fake Out into Whimsicott. Let's see if Hypnosis lands this time.
Yeah, Dawe missed last time, and that really changed the course of the game. But this time, Hypnosis lands on the Whimsicott. Interesting. So really stopping the options for some walking, for some tickle shenanigans, but does take a Kowtow Cleave. That's going to be just so much damage on the Melodic, but no Tailwinds up because of the Fake Out too. So Melodic can just pressure a Hypnosis with at least 80% accuracy into this Kingambit on the following turn, or set up another foil, and then this Kingambit isn't so threatening.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Milotic is just outside of range of Kowtow Cleave knocking out, right? So you've got a couple of options. You could go for a second Coil. No, it's just straight Hypnosis. Dawe trusting the accuracy on this Milotic. Lands the Hypnosis. You're ticking away at these sleep turns, but Incineroar can just launch Flare Blitz into either slot. This is Akaberry Whimsicott, not Focus Sash, so probably going to live this hit. Yes, it does, and that's a great little tech move, or a tech item, I should say. You know, a traditional Whimsicott would faint to the combination of Fake Out and Flare Blitz. Not this one, so it's able to stay on the board, and now if you can lock the Milotic into Hypnosis, maybe you've got yourself something to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, the Whimsicott would have to wake up to do it, and that's not by any means guaranteed, but it's definitely a bit of a risky situation here. But it looks like the Whimsicott just stays asleep. Melodic goes for the Hypnosis anyways, expecting it to wake up. Interesting. Kingambit also sleeps. I guess the plan is Melodic just needs to buy as much time as possible for Incineroar to get as many Flare Blitzes off as possible. But that's going to be a little tough with Kingambit surviving that Flare Blitz.
That is going to be really tough. And now, Whimsicott guaranteed to wake up on this turn. Kingambit likely to wake up on this turn. It's a coin flip option here. And you could go for something like Tailwind Kowtow Cleave into Milotic. The downside is you would lose both Pokemon. However, you would get much needed damage onto this Milotic because Staraptor is not able to boost itself here. You could also protect the Whimsicott if you're really trying to make sure that you can get some side targeting into your Staraptor that is lurking in the back. So some options here. Jonathan waking up, goes for Encore, content with locking this Milotic into Hypnosis. Well, let's see. It does hit.
So Whimsicott's back asleep, but that's pretty crucial because it guarantees the Melodic couldn't have gone for a Muddy Water to knock out this Kingambit. So Kingambit gets off one more Kowtow Cleave. It's going to knock itself out for its trouble, but that's just huge. The difference between Melodic being at like 2/3 health and able to heal fully up with this Initiative switch in to being that low is just like make or break for when Staraptor comes on the field. It looks like Dawe is going to reposition the Incineroar instead of taking a KO here, which I think makes a lot of sense since Whimsicott is like guaranteed to be burning some points of sleep here.
Yeah, I think that's really heads-up positioning there. You know, why give a free switch into Jonathan when you can lower Whimsicott's stats and kind of have it just be a sitting duck on this field? Milotic able to heal quite a bit at the end of this turn. It's going to end up at 40% when it was all the way down in the single digits at the, midway through that turn here. And Whimsicott not able to boost the Staraptor on this turn. Also, you could pivot Incineroar back in here and get some Intimidates down on the Staraptor before it Mega Evolves. That's a big competitive boost, right? This Milotic is quite boosted up at this point. At this point, what is it? +1 defense, now +2 special attack. Those Muddy Waters are nothing to scoff at here if you are Dawe. Jonathan, gonna have to find a way to maneuver this. The Basculegion in the late game as well, not looking as scary as you would maybe hope for it as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Last Respects is never easy to deal with, but certainly that way setting up about as well as possible, and is going to go for that play you mentioned. So Incineroar switching in before the Mega Evolution is an option. Really nice setup from the parting shot the previous turn to allow this. And now this Raptor, sure it's Mega Evolved, sure it's ready to start snowballing, but it's doing so starting from a deficit of an attack stat here.
Yeah, and Staraptor here, close combat, you're going to be able to do some damage. Not nearly enough on this Milotic. Not nearly enough. Hypnosis launched into the Staraptor slot. You've got Incineroar for fake out pressure as well on this turn if you want to fake out the Whimsicott and just guarantee that it's not able to do any encore shenanigans or anything. And at this point, Milotic looks poised to dominate this game. It's got a defense boost. It's got a Sinistcha that can switch back in for it. The only thing to potentially be careful of is, Parting Shot would obviously boost this Staraptor rather than lower it. If you switch Incineroar out, you eventually might have to switch it back in, which could then counter that Intimidate you just put down on it. But, if Whimsicott stays asleep here or is fake out flinched, it's not able to help this Staraptor setup at all.
Yeah, and I think also Dawe's buying yet more time for a bunch more switches to happen. So the Sinistcha can now come in again and do more healing. Although it's surprising to see that the Melodic's actually pivoting out. Maybe really worried about that encore pressure.
Yeah, very, very worried there. And realizing that, Parting Shot here is an interesting tool from Dawe to use. Dawe certainly sees some endgame path here, right? They see some way forward in this game. But I would have thought that was maybe the go button. Here comes Floette, though, and now I'm starting to see what Dawe was playing for, right? You're able to Mega Evolve this Floette, Staraptor is at -1, and now you've got a board state where you could potentially just launch Rage Powder plus Dazzling Gleam, something to that effect, and you can really start doing some serious damage here. So Dawe, thinking a couple turns ahead, how am I able to guarantee a strong endgame rather than relying on maybe Muddy Water accuracy or something like that?
Yeah, it's a real mark of experience from this player, like seeing that many boosts stacked up on the Melodic and still knowing, nope, I need the hit points on my Incineroar. Whimsicott does wake up and get a Tickle off, so that Staraptor is now at +2 defense, +1 special defense, but no, just neutral attack, and does stay asleep, which is going to be really important to buy Floette some time. That's a ton of damage into that Staraptor. I think another one of those, even if that Staraptor suddenly turns into a water type, I think would finish it off.
Yeah, and the Life Dew just to cover for any potential damage coming through here. And I think Dawe has all but locked up this game here, right? Because now we're down to just 2 Pokemon. Staraptor is faster than Floette, I believe, from the way that last turn did play out, but it's really tough to see a way through Rage Powder, Dazzling Gleam. Sinistcha likely able to hang on, even a boosted Last Respects, thanks to its item that it is holding here. And Dawe looking like they are going to be forcing a Game 3.
Yeah, which will be really interesting to see. I feel like both players have shown us so many interesting nuances to the teams, and there's such interesting pressure with how to position that Whimsicott in the Encore. So we are going to see that Rage Powder, the Sinistcha, really making use of its held item to try to redirect some Last Respects. Basque Legion, of course, locked into that. That's the best move to be locked into in an endgame here, and it's a lot more damage on that Sinistcha than anything else. But Sinistcha does comfortably survive, so even if the Staraptor wakes up and goes for an attack, as it does, that's just going to be, not an attack redirected. That's really interesting. Staraptor's regenerating some health to buy a little bit more time for this Basque Legion to keep that Dazzling Gleam as a spread. And that's actually really interesting.
That is really interesting. I wonder if there's anything Jonathan could do here. Maybe protect Staraptor, knock out Sinistcha. The downside is, though, I just feel like it's going to be really, really tough. It's going to be really tough because you're locked into Last Respects in this Basque Legion. Incineroar could come in, drop an Intimidate down onto the Basque Legion, fake out the Staraptor, and you're kind of covering for everything here. Yeah. You also could just Rage Powder, and you could Moonblast into the Basque Legion, expecting this play. So Dawe, still in the driver's seat, but Jonathan maybe finding a little bit of a cheeky way to stay alive a little longer.
I mean, it's one of the interesting things, the Moonblast call is, I think, going to lock up the game. Good shout there. That means that it's just this poor little 12% Staraptor having just Burn Protect with the potential for Fake Out to come in. Yeah, that's just going to be the game. But really interesting for Jonathan to kind of play until it really was a guaranteed loss, because I think there were some really interesting ways to try to complicate a game plan a little bit with that roost and things. So nice to see players kind of feeling each other up for the end game, but definitely a really commanding victory from Dawe there. Just getting one turn ahead with the Incineroar switch in, and then a turn ahead with the switch ins again later, just impeccably played.
Yeah, and that's really what separates good players from great players, using this kind of team, right? The fact that Dawe, most players are capable of thinking maybe one turn ahead. I feel like Dawe was thinking multiple turns ahead, right? How can I not only control what is on the board right now, but what I have on the board available in 2 turns, 3 turns from now? Control maybe what my opponent has. How can I react to their switches? And Dawe played that game perfectly and was able to utilize the tools that they had and really make Jonathan's life very tough. The Staraptor went from being almost an MVP in game 1 to being, dare I say, completely useless in game 2. It just kind of was Floette food, and it maybe, you know, there was a cute play with the roost there at the end, but ultimately the Staraptor was made to look much weaker in that second game than in the first game, and a lot of it comes down to how is this Floette positioned, how is it, you know, actually set up and protected, and Dawe played beautifully in that last game.
Yeah, I think like there was totally a way that Dawe could have played the end game where like they just used the melodic as it was set up, and there's probably like decent odds that they would win. But the way that they went instead was just like such a mark of a well-practiced player. They weren't willing to settle for like, oh yeah, probably most of the time I win. They switched and then had the whole Floetta set up, and it just made everything so much harder to use on Jonathan's side of the field.
Yeah, it just makes me so excited to see this game 3, right? I feel like our players have pretty much shown all of their cards at this point, right? Dawe has very much shown exactly what this team is up to here. I don't think we're going to see Vanillux. I don't think it really is all too strong here. I mean, it might be good into Staraptor. We'll see. Switching up the lead straight away, though. Both players opting for slightly different things. Incineroar led into King Gambit. Always a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, that King Gambit has gotten an attack boost from Intimidate every single time. I think the Melodic also got, like, a special attack boost. These players just, like, are willing to switch in the Intimidate Pokemon and give their opponent boosts. Really interesting to see a Floetta-centered game. I guess Dawe was really struggling to make immediate use of the Melodic, but it seems a little bit tough to have a +1 King Gambit facing down this Floette.
It certainly does. And on top of that, you're not able to set up the Floette here because of the Whimsicott Encore. So interesting to see that the Floette is led here. Fake out onto the King Gambit makes sense. I mean, you don't want to tank an Iron Head or something like that. And Whimsicott goes for a Tailwind, but this is going to be a lot of damage coming through from the Floette here. These Life Orb King Gambits typically are not run all too bulky here. Interesting to note there, Hayden, that the King Gambit is faster than Floette and Tailwind. So we did see that interaction there. That is going to be something that both players are really looking at in this next turn. And I am curious, taking a look at these team sheets, whether or not this King Gambit is running Protect. It is. So, you know, there is the option to maybe Protect here as you're trying to, like, get something else in to deal with this Incineroar. But, you know, Dawe equally could play aggressively with the Floette here. And if you're reading King Gambit Protects, you can get off a huge amount of damage here. So both players, I feel like this is a very important turn for how the mid-game is going to play out.
Yeah, 100%. There's like a million KOs being threatened. Incineroar could KO any Pokemon on the opponent's side of the field. King Gambit could do a ton of damage. Dawe is just going to play it safe with the Floetta, switch in that Melodic that we saw doing so much work before. But it looks like a lot of the targeting is going to the Incineroar here. That's a Moonblast getting off some nice chip into the Incineroar. And the King Gambit targeting is really going to matter, but it's an Iron Head resisted into that Melodic. Excellent switch from Dawe as Incineroar is free and clear to start firing off a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, that's an amazing switch in, right? If that was a Kowtow Cleave, then all of a sudden this Milotic is going to be down in the yellow or red health there. Parting Shot, you're just keeping this Incineroar around, and we saw how useful it was for Dawe in the previous games. Part of the reason that Dawe is not afraid to lead this Incineroar is that King Gambit doesn't threaten it. It's running 2 Dark moves and a Steel move. There's no low kick, there's nothing like that. So Incineroar free to just proc the Defiant and not really care about what the King Gambit wants to do. And you've got some options here if you're Dawe. You could go back out into Floette, but it's a little scary if you do that because of the speed interaction. So Sinistcha is the option here. You're going to heal up Milotic, but I mean, King Gambit doesn't hate the spot that it's in.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I was so expecting, like I even called it out in casting. I thought the Flare Blitz was going to go into the King Gambit, but I guess Dawe really, really has to respect the like risk of letting Staraptor get in safely and get that like tickle set up. So playing very carefully, even though this King Gambit is at +1 attack, it's kind of like the lesser of 2 evils for Dawe, I think. but it is going to be really tough to manage damage here. As we see a Moonblast go out into that Melodic. Does it get a special attack drop? Looks like no. And Gambit fires off a Kowtow Cleave. That's so much damage into the Melodic. Surviving is important, but this Melodic is not going to be the linchpin of the game from here on.
Oh my gosh, we're so conditioned to see that Milotic with a coil boost, and without it, it just almost drops to the Kowtow, but it doesn't, and it's able to pick up King Gambit, which is big. That's a lot of damage off the board, and Life Dew just means that Milotic is going to hold on. We saw that Moonblast did pitiful damage. I think it was about 10 or 12% on that last turn. So the fact that you're able to heal up this Milotic so much more means that you're not really worried about a Moonblast into that slot again. But, Staraptor doesn't mind coming in here, but similar to last game, you're able to actually, thanks to how the mechanics play out, you're able to switch in Incineroar here and get the Intimidate down before it can Mega Evolve.
Now, one thing that's a little interesting here is the Incineroar switching is totally available. I wonder how the targeting plays out. Because this Whimsicott is not asleep like in previous turns. It can just immediately set up a Tickle, and the Staraptor does threaten a ton of damage. If it can catch the Incineroar with a close combat, that's going to give it a bulk boost and do a bunch of damage. The only thing is, this Melodic with a +2 special attack is also there's just a million things going on the board at the same time here.
I wonder if Jonathan has had enough of Dawei's pivoting in and out, and is it time to make a call here, right? Is it time to go for a side Tickle in a close combat into Sinistcha, and you're just reading Incineroar coming in? It's a very telegraphed switch-in. If Jonathan is willing to go for this play, he could set himself up to book a ticket into Day 2 of the World Championship. This is step 1, right? Mega Evolving your Staraptor, and if you're willing to make the read of the tournament, at least for him, this would be an incredible play, and it's just Encore. It's not quite as exciting. Could still be a close combat, though. Let's see what he goes for.
Looks like a close combat going into that Incineroar. Some really nice damage. The Incineroar survives, but that is no longer comfortably able to take attacks later on in the game, even with that Citrus Berry. That definitely sets Staraptor up to do some things. The only thing is, this Melodic couldn't get locked into a nice defensive move, and it couldn't go for Hypnosis. That's what the Encore accomplished. Also makes that Staraptor very accurate with Contrary. But yeah, taking that +2 special attack Muddy Water I thought would be an issue, but I think that's exactly what Jonathan wanted, actually. This is very strong positioning going into this next turn.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? This Incineroar has Fake Out on one of these Pokemon. Maybe you could Fake Out Staraptor and go for another Muddy Water. It'd be very close to knocking out the Whimsicott. I'd be curious as to whether or not, that's a roll. But Jonathan certainly, the Staraptor is not threatened here. You want to make sure at some point you got to get a boost or two on it, though. You really do, because if you don't get that boost, you're not going to be able to deal with Floette in the back. Here's to a Wing Beat. That's just not going to do enough to my Milotic. This should take down Whimsicott, which means that Staraptor has lost its ability to get a boost, and it's stuck on the field. We have to remember it was intimidated. So this Pokemon here is going to not deal as much damage as you would hope.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think this is the first game of the set where Melodic has actually clipped an attacking move. Maybe it clipped it before and just got Encore into something else. But it's actually doing some useful chip damage, bringing this Staraptor down to the point where it can't just go for close combats. It has to work in some roosts. But yeah, I guess just Dawei playing really well with controlling the amount of snowball that this Staraptor could have. The Fake Out onto that Whimsicott was really, really smart because it prevents a Tickle going onto the Staraptor. Switching in that Intimidate, as you mentioned earlier, was really useful, even though it got caught with the close combat on the switch-in. The only question is, now that the Basque Legion is here and not being super controlled, and that Staraptor has at least chipped everything pretty low, is Jonathan able to get some momentum and start snowballing here, or is it going to be just too difficult to deal with that Floette in the back?
It's a great question. That's the million-dollar question here for Jonathan. I think you've chipped everything to a point where you can safely lock into Last Respects and not worry about dealing with an Incineroar in the endgame, right? There is a world here in which you could close combat into the Milotic, you could dual Wing Beat into it. You might even be able to launch a Last Respects into the Incineroar slot here, right? You catch this Sinistcha on the switch-in, and we saw that Sinistcha lives the hit, but it does take a lot of damage from it. Equally, you could just Last Respects into the Milotic, and is that what happens? Yes, it is, and that just gets a knockout there. And we have to keep in mind that if Incineroar comes back in, it's now going to be boosting Staraptor. So good Sinistcha switch in, but Aiden, this is getting really tense.
This is really tense. I do love that the close combat couldn't go into anything else because that limits how bulky the Staraptor can become and means that this Floetta is threatening a lot more damage into the Staraptor. So that part's really cool. And like saving the fake up pressure and the intimidate for the Basket Legion in the endgame. Now all that has to happen is Staraptor goes away, and then I think Incineroar can handle the Basket Legion in a 1v1. So that's pretty cool. I guess the question is just like how easy is it to take out this Staraptor? We saw before, it's got the special defense boost, it can start throwing in some roosts. And eventually these last respects will finish off the Sinistcha. It's just, I think, a matter of time. How quickly can these KOs be taken?
Oh, I wonder if a single target Moonblast would be able to bypass a Roost coming in from Jonathan here. Does Dawei potentially overread the situation and attack Basket Legion with Moonblast here, or go for Dazzling Gleam? It's just dual Wing Beat here for Jonathan. Jonathan trying to clear the board, hoping that Staraptor can somehow hang on this turn. And what move is locked in for Dawei? If it's Dazzling Gleam, it is! This is going to knock out Staraptor, surely. Yes, it is, and the writing is on the wall. Dawei looking poised to move on to Day 2 of the World Championships here in San Francisco.
Wow. There was so much going on in this game. These players are so good. This was an incredible set to watch. And I love just like, look what Dawei set up here. Even if that Floetta had taken a bunch of damage, this Incineroar now against the Basket Legion locked into a Ghost type attack, just ready to clean up. What a deserving advancement to Day 2 of the World Championships. I'm so excited that we get to see more of Dawei and their Vanillux and Melodic and Sinistcha. This is great.
Yes, next time we get Dawei on stream, Dawei needs to bring the Vanillux. We need to make sure that that stream matches against a Garchomp or something like that, so that Pokemon comes out. But like you mentioned, Dawei just playing beautiful Pokemon in that set. And, you know, Jonathan certainly no slouch there either. That match could have gone either way. And important to note that there is still one more round of play, right? So Jonathan is at 5 wins, built himself a cushion for a reason. Now it's time to recoup from this, honestly, very stressful set. I could only imagine playing it. It was stressful for us casting it. And it bounced back for the final round. Jonathan still can advance to the second day, but very exciting for a lot of people to see Dawei move on, fan favorite player, and just a really well-played set from them here.
Yeah, I've gotten to play some like other Dawei teams that they've brought to tournaments in the past, and they're always just like so interesting. They require such intricate consideration of like how bulky Pokemon are, what positions and pieces to manage. Just like, I think they're a very good player to have for the scene. Like, they show us a whole other way of playing Pokemon. And so I'm glad that they're going to be showing us more of their view of what Pokemon is the next day.
That's an absolutely great way to phrase it, right? That's the beauty of Pokemon. There's so much individuality in this game. There's so much skill expression that comes out in team building. And I feel like Dawei is one of the best in the world at just... They have this unique style, right? They have this unique style. You see a team and you're like, that's a Dawei team, right? You know, they built it, they had a say in it, and they brought it to a tournament. They did really well. And it's fun to watch because, a lot of people are on this kind of like Delphox boosting Floette, Incineroar, Sinistcha pivot archetype. But Dawei, with these little neat tech moves, items, Pokemon has spiced up the team and made it really exciting to watch, right? Rather than something that is a little monotonous, because a lot of players have brought us to the World Championship. So really exciting. So happy they made it to Day 2. And I just, what a great set to watch. That was so much fun.
Yeah, 100% agreed. We're getting into some really amazing Pokemon here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to need it after this match. And then we're going to bring you the final round of Swiss on Day 1 of the World Championships. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
round of Day 1 Swiss here at the San Francisco World Championship on the side stream for Victory Road. I am Dylan MLPD, joined by Hayden, and we have an amazing matchup to bring you in just a moment. Hayden, how are you holding up as the night goes on?
I'm just so delighted to be here with you. Like, this comes around once a year, and it's always like one of the highlights of my year. We just get to see so many wonderful ways that people think about a really, really difficult game, like possibly one of the hardest games in the world. And we're getting to feature just like some incredible players. I'm learning new things every game I watch. There's just so many interesting ways of thinking about this game. I will never get tired of it.
Yes, I agree. I mean, we're seeing such high-level gameplay. That last set with Dawe, no exception at all. But I think this final set of the day, we have something special in store for our viewers. I don't want to spoil anything yet, but oh my goodness, take a look. We're ready to get into it. We have the 2015 World Champion, which, by the way, how many former World Champions have we had on stream already? Shoma Honami. Walk us through this team sheet, Hayden. What are we seeing here from Shoma?
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, Shoma playing anything I would be terrified of. But I think one of the places that Shoma really shines, I think this is a team similar to the one that he got top 4 with at the NAIC championships recently. Just playing standard teams with like a few really interesting innovations is one of the ways that he really shines. So we've got this Akaberry King Gambit, this Charizard and Floetta, like the 2 strongest Mega Evolutions to keep your eyes on throughout this whole like past year of Pokemon Champions being released. We've got some standard pieces like the Bastion Legion, the Whimsicott, and the Garchomp. In this case, it's going to be one of those faster Life Orb Garchomps here. So just an incredible amount of offense from this team, and a couple really interesting calculations for like what defensive item to have on the King Gambit and how to compose this team.
Yeah, and for me, this team is so much about how do you position your pieces, in what order, and how do you sequence your damage so that you can get all of those knockouts. Because as you mentioned, this team has so much offense. What it does lack in the way that you can take advantage of it, it's kind of hard to switch in defensively in a lot of spots, right? So you need to have your pieces in the right order, out in the right spots, so that you can't get taken advantage of too easily. So if any player is able to pilot this team really well, it is certainly Shoma Honami. He is one of the best players in the world, and even though his World Championship win was over a decade ago at this point, right, 2015, he is still hungry to compete and fight for a championship. We saw it at NAIC this year, securing top 4 and an invite to the World Championship, and now he's here to prove it again with a win and into Day 2. I don't know if we mentioned that already, Hayden, but both of these players are currently sitting at a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. So the winner moves on, and the loser will not be able to continue in the World Championship.
Yeah, now opposing Shoma is one of the most decorated Pokemon players of all time. He won the European International Championships this year. He's been doing great at a lot of regionals. He's won more tournaments than I can count. And he's also bringing a really interesting team that I think speaks very well to his strengths as a player. Some like nice defensive tools and some really good offensive tools.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I've had the honor of playing Paul Chu at a few regionals, and the one thing I can say about Paul is he's so calculated. I feel like you never catch Paul Chua off guard. He knows exactly what your options are, and he's accounted for them when he makes his turns, and this team does exactly that. Like you mentioned, he's so good at using Pokemon like Incineroar, like this Toxapex, these like difficult to remove and allow him to position the board like he wants to Pokemon. You combine that with something like a Choice Scarf Garchomp and a Venusaur that can take advantage of the sun, which, by the way, is almost guaranteed to be up at all stages of this set because both players are running Charizard. Paul's team looks really strong into the standard Charizard team that Shoma is running.
Yeah, I think it's very much like one of these innovations that we've seen being designed to have some strong abilities into this other team. I think it's interesting because both of those Charizards have that ancient power into each other, so certainly Shoma's going to get a lot out of his Charizard as well. But I think for sure, like Shoma's playing basically down to Pokemon. I don't see any universe where Floetta is going to really be able to come in here. There's just so much working against it. And so Paul having this flexibility with all of the Pokemon being potential strong brings is going to be really interesting for this matchup.
Yeah, it will be. I do like that this is Life Orb Earth Power Venusaur here, because I do think if you're Shoma, you probably are targeting your own Akaberry King Gambit as a good bring here. And when you look through what Paul has on his team, Toxapex doesn't really want to face down a King Gambit. Sylveon doesn't want to face down an Ironhead King Gambit. And then you're able to have that Akaberry to tank these fire-type attacks. So it is nice that you have another way of hitting it. It's not going to deal a one-hit knockout, but it's certainly going to deal over half with that Life Orb. So just a little bit of added extra insurance. Anything you can add on top to deal with this King Gambit is going to be really, really helpful for Paul Chua in this set.
Yeah, that Venusaur is a terrifying offensive threat, right? Like, the Sludge Bomb does a ton of damage into all the fairies, probably a good chunk into that Charizard. Having that powerful Leaf Storm into a pretty frail Garchomp on Shoma's side. Like, Paul has some defensive pieces, which we know and love from Paul, but also just can really hit the gas here. And it's going to be interesting to see how Shoma manages both of those modes.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but again, if any player can do it, it's certainly going to be Shoma Honami. You do have one thing to point out that is interesting in this matchup. Again, it's kind of, it's like a little bit of a mirror, because there are similar Pokemon on both teams. You do have Whimsicott available for Shoma, right? So this Venusaur is fast, but it can be outsped if you bring and use Whimsicott to set up Tailwind here. Now, the downside is that Whimsicott is really not doing anything besides Tailwind and Encore. Maybe a Moonblast into Garchomp if you're lucky, but otherwise you're staring down the barrel of Charizard, which resists it, Toxapex, which resists it, Venusaur, which resists it, right? So if you are willing to bring the Whimsicott, if you are Shoma, you have to make sure that you are bringing other Pokemon that can actually take advantage of the Tailwind and deal with the Pokemon that Whimsicott can't deal with.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Like, that Whimsicott has to be a very calculated bring. If you're trying to set up your Charizard to be faster than the other Charizard, both of them are timid, so they probably Speed Tire or pretty close. Or maybe trying to set up something like the Basculegion or the Garchomp. Now, I could totally still see it being brought because Paul otherwise just has such a speed advantage with both the Venusaur and the Scarf Garchomp.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it almost has to come. I also think that Garchomp from Shoma's side has to come as well. It has Life Orb Rock Slide. It has Earthquake to hit the Toxapex. So those are 2 out of your 4 Pokemon. You're likely bringing your Charizard as well. So it's all about trying to maybe find that 4th Pokemon. Again, the Akaberry King Gambit looks pretty strong here. You identified earlier that Floette likely going to sit on the bench in this matchup, and I agree with you. I don't think it really has too much of a place. So I think Shoma, they've got some Pokemon to pick from here. It's going to be interesting to see. The one thing about Toxapex that we mentioned earlier, it can almost be like a checkmate Pokemon. If you don't bring the right tools to deal with it, it just can sit there with the leftovers and with the Regenerator and with the slow whittling down of your Pokemon, thanks to Toxic and Infestation and Baneful Bunker. And it's really hard to deal with. You have to commit a lot of resources to it, and if you don't bring the right Pokemon, or if they get knocked out at the wrong time, that is when Paul can really leverage this Toxapex to his advantage.
Yeah, I'm really curious if the Toxapex winds up being a bring, because it is really useful to also block the Rock Slides from that Garchomp.
Yes.
Like, it can kind of sit on the field pretty comfortably if it clicks Wide Guard at the right times versus that Garchomp. So definitely an option, and we are going to see it as a lead next to that Charizard. We're going to see Charizard Garchomp. So a lot of the Pokemon we've gotten a chance to talk about before this matchup, just both players starting with them right off the bat.
Yeah, and Wide Guard looking very, very, very juicy here if you are Paul, because not only is it blocking a potential Rock Slide, it's blocking Earthquake, and there's no Stomping Tantrum on a Life Orb Garchomp, so your best bet is maybe a Dragon Claw. Now, Paul can read that, right? These players, they've made it so far into this tournament so far, so maybe there's a world in which you get a little greedy if you're Paul, and you realize Dragon Claw's likely coming out, and maybe you try and get a Infestation off, you try and get a Toxic off, something like that. So Mega Evolution from Shoma's side. Charizard just protects for Paul, so Shoma going on the offensive, whereas Paul playing a little defensive here.
Paul just going for a double protect, baiting out to try to see what this Garchomp is going to go for, and it is an Earthquake, so interesting. Now having confirmed that Shoma's willing to make that play sometimes, even when Wide Guard is an option, I think just starting laying the groundwork for the different mind games that we're going to see throughout the set of when and whether Toxapex goes for a Wide Guard. And then we're going to see Shoma just prioritizing, clearly getting some damage into that Charizard with that Ancient Power.
Yeah,
so we could see
absolutely.
things switch up a little bit more but good to know what are the priorities.
Yeah, both of our players just kind of maybe getting a feel for how the other plays. I'm curious if these two players have ever played each other in their long storied careers here. Charizard switching out for Palchua side, Incineroar comes back in. If this is an Earthquake, this is looking very, very nice. And it is! Shoma launching an Earthquake into 2 super effective Pokemon. With that Life Orb, you're dealing half to both Pokemon here. Now, you are able to get a little bit of recovery with that Citrus Berry if you are Paul on your Incineroar, which means if there is an Ancient Power, I don't think this is going to do enough. Yeah.
And the Ancient Power does not get the boost, so that's super important for Paul. That would have been like totally game-changing. Instead, Paul manages to land a really useful Toxic on this Charizard. Whittling it down to be more in range of some other attacks is going to be super important. So I really think this is an interesting play, like showcasing both players' styles. Like Shoma being able to just like continue going for the Earthquake when there's such a high risk of a wide guard is a really nice way to keep that Toxapex under control. But Paul, even though Paul lost a lot of like board position here, or lost a lot of health on his Pokemon, still like very much controlled that risk. Like getting that Intimidate drop on the Garchomp, setting up the Toxic on Charizard, this Toxapex can switch out and be right back at full health. And Incineroar sure has taken a lot of health, but it's at least done a good positioning job.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a calculated play by Paul. He certainly knew that Earthquake was an option and was willing to trade a Toxic onto Charizard to get that Earthquake off. Now, if you're Paul, like you mentioned, you're maybe willing to switch that Toxapex out, want to get that Regenerator, get some health back on it. Incineroar, though, it feels like an important piece to knock out, and Toxapex staying in, which means that maybe Infestation coming out into one of these slots, maybe a Toxic into Garchomp. Ancient Power, this should pick up. It's going to be close. It does. It does just enough damage to that Incineroar. Now, all eyes on Toxapex to see what it goes for here. I fear that Paul is maybe playing this early game a little bit too slow, really targeting that Charizard down, but Garchomp has been free to launch attack after attack.
Yeah, I mean, Shoma's gotten a lot out of this game so far. The one thing that Paul is building up is this Charizard is totally trapped. It's on a timer with the Toxic and the Infestation, and as soon as that Charizard is gone, I wonder what it opens up for Paul. And we do see that there's this Venusaur sitting on the field, which is going to be pretty happy once that Charizard's gone.
Yeah, I wonder if Paul is going to potentially go for a double protect play here, and then you try and go for a Sludge Bomb into the Charizard, which will have taken both a turn of Toxic and Infestation damage. It would certainly be in range of a Life Orb Sludge Bomb. I think it's just out of range now. I don't think it's going to do 70% to a Charizard, but it is going to do a lot. But if you go for a double protect play, you're opening yourself up to letting Garchomp switch out, get rid of that Intimidate drop that was on it earlier, and all of a sudden it could come back in later and be a threat when maybe the sun isn't up anymore and Venusaur can't be a threat. Important to note, there's no Sleep Powder on Venusaur here, so that's not an option for Paul Cheer. Garchomp switches out.
Yeah, so exactly as you called out, that Garchomp is most useful as a threat in the back for the Charizard. Venusaur does go for the Protect also, as you called out, but this is pretty risky now because the Whimsicott has just switched in and is threatening Encore in both of these. I don't think that's what I was expecting Shoma's last Pokemon to be.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and a lot like we saw in the last set. It's about this proactive game planning, and Shoma seeing the writing on the wall. This Charizard is going to get knocked out by a Sludge Bomb, but now you have Encore, and so you can just Encore either Pokemon into their protecting move. I almost feel like it's tough to decide who to Encore here, because if you Encore the Venusaur slot, that is all well and fine, but now Toxapex can continue to be a nuisance. I almost wonder if you want to just lock down the Toxapex slot and just say, you know what, this slot is really annoying. It has the ability to lock in my Pokemon, to slowly whittle them away, and you just let Venusaur attack here. I don't know, Hayden. It's a really interesting call.
Yeah, the other really interesting factor is I could totally see a world where Venusaur switches out. Like, it being locked into Protect is really bad for the end game here. But if that Charizard can catch it with an Ancient Power, like, there's just so much risk for anything Paul would pick as well in this turn.
Yeah, I agree with you. And there's also always the option for, instead of clicking Encore, you just click Tailwind. No, it's Moonblast. Okay, but Moonblast, Ancient Power, you need a little bit of chip for Ancient Power to do enough. And if you are calling out this play, he does! Shoma Honami! What a play! And the added damage from both attacks gets the knockout on a Pulse Charizard.
That's the World Champion difference. That's incredible. Now, Toxapex is actually going to be a pretty big problem, though, because it hasn't been encored. I don't know. It probably can't handle the Garchomp in the end game with the Life Orb, but that is sort of like the one sliver of hope for Paul is with this Venusaur still being around and the Charizard only having maybe like one more turn left. Maybe there's a world where Toxapex can just kind of like have enough time to set up Toxapex and everything and still close out the game.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to what is in the back for Shoma in addition to this Garchomp. If it's something like a Basculegion, I do think that Paul is not going to be able to close out the game.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if it's King Gambit, you can get some infestations down and some lucky protect turns. It's going to be interesting. I mean, certainly Paul is likely to play out this endgame. There is still information to learn, things to scout, all sorts of things like that. But like you mentioned, I mean, what a play from Shoma there, really setting themselves up to close out game one.
Yeah, I that was just incredible. Building up the pressure on that slot and then capitalizing on it in a perfect way. It was so risky if the Venusaur stayed in. It could have taken a KO on anything, but it was just under so much pressure. And Shoma really like showing his experience, landing that read, and now protecting the Whimsicott. So now whatever this Toxapex does, it can be locked into going forwards.
Yes, and that's Baneful Bunker right there. So Charizard able to get off the Heat Wave. It's going to deal quite a bit of damage to Venusaur. Maybe not a knockout. Oh, dang near close. And got to keep in mind, this is Life Orb Venusaurs. It gets one more attack, and it is out for the rest of the game. So, I mean, what a way to really close out this endgame if you're Shoma. You want that Charizard to go down here. You know that Sun is not going to be set up anymore, and Polchua just opting to go for the forfeit, thinking about a potential Game 2 adaptation, and oh my gosh, I'm still thinking about that turn. This is a win and in for the World Championship Day 2, and Shoma willing to make the read of all reads, double into that slot, risk the Venusaur attacking, and it paid off beautifully.
Imagine how different this game would have been if Paul had just gone for like the straightforward play. Like that would have just immediately been a KO and like the whole game flips on its head. But instead, Shoma just like willing to risk that because it was such a hard play for Paul to pick. And I just truly like cannot stress enough how wonderful and expert a play that was.
Yeah, I agree. And you continue.
There was one other thing I wanted to call out if we happen to have time, which is the like last turn of that game was really interesting too. Like Shoma got this great read, and I think it's easy to be like, okay, great, I've won, like everything's over. But there was still like so much nuance to handling the Toxapex, and I really, really liked the protect on the Whimsicott to keep it around so that it had the Encore lock later. It was just like not just was there that one turn, but I think like every turn Shoma made was like perfect.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you let both of your Pokemon go down there and Venusaur hangs on with that last little sliver, all of a sudden it's kind of annoying to deal with that Toxapex. Probably would still win, but like we mentioned last set, the thing that separates good players from great players is you turn a 95% win into a 100% win. So just clean gameplay, not willing to risk anything on this world stage, and Shoma setting themselves up, up one game in this set here. And I think, I don't know, I went into this feeling like Paul maybe had a little bit of a matchup advantage. I thought the Toxapex would be really annoying to deal with. I thought it would be able to do a lot. And to be honest, it didn't do as much as I was hoping for. Shoma was able to get some really good damage trades in game one and set himself up for a great mid-game.
Yeah, we are going to see Paul dropping that Toxapex to start, just leading with that Incineroar, wants to get the Intimidate immediately, but Shoma seeing that coming and starting with the Kingambit to get that attack boost. With that Akaberry as well, this Kingambit is not under immediate pressure and very happy to start threatening Sucker Punches and low kicks.
Yeah, and exactly like you mentioned, the Kingambit in a very interesting spot here. Incineroar from Paul's side obviously does have fake out pressure, and there is no protect on this Kingambit. The Akaberry able to make sure that it hangs on, but no Farigiraf, no Serena, nothing that can switch in to block that fake out, and nothing in the back that particularly wants to take a fire type attack from Charizard. At least things we think that Shoma brought and is willing to switch in immediately. So, Kingambit here on the lead. We'll see if it's able to get off an attack here and what both players opt for.
Yeah, really important turn here because anything that isn't hit by Fake Out here can do so much damage into the Charizard, but I don't think anything can necessarily get a KO. So this Charizard is free and clear to potentially fire off a powerful fire type attack with some fake out support. And it is going to be a fake out into the Garchomp, stopping the Rock Slide. So we're going to have to see what that Kingambit goes for here.
Yeah, it does do a lot of damage. Weather Ball is going to hurt, but it's not going to knock it out thanks to that Ockaberry. I'm expecting maybe around 70% or so. Yeah, right on the money. And the thing is, though, this boosted Kowtow Cleave is going to do a lot of damage. It's into Incineroar, though. Not really the target you were hoping for if you were Shoma. I almost wonder if he was expecting, I don't know, Toxapex to switch in, something, maybe a Garchomp to switch in. Not as much damage as you could have gotten on that turn.
Yeah, a really interesting choice. I think like we saw Shoma really exactly having Paul's number in the previous game, and I think Paul's playing like a little more straightforwardly here, maybe anticipating Shoma still going for like some next level reads, and definitely gets rewarded for it. But this turn is actually kind of tough for Paul now, right? Like the fake out pressure's off the board, Garchomp and Kingambit are still both around, both threatening a ton of damage, so Paul's going to have to sort of do something to reposition here.
Yeah, you are. The combination of Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide would be able to pick up Charizard, even though the Intimidate is down on Garchomp. But it's almost such an obvious play that I wonder if Shoma makes a read and predicts it, right? If there's a world in which you predict that play and you maybe double up into this left slot, now a Kowtow Cleave into that Incineroar switch in, maybe a Dragon Claw or a Rock Slide as well. No, it is just that Sucker Punch. So Paul with a great defensive play.
Wow. Last game, Shoma got every single turn right perfectly. So far, Paul is really landing the predictions this time around. That Toxapex gets in effectively for free. I think the Garchomp's taking more damage than the Toxapex is after leftovers. And now it's ready to fire off some Wide Guards, or even just like use the additional pressure of Wide Guard to buy itself some time to like land some Toxics and Infestations. This is a really interesting start of the second game.
It is. It's a lot more tempered than the start of our first game, right? By this point, we had already seen multiple knockouts from Shoma onto Paul's side, and all of a sudden, Paul feeling pretty good here. This turn is not so clear, though, because again, the Sucker Punch Rock Slide play is still on the board. Incineroar can't switch in to bypass that, because sure, you nerf the Garchomp's damage, but you're boosting the Kingambit's damage. That's not going to work. I wonder if you maybe switch Charizard out and you try and maybe start being a nuisance with the Toxapex slot. Neither of these Pokemon are really... Oh, but there's no Sucker Punch. That's big. That is big.
So no Sucker Punch, but Rock Slide to cover it, so either of these Pokemon could flinch. Garchomp's taking Life Orb recoil. Charizard doesn't flinch, gets off the Heat Wave, misses the Garchomp, but lands the important hit on the Kingambit, which didn't Sucker Punch. So no Kowtow Cleave coming out into the Toxapex, no finishing attack coming out into the Charizard. That's a really nice read from Paul. Toxapex also doesn't flinch, lands a nice Infestation, so that play Shoma went for before, switching the Garchomp out and saving it for the late game, no longer an easy option.
Yeah, no longer an option whatsoever, and this is what Toxapex is so good at, right? You've now trapped Garchomp on the field, you have an Incineroar in the back that can start pivoting Intimidates in and out, and you just neuter this damage, right? You combine Life Orb chip plus the Infestation chip, and this Garchomp is on a timer. It's really only got 2 or 3 turns left on this field, and had that Heat Wave hit, it would have been even less. So, Paul in a really commanding spot to start this game, especially when you compare it to last game.
Yeah, now one really interesting thing is Shoma does have a ton of damage sitting on the board right now. Not necessarily into that Toxapex, but into whatever switches in for that Charizard slot or into the Charizard itself. Sure, Wide Guard can stop an Earthquake or a Rock Slide, but I think even Dragon Claw might be able to KO this Charizard. It'll be close. And that Charizard on Shoma's side, we've seen how willing it is to go for Ancient Powers into either a Charizard or an Incineroar. So I think Toxapex is in perfect position. The question is how Paul buys enough time for it to slowly whittle away at the other side.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I like that Paul is keeping the Charizard in here. To be honest, I feel like it has done its job, right? It was able to knock out that Kingambit. Now it's time to let it go, get a free switch into something like the Incineroar, or to be honest, you can just protect here, right? Every little turn that you are stalling here is adding up little by little the Infestation damage. You're getting that Garchomp closer to knocking itself out, and Shoma showing that he's willing to click that Earthquake. Even though you've been intimidated, that's going to do a lot of damage. And as you called out, there's that Ancient Power, which is either going to hit a Charizard for a lot, or you're going to get, a good chunk on Incineroar compared to a Heat Wave. So a little bit of chip for Paul there, but otherwise, just a turn where he's feeling out the game state.
What I really like, though, is, as you just called out, Charizard on Paul's side has done its job. Charizard on Shoma's side has not. It's not done anything. And now we're, I think, 4 turns into Sun. So this Charizard, having burned its Mega Evolution, only has 1 more turn of Sun, and then it'll have to switch out. If it gets caught by an Infestation, then there's just, not going to be Sun for a while for this game. That's, some really interesting management of when Sun is on the board and doing damage.
That's a great point, right? And if Shoma repeats the turn they did last time, which is Earthquake and Ancient Power, Toxapex will live an Intimidated Earthquake, and it's going to be able to lock in the opposing Charizard with Infestation. And here it is. Here's that Earthquake. This is not going to knock out Toxapex unless there is a critical hit. Let's see how much damage it does. Yeah, not even particularly close. I don't even think Ancient Power Follow-Up would knock it out. And can Paul maybe win a speed tie to get a little bit of extra damage? No, we don't know if it's a speed tie, but potentially likely. Paul's Charizard says goodbye, but it's done its job in this game. And can Toxapex lock down Charizard? It does. No more Sun for the rest of this game.
That's such an interesting way of playing Toxapex. Toxapex has trapped both Pokemon on the field. Garchomp doesn't want to stay on the field, it's at -1. Charizard doesn't want to stay on the field, it's also at 2/3 damage output because there's no Sun. Both of these Pokemon are now on timers. I'm really curious what Paul's brought as the next Pokemon to bring in. Incineroar would be great here, would also buy a little bit more time, but it could also be an opportunity to reveal what the 4th choice is, which is that Garchomp.
Yeah, and remember, this is Scarf Garchomp, so it is going to be a threat with its speed advantage here. Rock Slide is not going to knock out Shoma's Garchomp, right? So in a perfect world, this Garchomp would be a little lower and you'd be able to just click Rock Slide. I almost wonder if the health discrepancy makes you want to lock into Dragon Claw rather than Rock Slide. It's tempting. It's certainly tempting to try and greed with that Rock Slide, but I do think with this much on the line and the fact that Rock Slide could also miss as well, I would expect Paul to maybe just launch a Dragon Claw out this turn, but we'll have to see.
The one other option is Paul could immediately switch into Incineroar, but yeah, it is just going to be the Dragon Claw lock. Just finish off that Garchomp. It caused way too many problems for Paul before, so really nice for Paul to just clear that off the board finally.
Yeah, and getting rid of that is huge, and this Heat Wave does almost nothing, right? Sun has been discarded in this game, and now is where Toxapex starts to do Toxapex things. The Charizard at this point has nothing it can switch into, right? There's no way to reset the infestation damage. There's no way to reset any of the toxic, right? It's going to keep adding up turn after turn, and you can pretty safely just protect Cycle. You can switch in your Incineroar and intimidate whatever's in the back. And Paul looking like they're in a good spot. Whimsicott, I don't know. I mean, Encore is cute, but I just don't know. You do have an immunity to Dragon Claw, right? And you've got a super effective Moonblast, but it's just, it's a little tough for me to see a world in which Paul doesn't feel at least okay about this game state right now.
I mean, I think just Incineroar is in a perfect position here, right? It resists most of what can come out from Shoma's side. It has really good damage into the Whimsicott. It has solid damage into the Charizard. I think that Paul just has exactly the right pieces. Sure, the Garchomp is not well positioned into the Whimsicott, but I don't think that that's super consequential. As soon as that Charizard's down, pretty easy to finish off one more Pokemon.
Ooh, Toxapex switching here. I love this because I think if I'm Shoma, I might aggressively target down the Garchomp slot with a double attack.
Yeah.
No, Charizard's going to protect here, but I do still like that you're covering for more here by switching the Toxapex out, and you're getting the Regenerator back on it. You're just keeping it healthy. Garchomp's done its job, right? It was able to get the knockout onto the opposing Garchomp. Let's get Toxapex back in, potentially. Now it can't be encored into any kind of weird, wonky move here, and Charizard just taking more and more damage each turn, and now Fake Out is on the board, right? You can Fake Out the Charizard. That's another turn that it can't attack. And so, Paul really playing methodically here to try and close out game 2.
Yeah, Paul's playing this almost like it's Perish Song. There's a timer on the Charizard. Sure, he lost the Infestation, but that wasn't really the important chip damage, and now setting up the Fake Out and like a Toxic into the Whimsicott, there's just so much that is available here. This was like a classic, if you let Palchua have a few turns, then Palchua will run away with like a really methodical game. This has been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, this really has been. This has been a Palchua masterclass in Game 2, which is... This is what you want to see, right? These are two of the absolute best players in the world fighting for a spot in Day 2. That Fake Out chip is not nothing, right? Every single little bit of damage is another turn that this Charizard gets closer and closer to getting knocked out. Citrus Berry still available on the Incineroar, keeps it healthy. And Toxapex here, Infestation, let's add a little bit of damage on top of that, right? Let's add a little bit, you know, even if it's just 6% or so each turn, it's going to add up. I think at this point, Hayden, Charizard has maybe 2 turns left. No, just one more turn. Yeah, just one more turn. Oh my gosh, the damage is adding up.
Yeah, Toxic really gets away from you. And as soon as that Charizard is gone, yeah, Toxapex just Baneful Bunkers. And Whimsicott, I don't think it has enough power points on Moonblast to ever knock out the Toxapex, even if Toxapex just kind of sits there. So that's, I think, going to bring us into Game 3. It might take a while, but I think Paul has really locked it up here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And this is more what I was expecting with Toxapex in this set, right? If you look at Shoma's team, it's really difficult to actually get a knockout on it. He was able to land a super effective Life Orb Earthquake, and it just didn't do enough damage at all, right? So not a protect here from the Toxapex, but you have no need to, right? Your Incineroar can go down, that's great. Now it's time to get a Toxic or an Infestation onto this Whimsicott, and, you know, like you mentioned, this is just a matter of time. Both players thinking about a potential Game 3. I think this game really came down to how Paul was able to neuter the King Gambit. If we remember back to turn 1, King Gambit went for a boosted Kowtow Cleave into a resisted Incineroar. It didn't do any damage. And then after that, it wasn't able to really get off another attack in the game. It failed a couple of Sucker Punches, and then it got knocked out when it could have Sucker Punched. So great play from Paul, and I wonder if Shoma's really looking at the King Gambit and how it can be used differently moving forward.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation. Shoma has these powerful attackers in both King Gambit and Garchomp, but neither of them are really sitting in positions where they're guaranteed to get damage off. It depends a lot on positioning, on predictions. So like the Garchomp has gotten off a lot of great Earthquakes that could have been totally neutralized by a Wide Guard. And the King Gambit hasn't gotten to get off as many Sucker Punches as it otherwise could have. Like, if it had just taken out that Charizard earlier, we would have seen a totally different game. Paul really needed that Charizard to finish off that King Gambit. So really interesting to see, just like, there are so many variations on each of these games. Like, sure, both players are bringing kind of standard teams, but this doesn't feel anything like normally watching a Charizard versus Charizard slog.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. These players are fighting tooth and nail. They're bringing out every last little tech. The reads that we have been seeing in this set have been incredible. Like you mentioned earlier, it felt like Shoma was in control in Game 1. Got every call right. And then, like a switch flipped. I mean, Palchua in Game 2 was able to get most of the calls right. It was able to position their Pokemon properly. So now it's all down to Game 3, right? So much on the line for these players. Both of these players have made deep runs at the World Championships. Shoma has won the World Championship, right? So neither player wants to go out in day 1 of a new games World Championship, right? Both of them want to be playing tomorrow. They want to be fighting for that top cut appearance. And so now is the time, right? Really sit and think in that team preview. What am I going to bring? How am I going to adapt? What is my opponent going to adapt with? If I'm Shoma, you gotta find a way through this Toxapex.
Yeah, the Toxapex is really, really difficult. We've seen Shoma manage it okay, but it just seems so difficult to manage it with any kind of guarantee. It's really tough to find damage outside of the Garchomp, but Shoma has to use the Garchomp to handle other threats too. It's so interesting. Like, I wonder if Shoma considers switching up Pokemon at all, or if it's still just like the same 4 and just really preserving the ability to do damage into the Toxapex.
Yeah, like Baskia Legion can hit a Toxapex for decent damage if enough Pokemon have fainted. Last Respects can threaten it, but other than that, Floette not going to really do anything, not going to help you. We've seen that Charizard can't hit it. We've seen that Whimsicott can't hit it, right? So it's really down to maybe a boosted Kowtow Cleave, maybe an unintimidated Earthquake. That would certainly do some damage. But the way that things have panned out, this Toxapex from Palchua is looking really strong. And here it is to start turn 1.
Palchua back to the game 1 lead, and Shoma also back to the game 1 lead.
Both of these
Everyone
players,
really happy
Toxapex
with what they
Charizard
did
for
initially
Palchua, kind of the
after
stock
that switch
standard
with
lead that
game
we've seen so far.
Really interesting. Like, we
Charizard
talked about a lot of
Garchomp
different
over on
variations.
Shoma
I think
Honami's
the key
side.
thing right now is
That
just
is
that
sort
wide
of
guard
the
mind
standard
game.
what
If
you
Toxapex
expect
can
lead
stop
for this
Garchomp from
team.
doing
I feel like
damage,
almost
that's going to
everybody
be
who's
really
played this team
impactful.
has done the Charizard Garchomp lead. It's almost like the button you press when everything else has failed. This is the lead that
Paul
you go
is going to
to.
switch out the Charizard. Looks like a few options here. Going to be that Incineroar coming back in. I think this is exactly what happened
Incineroar switching
on
in,
turn
getting the
2 of
Intimidate
game
down
1,
onto
but now it's
Shoma
happening on turn 1,
Honami's
just
side.
jumping a little ahead,
Toxapex
not
here
burning any
really
effects.
looking to
And then
threaten
the
some
Charizard is
damage,
gonna
but
Mega
again,
Evolve from
Shoma in
Shoma's
previous
side.
games willing to click Earthquake even though Charizard is out on the field. Wide guard
is a
for
wide guard, though,
Toxapex.
so if this is
Are you
catching
catching
an
an
Earthquake
Earthquake
on the
with
switch-in,
this?
that's gonna really give
Oh,
Paul-
you do. But the thing is, you're gaining no forward progress here because here comes likely an Ancient
interesting.
Power. And this is still going to do
So an excellent wide
meaningful
guard
chip damage, right? This Incineroar is a pest. It is something that is able to, really be quite a nuisance to deal with. Both of these players really thinking through all the potential possibilities here. Toxapex is now maybe a little bit threatened. Both of these Pokemon over on Shoma's side could potentially protect, and they could try to stall out this fake out turn. But on the flip side, I mean, Shoma does have a lot of damage pressure here, right? You're able to potentially knock out Incineroar here. The Citrus Berry is going to throw a wrench in that potentially. Ooh, Garchomp switching out, saving it for later in the game. And what is coming in? It's Basculegion. That's an adaptation for Shoma, but it comes out pretty early. Catches the fake out, though. Super effective damage onto Incineroar. The Ancient Power brings it low, but not quite low enough. There's Toxic onto Charizard. Now, important to note the sequencing of things. There's no infestation yet. And so that means that Charizard is free to switch in and out at its own leisure and able to bring in something in the back. Maybe that Garchomp could come back in here. Even though Sun is set up, I would think that Mystic Water Wave Crash would be enough to knock out this Incineroar, and no Pokemon in the back, assuming it's Charizard or Garchomp, wants to tank that attack. So Shoma in a pretty good offensive position, but again, nothing to threaten the Toxapex with.
Yeah, so Toxapex is in a great spot. Definitely a lot of things it can do here, but having that Basculegion bring is really interesting for Shoma. It really puts a ton of pressure on that other slot. Like, you don't have to take care of the Toxapex. You can just take care of everything but the Toxapex and leave the Toxapex for the end. And it looks like that's what Shoma's gearing up to do.
Yeah, it's the all my friends are dead syndrome, right? And Pokemon like Toxapex or, in the old days, Garganacl, Pokemon like this, if you can pick up every single piece around it, then you are able to deal with the Pokemon quite effectively in the end game. Now, the downside of that strategy is you are letting it do exactly what it wants to do for multiple turns in a row, right? So it is likely that we're going to see this Toxapex click multiple infestations, multiple Toxics in this game, and it's Venusaur in the back. It's not Garchomp like we saw in last game. In this Venusaur, folks, let's remind ourselves, this is an offensive Venusaur running Leaf Storm in the sun, right? So Basculegion incredibly threatened here.
What a perfect time to reveal a switch-up of Pokemon being brought. Paul has got to be so happy seeing this Venusaur staring down a Whimsicott it can knock out. Whimsicott can't even switch out, staring down this Basculegion where there's so much pressure. And sure, Basculegion can switch out, but anything that switches in is at least going to have to take a Toxic. And it just, I think buys a little bit more time for the Toxapex to do what it does best.
Yes, I agree with you. Maybe a Leaf Storm and an Infestation into that slot because the Charizard's already Toxic might cover as many options as possible. Here's Garchomp. Life Orb Leaf Storm into a Garchomp is going to do ridiculous damage. Now, I wonder if you're switching out your Charizard, or you're switching into your Charizard, are you maybe going for a Sludge Bomb? No, it is just Leaf Storm. How much is it going to do? Almost a one-hit knockout, but not quite.
So this is really interesting. That's great damage into the Garchomp, but it's not quite enough for it to be finished off by Life Orb Recoil. And sure, Venusaur could just finish it off, but because Whimsicott is around and can just go for Tailwind, this is a actually really tough position for Paul, I think. Sure, the Toxapex gets a little healing, there's some repositioning, but I think Shoma landed a really nice switch in here.
Yeah, I agree with you. There are maybe some games where you could play where you could protect your Charizard, you're anticipating Rock Slide, and then you Sludge Bomb Earth Power into the Garchomp to knock it out. The downside of that is it's quite easy for Shoma to read that, and you can either reposition or you can protect your Garchomp and stall out a turn. You're also then opening yourself up to a Encore, right? And you've lost your Incineroar if you're Paul, so you need to be very careful with your pieces here. Here comes Toxapex switching back in, and let's see, does Garchomp protect? No protect on either side. We're seeing straight up damage here.
Tailwind for the Garchomp. Garchomp does get to go for a Rock Slide. That's not too much damage, but it could flinch the Venusaur, which would be devastating for Paul. And as we mentioned before, it can still hang on from that Life Orb. Venusaur needs to get a hit, and it does. That's Whimsicott gone. Now, I actually don't know. This is, I think, good for Paul, but it opens up so much pressure going forwards. There's 3 turns of Tailwind, and Charizard can come in and reset the sun.
Yes, it can. Oh, Hayden, this is such a tough spot because you would love to have your Incineroar in the back of your pole to, like, protect Toxapex and switch in Incineroar and start getting some Intimidates down. You can't do that anymore. You just cannot do that. You also have the speed advantage for almost the rest of the game. It's hard to imagine that this game is going to go much past 3 turns with how much, it feels like Paul has been exposed here in this board state. The Venusaur has gotten itself quite low. Garchomp has hung on. It has 1 more attack left in it. Important to note, though, Toxapex has Wide Guard. I wonder if that means anything, if that could maybe add any kind of wrench into an Earthquake plan. Charizard comes in for Shoma. He's really thinking this through.
Yeah, it's so tough. Like, Garchomp can finish off the Venusaur with Dragon Claw. Charizard can finish off the Venusaur with Weather Ball. Toxapex is not immediately threatened, but it's really going to take it some time to get going, and it really doesn't want to take an Earthquake. The saving grace for Paul is that Garchomp gets exactly 1 attack off, and Shoma would actually prefer to get a lot of attacks off. And without that Garchomp, I think things get a little closer.
Yeah,
I don't know, with the Basculation in the back, just so hard.
Yeah, I think Shoma actually has a little bit of a pin here, right? I'm seeing maybe Earthquake, and then you Weather Ball into the Venusaur slot. That would bypass Wide Guard. It would make sure that you're getting good damage down. And we have to remember, this Garchomp came in clean, right? It does not have an Intimidate on it. Venusaur protecting here. If you can maybe stall out the Tailwind, but keep the Sun, then this Venusaur can do something. There's Earthquake. Is it followed up by a Weather Ball? Maybe an Ancient Power? No, it's Weather Ball, right? You can't risk Ancient Power because that wouldn't knock out Venusaur. So, it's tough. I mean, you could Wide Guard again and switch in your own Charizard. That would stall out another turn. But it's a ticking time bomb, and it's so hard to see yourself out of this pin if you're Paul.
Yeah, there are a few things I would enjoy less than trying to Toxic Stall a full health Mega Charizard, and I think that's the position where Paul's in. Like, any KO is just going to open up a Battle Legion. Like, there's just such difficulty here. That is 1 turn of Tailwind down. After 1 more turn, there's an option to just protect through the last one. So there's maybe some ability to reset speed order, but there's just so much risk for switching in this Charizard here, Dylan. Like, nothing Paul can do is completely safe.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that is just not the place where Paul Chua wants to be out of all players, right? He loves making calculated, safe plays. There is no calculated, safe play, and he's going for it, right? You're risking your World Championship run on switching in this Charizard here. Garchomp goes for Protect. You're just kind of scouting things out here. It is Weather Ball, so Paul does end up getting the best possible outcome from this turn. Can Toxapex go for Infest? This is as good as Paul could ask for in this spot.
All right, so Venusaur's still around. Charizard's got the opportunity to stick around long enough to reset Sun for it. Tailwind will end on this turn. There are so many field effects going on at the same time. Charizard has a limited amount of time. I think maybe 2-3 more turns. Garchomp only gets 1 attack. There's a world. There's a world where Paul makes it through this. I am so glad I'm not in this position. This is incredibly complex.
Yeah, last game, it felt like that Intimidated Earthquake did about 60%. I think Toxapex is going to hang on from Earthquake. It would feint to any double up, right? Ancient Power, Weather Ball plus Earthquake is going to take it. The thing is, if you do that, you're leaving this Charizard opening to attack. There's no way to get a double knockout that I'm seeing, right? Maybe, yeah, Charizard goes for Protect. Reading maybe a Rock Slide from Garchomp or an Ancient Power. No, it's just a double Protect. Paul really trying to get this damage ramping up.
Yeah, the damage ramping up is good, but also time is just Paul's friend for so many reasons. Once the sun goes down, Paul wants Charizard around to reset it. Once the Tailwind goes down, there's a chance of Paul winning a speed tie maybe and knocking out the other Charizard. I think that's like an excellent double protect here. The only thing is it doesn't solve the problem now of like how to get through this next turn.
Yeah, this turn is the tricky turn, right? I think Charizard is going to feint at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Right? And so with that being said, we know that Garchomp has 1 more attack left in it. You could wide guard the Earthquake, but you're just kind of delaying the inevitable Earthquake, right? If you want Sun to stay around, you have to switch out into Venusaur. And you would have to give up your Basculegion answer to do that. So I almost wonder if you keep the Charizard in, if you maybe wide guard and you attack with your Charizard. It's so tricky.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how intricate a position this is. I wonder almost if there's a world where Paul tries to land a double protect. It looks like Garchomp is going to be the one going for protect, trying to preserve that 1 attack it has. As Charizard does try to go for a double protect, it fails and allows the Ancient Power from the Charizard. That might seal things up. Paul really needed that double protect to have Sun for the end game, especially since the Garchomp is still around.
Here's what's interesting, though. There should still be... Oh, no. Hopefully we can make our way right back into that game. We'll see what happens. But with the current board state that we had, there was another turn of Sun, and Garchomp had just protected. Venusaur can come in cleanly, and it's able to threaten that slot with a Leaf Storm. You're going to knock out either the Garchomp or the Basculegion that's in the back. And so, oh my goodness, these players have been in such a tense 3-game set to sneak their way into day 2 of the World Championship. Yes, we've made our way right back into it.
Good.
Okay, so Charizard has fainted due to the residual effects on it. We knew that that was going to happen. This should be Venusaur coming in, and this should be Basculegion coming in. And now, we're down to a 2 versus 2. There's another turn of Sun. It's so close, but I almost feel like Paul Chua feels okay, right? This whole game, there's been so much tension, so much pressure. Paul has been on the back foot, it feels like, but I almost feel like Paul is finally, unless Shoma maybe gets a double protect, has found a way to deal with this Garchomp without Toxapex having to tank an Earthquake.
Oh my goodness, look at the your time.
Oh!
Is that 3 seconds?
Oh my gosh. That's huge. I mean, this is a multiple
Can
turn
Shoma
game.
lock in attacks quickly enough?
Oh my gosh, you are exactly right, Hayden. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, with a Toxapex around. Here's the thing, though. Players, sometimes, I mean, there's so much going on, right? So are these players aware of that internal clock that's always constantly ticking in the background? Shoma taking too much time on some of these turns might come back to bite them and get them knocked out of the World Championship.
What a testament to how hard these players are thinking. That your time is going this low despite how much experience they had. This is just like an incredible team. Venusaur is going for Protect. It looks like Toxapex. Oh, Garchomp tries to go for the double, does not land it. Basculegion goes for Last Respects into the Venusaur. Oh, I see. So Paul is predicting the double Protect Last Respects and buys time for Toxapex to then do it. That's a nice, safe way to cover for the double Protect, but still confirm the KO on Garchomp. All that Paul needs is for Garchomp to eventually faint, and then Venusaur can finish things off. So even without your time, I think Paul just locked it out bar Leaf Storm misses. Or maybe speed order weirdness.
Yeah.
Shoma just ran out of time. Wow.
With your time running out, like you mentioned, I think the way that those last couple turns played out, it ended up not mattering as much as we maybe thought it would. Paul able to see so many turns ahead with that Venusaur sitting in the back, with the Sun turns. Paul realized, okay, as long as I can get Venusaur in Sun next to my Toxapex, I'm able to protect it from Earthquake. And that is just, we talked so much throughout the past hour or so about how this Toxapex is a nuisance and how it needs to be dealt with. And the one way to deal with it is Earthquake. And Paul never let it take an Earthquake in that whole game, whether it was Wide Guard, whether it was Baneful Bunker, whatever it was, he always managed to dodge taking that attack.
By the very end, the Garchomp was trying to do anything except Earthquake. That was like what was so strange about this, is the Garchomp needed to make sure that it didn't lose its last turn of Life Orb.
Yeah.
So like Paul turned this like huge disadvantage, like played around it as well as possible for so long, and then by the very end turned it into something where like if you index too much on the Toxapex, Venusaur can run away with the game. That was so interesting.
Yeah, very, very intricate. And it's a shame that that match happened at the end of Swiss Day 1 and not in Top Cut, right? Because these players are so good. You would expect to see this as a top 8 or a top 4 set, later tomorrow. But unfortunately, these players, they found themselves at this record, and that is just why this is the most difficult tournament of the year, right? You especially with the new qualification system, you have to be so good to make it to the World Championship. Anyone can take a game off anyone, which means that you find players like Shoma and Paul Chua at the X and 2 table at the end of the day. And unfortunately, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. So congratulations to Paul Chua for making it to day 2 of the 2026 World Championship.
Yeah, could not describe a more deserving way to qualify for Worlds than beating a former world champion in a match that close. Like, I can't stress enough, Dylan, how right you are that like this could have been Top Cut. This could have been anything at the end of the tournament, and we got to see it on day 1. Things are only going to be more intense from here. I cannot imagine.
Yeah, I'm so excited, and you guys should be as well. That is all for our coverage here today on the Victory Road coverage for the San Francisco World Championship. We will be back tomorrow at the same time that we started in the morning to cover the Day 2 Swiss rounds, as well as some Top Cut matches for you guys. So come right back here tomorrow for some more Pokemon action. Thanks for watching.